Budget estimates, and welcome to this additional public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 21-22. Before I commence, it is the custom of the Parliament to acknowledge the traditional inhabitants of the land, the Gadigal people of the Aurora Nation. And I do that with all due respect, as well as acknowledging other important contributors to the history of this site, those who constructed the Parliament House building, very often working in a dangerous industry, and the parliamentary staff over many decades who supported MPs and made our work and representative role possible. We acknowledge and thank them all. I welcome Minister Sarah Mitchell and her officials for this hearing, and acknowledge also and thank them for the work they'll be doing with the flooded schools in northern New South Wales, which is obviously an immediate issue of huge concern. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of education and early learning. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for the hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from Parliament's website, and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded they must take responsibility for what they publish. All witnesses at this estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the resolution of the House adopted in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time. They can be taken on notice, but we do expect that material that's to hand in those extensive briefing folders is actually provided to the committee. And I might just say on that point, I received a document written by Ruth Owen on Monday that said that last week and the beginning of this week will be dominated by our preparation for estimates. We had several rehearsals last week and have a few more rehearsals again today and tomorrow. Can I just say, this is not a performance today that required a rehearsal. Officials are here to provide straight, direct answers as part of parliamentary accountability. And I've got to say, on other committees, there has been a bad habit of taking everything on notice and a deliberate strategy of not providing information to run some political exercise instead of being direct and straight with the committee. So this has been a better committee than others in budget estimates, and I hope that tradition continues. And I'm not too sure the Education Department's going well enough to take up 4 or 5 days of rehearsals. And I'll remind you again today, it's not a performance. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. And Minister, I remind you and the officers with you that you're free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. Finally, if everyone could please turn off their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. Witnesses have been sworn previously to give evidence. Minister Mitchell, of course, has been sworn as a member of the Parliament. The other witnesses here from the department and NESA have been previously sworn over to Mr Darryl Curry from the PES and Ms Diane Van Berlo from Health, Safety and Wellbeing. So if they could please come forward to state their name, position and agency and swear either the oath or affirmation, which should be available there on the tables in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Darryl Curry. I'm the Executive Director of PES, the Professional and Ethical Standards Unit of the Department of Education. I solemnly, sincere and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, I'm Diane Van Berlo. I'm the Acting Executive Director of Health, Safety and Staff Wellbeing. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Today's hearing is conducted from 9:30 to 12:45 with a 15-minute morning tea break at 11. We'll be joined by the Minister in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll hear from all the departmental witnesses from 2 to 5:15 with a 15-minute break at 3:30. During these sessions there'll be questions from the opposition and the crossbench only. If required at the end, the government MPs can ask 15 minutes, but that's normally not the practice of this committee. So we thank everyone for your attendance today, and we'll begin with questions from the opposition. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm sorry to just before we start, I just wanted to foreshadow, obviously, as you've mentioned, with the flooding emergency up north. This afternoon, particularly Ms Van Berlo, who's the Head of Work, Health and Safety, and potentially Mr Disdar and Ms Nixon as school operations may need to be in and out from time to time as they're managing some of the issues at school. So we're happy happy to speak to you about that in the lunch break, but just to foreshadow for the committee's benefit, given
I
the
think the committee
circumstance.
would facilitate that in its entirety if any of that time is needed by those officials.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
We wouldn't be standing in the way of emergency work on school sites
Yeah, of
in
course.
northern New South Wales.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Ms. Hurst.
Hi, absolutely. Thanks very much, Minister, and everyone for coming this morning. Can I just start by asking how many schools are closed today?
Yeah, sure. So I'm happy to provide that number from the Secretary. It's more than 170. That's across the 3 sectors. I believe it might be 179, but I will get the Secretary to confirm that number.
Sorry, Ms Hazel. Just sorting out the microphones. We have 179 government schools closed today due to the flooding. There are a number of other Catholic and independent schools that are impacted, and we are just working with those sectors around that information. So we'll be able to provide some further information on those sectors later on through the day.
Great, and if you can just on notice provide us, and by the time we get the details back, of what the extent of the damage has been to those school sites.
Yeah, I mean, just on that, obviously at the moment for a lot of those school communities, they're unable to be reached because of the floodwaters. So there's a number of issues at play. We know some of those schools need to be closed because the roads are cut and you can't get there, and we don't envisage that there's necessarily damage to the schools. But of course, there are other schools that are, in the middle of the floodwaters. I've been speaking to a few principals up there who know that they've lost quite a bit at their school. So once it's safe to be able to get on and assess the damage, that's obviously what Mr Manning and his team will do. But again, happy to provide as much information as we can to the committee.
Like I say, on notice will be perfect.
Sorry, Ms Housel, it's 130 government schools, 28 independent and 21 Catholic schools, as far as we're aware at the moment. And we also have a number of schools operating as evacuation centres in those in some communities that are impacted. And so obviously there is disruption in those schools as well.
Thanks very much for that. Ms Harrison, Minister, the train network was shut down by Transport for New South Wales on Monday the 21st of February. We now know that Transport for New South Wales was consulting widely within the New South Wales government in the weeks leading up to the shutdown, including planning for a 2-week shutdown. Minister, were you consulted by Transport for New South Wales during that planning?
Me personally?
Yes.
No.
Okay, did you know Transport for New South Wales was planning for a 2-week shutdown?
No. But I'm happy to ask the Secretary what engagement the department may have had, but no.
I'll get to that in a moment. Minister, when did you first know that the train network was shut down?
Early on in the morning of the day when I saw it on the news. It's not my portfolio area, so it wouldn't be something I would be briefed on.
It wouldn't be something that you would be briefed on?
Well, in terms of the decisions made by those in the relevant portfolios, no, I saw it in the news that morning.
Minister, are you aware that the Department of Education did make a submission to the Fair Work Commission about the impact on the education system?
I'm aware of that now, but as I said, I'm happy for the Secretary to provide information in relation to what that process undertook. I was not made aware of that until after very recently, in fact. So,
when were you made aware of that?
I'll have to check. I'll take that on notice. Yep.
It was after the network was shut down?
Yes.
Okay, so you weren't aware when the affidavit was lodged?
No, that wasn't brought to my attention. But again, I'm happy for the Secretary and I think to provide some more comment on that.
And so this was a request we received from the Department of Transport and across government to provide advice on the impact of potential rail disruption on the delivery of our services. That's an operational matter for the department, and we were asked to provide some information on that. The committee will appreciate the reliance for our students and staff on public transport to get to their local schools and further afield schools, for example, our selective schools where people travel a lot further. And so it was important for us to ensure that those implications of any industrial action or disruption to the railway network were taken into account.
I mean, the affidavit outlines that was lodged with the Fair Work Commission outlines pretty significant impacts from a shutdown of the rail network. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct. Any time there is disruption to the rail network for a variety of reasons, it will cause disruption to schools. And so that is something that we are obviously interested in to ensure the smooth operation of schools.
So, Ms Harrison, you were aware that there was a submission made to the Fair Work Commission, is that correct?
I was aware that we had been asked and we were responding to that request, yes.
Okay, and you were aware of the contents of the affidavit?
I was aware in broad terms of the contents of the affidavit, yes.
In broad terms? Did you read it?
And so Ms Walker is here who provided the affidavit. It would not be normal for someone else in an organisation to step in when it's an affidavit from an individual. It's Ms Walker's affidavit. She made it in relation to the impact on schools. We discussed our shared understanding of the impact of rail disruption on school operations, and then Ms Walker provided the affidavit.
So you were aware that the government was planning for a 2-week shutdown of trains?
No, that is not what I was aware of. That is, we were asked to provide information around the impact of a potential disruption to the rail network to the operation of schools. It was we were not made aware of potential action or other matters.
Well, Ms Harrison, why didn't you raise this? The affidavit outlines very significant impacts on school students. The question of this has been widely canvassed in the media about that there was clearly planning going on within the government about a potential shutdown. Why didn't you tell the minister that you were being consulted about this?
These were operational matters in relation to the impact of disruption in another cluster onto the operation of schools. That is not something that I felt needed political engagement in relation to that. This was very much, we were asked operationally, what is the impact on schools of potential disruption to the railways? We provided that advice. I think the committee here, I hope, would understand that, given the focus we have had on keeping schools open over the past year and certainly through this term, that is our primary focus. I feel that we've discharged that responsibility appropriately in the affidavit in relationship to our responsibility to our service delivery in schools.
But Ms Harrison, the affidavit outlines very serious impacts. It talks about there's a risk of increased child protection issues, there's an increased stress on families. In fact, the final paragraph says that there will be significant harm on the mental health and well-being for our students. These are pretty damning statements. If an event is going to have that significant of an outcome, don't you think it's worth escalating to the minister to say, we're being consulted about this issue, we are deeply concerned about the impact on students, and therefore we think you should be aware of it?
And so had we been made aware that there was to be the shutdown that you are suggesting, we had one day in the end, but if there had been that extended shutdown, then of course, and the Minister and I talk a lot about how important and valuable it is for schools to be open. I think we've made that very clear through the response to COVID in this term. And so those are issues the Minister would be inherently across in relation to the value of schools being open for our students.
Well, no, this goes to the question of who knew what about planning a 2-week shutdown. And it's pretty clear that within the New South Wales government, there was a broad discussion about what the impact would be. In fact, your affidavit, Ms Walker's affidavit says that on the Monday before the shutdown occurred, 55,500 train trips were made by school students. It would have a huge impact on the education department, a huge impact on schools, a huge impact on families and on students. Why didn't you tell the minister that the government was making these plans?
Well, with respect, Ms Housos, I think, the reality is there was not a 2-week shutdown. There are other ministers who will be appearing before various budget estimates committees who have responsibility for these matters. I think the Secretary has very clearly outlined that the department was asked to provide advice about what may happen if there was a significant disruption to the train network. Let's not forget that there are currently industrial issues at play and award negotiations taking place. So the reality is, I think, that the department did what they were expected to do by being asked to provide advice from another agency in terms of what would the impacts be if there was a significant disruption to the train line. And I think most people would understand that, yes, there would be a significant impact on schools and students getting to school if you had train lines shut down. So I can appreciate you trying to, paint a bit of a conspiracy theory here, but the reality is that the department was asked to provide advice to another agency. They did that. If you want to question why that information was sought from another agency, you need to direct those questions to those that sought the information from the Department of Education, not to my officials.
Ms Harrison, can I just ask you, so this is a sensitive issue. Did you not consult anyone in the Minister's office that this might be in the offing?
Not to my recollection. We were asked to provide operational advice on the impact of a shutdown of the rail network on the operations of schools. I think as the Minister has indicated, we did that. We did so clearly. These are the issues that have concerned us for an extended period now around schools not being accessible for students during COVID and other matters. We are also very conscious for our young people that any further shutdown that could be caused by other operational disruption would compound some of those issues from the last 2 years. That's not something we would want to see in education. We would want to make sure schools could stay open. And so I think, as we've indicated, we were asked to provide the operational advice. We provided that advice back. We provided that advice with our understanding of the impact an further extended shutdown could have on our students and our schools. And we've done so in a very transparent process, because I would note that this is...
set off alarm bells for you? You were being asked by another agency about a shutdown that was going to affect thousands of students. Did that not trigger some concern on your part that perhaps this is a matter that the Minister's office should be alerted to?
So had it escalated to that point, then obviously that would have been the case. At the time, we had no indication from the Department of Transport about the likelihood of that shutdown occurring, and so we responded to the request we were given. We responded to it factually and accurately. That affidavit is in the public domain. We have nothing to hide in relation to that affidavit. We provided the information on what we thought further disruption to school provision would mean for our students. I hope this committee would appreciate that that's the thing we would be expected to do from our perspective in our portfolio.
So the affidavit outlines the very significant effects that you thought this potential shutdown would have. As the Minister outlined, it's well known that there are industrial issues with the train network that are being negotiated through. What preparations did your department make as a result of these concerns, as a result of this advice?
And so I might ask Ms Walker to comment on the specifics of the follow-up. Obviously, we were clear with Transport that if there was to be disruption, it would be helpful for us to be made aware of it so that we could respond and support our schools. But I'll let Ms Walker provide you with some further information.
Ms Harrison, you said you asked to be advised if there was going to be disruptions?
If the industrial action that we had been requested to provide information response to was to be going ahead, then of course we would want to be made aware of that so we could communicate with our schools.
And when did you ask for that advice?
And so I'll ask Ms Walker to provide the details, if that's okay, in terms of the conversations that have been had around that.
Sorry, but so when you say you requested for Transport for New South Wales, was that you or was that Ms Walker?
So I'll ask Ms Walker to provide the details. We have in general regular discussions around senior officials in government around these issues, and obviously I would expect if there was something occurring in another cluster or agency that would have an impact on the operation of schools, that we'd be made aware of it.
And, sorry, Ms Harrison, were you made aware of the shutdown of the network prior to it occurring?
And so I think these matters, as the Minister has indicated, have been well canvassed in other agencies. We were not made aware of the decision late on the Sunday night that there would be a day's disruption, no.
Okay, and were you officially advised?
I'd need to go back and check my records, because I think everyone was made aware in the morning when they saw the news. Whether or not I also received a formal notification, I'll need to go and check.
Okay, if you're able to let us know today, that would be useful, because this was something that is very significant. There were 55,500 students who travelled on the train network on the Monday previous. Obviously, there were no students who travelled on the train network that next Monday. And the fact that the Department of Education was not alerted at all is significant. So if you can check your records, that would be...
So if I could check my records before we make any assertions about whether I was notified or not, that would be fantastic. Obviously, I was notified with early warning from the media of those events because they were very public very early in the day.
I just wanted to just raise the point that obviously Ms Harrison has the opportunity to take the question on notice, and that does allow her to provide it within 21 days. Obviously, given what we know about flooding up north and the workload that they are under, I think, you can request, and that rightfully request it by the end of the day.
I'm just asking her to check her text messages, Wes.
I think Ms Harrison has taken it on notice because she's going to check her records.
Yeah.
Courtney Houssos.
So, Ms Harrison, what preparations were made when you were after this affidavit was taken that showed the significant effect that it would have on students? What preparations did you make internally? What alerts did you make? You obviously didn't escalate it to the Minister. Did you make any preparations internally?
And so all of our schools, especially after the last 2 years, are ready to change the nature of their operations when they are required to do so. There is full provision for learning at home materials available through the department and available through our teachers. Our schools, particularly at the moment, are on alert for how and when they might need to make that transition. So I had confidence that our schools are ready to respond if that was required. And Ms Walker can probably provide you with some further information.
And if I could just add to Ms Houssos, again, we are not talking about a 2-week shutdown that eventuated, so I think it's important that the committee is clear here. With respect, a lot of your questions are based on a hypothetical of a 2-week shutdown that didn't occur. So the reality is, as the Secretary said, our schools are very agile, they're flexible, they know how to respond if there are disruptions. I also know on the particular Monday, when we did see the most disruption, we did have a slight dip in attendance, but it was not, of a huge level. There were obviously some students where it was challenging for them to get to school who did rely on the train network. But again, hypothesising in this committee about an area that frankly is not the responsibility of the Department of Education, I just think that needs to be put on the record. Happy to provide you on notice what the attendance rates were for that day. But you are asking a line of questioning about a hypothetical scenario that didn't actually eventuate. So I think that needs to be clear. Have you read the affidavit? No, I haven't seen that.
Okay, so the affidavit I have read the affidavit. It outlines catastrophic effects on the education
If
system.
there was a 2-week shutdown, I believe, Ms Houssos, that didn't occur.
Significant harm.
The member can ask the question, please.
Significant harm on the mental health and wellbeing for our students. It is a hypothetical, but your bureaucrats went to the Fair Work Commission and talked about the deeply catastrophic effects that this would have.
Would Ms Walker be able to
just
clarify
what occurred for the formation of the affidavit? So I was contacted by the Crown solicitors as part of the work that they were doing in the Fair Work Commission. It was very much in the understanding that there was industrial negotiations underway and that this was to form part of that information. We were working in the context of having considerable shutdowns last year and also having a very strong and successful return to school that we were very keen to maintain. Face-to-face teaching has been our absolute mantra and we wanted to ensure that. We also know that creating uncertainty and anxiety for our students would have an effect. And I think, as the Minister said really clearly, 1 day versus 2 weeks was a very different circumstance, but it was my obligation at that time to make sure that we were thinking about student welfare, and that's what I've covered in my affidavit.
So, but Ms Walker, so what preparations did you make or did the department make?
There was no indication in any of the conversations that I had that anything was definite or certain. This was a negotiated process and we were providing information, so there wasn't discussions between myself and Transport about the inevitability or the certainty of anything happening.
So you're saying that this was purely a hypothetical exercise, that there was no practical impact, so you didn't think you needed to escalate it to the Minister's attention, even though an event that you said could cause significant harm to the mental health and to the well-being of our students may eventuate. You made no preparations as a result of it. You didn't escalate it to the Minister. You just thought that this was purely a hypothetical exercise.
What we were really clear about is that operationally we can turn very quickly to learning from home. That's been the experience in the past. It really was an industrial negotiation that we weren't a party to other than giving advice. As I understand, many departments gave advice about the impact of any action over the period of time. Again, it was 1 day. Our attendance rates maybe dropped a couple of percentage points, but we can come back on that.
Yeah, if you can take that on notice.
Absolutely. And so minimal impact is how I would describe it.
Minister, I was one of the parents who was impacted by the disruption. Have you written to parents to apologise for your government's decision to shut down the network and cause that disruption?
No, I haven't written to parents. The reality is, as I think Ms Walker said, it was a few percentages of students in terms of the attendance rates being down that day. On any given day, there are reasons why people can't go to school. But in specific reference to your question, no, I haven't written to parents about that issue.
So if it was only a few percentage points, how can you stand by your affidavit saying that this would have catastrophic effects on the education department?
Because Ms Houssos, it was a 1 day disruption that I think the Deputy Secretary, Ms Walker, has outlined.
With respect, Minister, you haven't read the affidavit, so why don't we ask Ms Walker?
Well, you asked me the question, so that's why I'm answering it.
I said, do you stand by the affidavit? You can't stand by the affidavit when you didn't read it. Ms Walker, do you stand by this?
Absolutely, I stand by the affidavit. In the context of the information that was required of me, which was what would be the ongoing effects for students, that's what I've described in my affidavit, and I stand by that.
You've clearly done some analysis in terms of the impact on students, because you just mentioned that, Minister, that it was only 1 or 2%. Are you able to provide to the committee the data in terms of absences for the Monday prior to the industrial stoppage?
Yeah, look, happy to provide or not. I mean, we've been collecting attendance data.
Data for that day?
Sure. It might, as I said, it was only a few percent. I had said I'll take that on notice. We are, of course, collecting attendance data regularly as we're returning to school each day, in fact, knowing what the numbers are. And so there's a range of reasons, particularly at the moment, why students aren't at school, particularly in relation to COVID, those who might need to be at home because they have COVID or they're a close contact. So we are following the numbers quite closely. So I would just invite the committee to be aware of that when they look at the attendance numbers, but we're happy to provide what the attendance was on that particular day and also the Monday, the week before for the committee.
Thank you. We now go to 20 minutes of the crossbench time, the first half of which will be taken by the Honourable Mark Banasiak.
Thank you, Minister, for coming. I just want to address a couple of issues about specific schools, if I may.
Sure.
Waldred High School. Waldred High School. Can we have, from the beginning of 2019 till now, the number of police attendances at that school?
I'll ask the Secretary to respond to that.
So I think we'll need to take the very specifics of that question on notice in relation to Walgett. Mr Disdar will have further information in relation to the school, and if that's your focus of questioning, we might ask him to come up to the table.
If he has it to hand, otherwise I don't want to drag him up if he's only just going to say take it on notice.
I have to take that one on notice.
Yeah, I would also...
Do you have the information to hand?
Sorry?
Do you have the information to hand?
I'll have to take that on notice.
While you are taking on notice, I know that it's not only police attendances, but there is a school safety notification that sometimes happens with it. Can I also get the school safety notifications as well for the same period?
Yep. So sorry, that was from the beginning of 2019?
Yeah, let's say 2019 till now, given that obviously there's been some disruption to school with COVID.
Yep. No.
Weewar High School, Minister, my colleague Mr Butler wrote to you in November last year, just wanting an update on whether there'd been any, I guess, answers in terms of the cause of the illnesses/allergies, and you said that work was still ongoing with the health expert. Do you have an update on that as to whether they've produced a result as to what the illness or allergy was?
Yeah, I'll ask probably Mr...
So that would be a matter for our work, health and safety colleagues. I'll see if Ms Van Berlo has that information to hand. If we could just have a second to check,
yep, sure.
And be happy to provide that if we do.
Yep. We'll just do a bit of musical chairs. Sorry, Mr Banasiak.
Thank you for the question. The final report from the independent health study is still currently under review by the Public Health Unit, Hunter New England Public Health Unit, so we haven't received the final report as of yet.
Do you have an anticipated date as to when you may receive that?
We anticipated getting that by the end of February, but however, we haven't gotten that at that point.
Okay.
I just might note that our public health units, as the committee would appreciate, have been exceptionally busy over the last period since we were here talking about these issues. So I would just ask that we give them the leeway to get us that. We don't see the extension of that timing as a problem, in a sense that they have been unable to complete it in the time, given they've been focused on the COVID response in those, areas.
That's why I asked for an ETA, because I didn't want to have to keep bothering you every 5 minutes with it. Just one more issue from my colleague Roy Butler, the number of disabled children travelling to Gunnedah School. We did, I think with your help, Minister, organise a bus for them, but now the support worker who has to travel on the bus has resigned,
right.
Which obviously means that it's not really feasible for some of those kids to be on the bus and travel via the bus. We're wondering whether it could be fast-tracked in terms of getting a new support worker.
Yeah, really happy to look at that. As you said, my office met with Mr Butler last week to talk about that. And you know, obviously living in Gunnedah, it's an area I know well, and a lot of families do travel for their children to come to GS Kids School in Gunnedah, which is a great SSP. But in terms of the specifics of that worker resigning and what happens now operationally, we're happy to take that on notice and, as I said, continue to talk to Mr Butler about what opportunities there are available. I don't know if the Secretary wants to add anything, but...
Nothing to add on that specific, but obviously if we have disruptions to those transport networks, we do look very quickly to try and fill those vacancies, so very happy to come back with some further information on that.
Thank you. Now, this might be a rarity. I'm going to ask a money question, a budget question in budget estimates.
Wow.
Noting, it does. Noting from the organisational chart, I have a copy of the 19th of June 2021 and also from the 23rd of August. I notice there's been 13 new executive directors appointed, 4 new directors and various, I guess, renaming or rebranding of positions. What is the total cost in terms of remuneration of the new organisational chart as it stands now?
So I would need to take that on notice on the specifics of the salaries of the individuals concerned. I would just say to the committee that we have sought to realign our organisation around the priorities of schools in receipt of our services. Overall, we have sought to reallocate resources within. So although you may see new positions, there will also have been potentially other positions that are no longer there. So I would appreciate the opportunity to provide you the details of that whole picture on notice, if I may.
Yep. No, I appreciate that. I guess on a more sensitive matter, Minister, I'm aware from some concerns raised to me by local constituents that at Short Cove Public School there's been 3 instances involving child protection issues, all 3 of which have ended up in litigation, and all 3 have named the principal as a concern. Why is that principal still in that position if there's 3 cases involving litigation? And
ask the Secretary to respond to that one, Mr.
So I am conscious about not going into the specifics of investigations in this forum. So if I may, I will take that on notice and come back to you. I do not have information that you are referring to in relation to allegations that may involve a particular member of staff. So if I may take that away, I think it's important we make sure our understanding of these issues are accurate before we pass comment.
Has it been referred to the pairs?
That was going to be one of my follow-up questions, so perhaps on notice can you include that, and also perhaps...
Yes, absolutely.
I guess what involvement the Director of Educational Leadership had involved in, I guess, supporting that principal.
Yes, and obviously the committee will be aware that we have mandatory reporting requirements in relation to child protection matters throughout the education system. Those are taken very seriously by people throughout the department, and so where those matters are raised, I would expect that we are in a strong position to respond to them appropriately. And so it would be my expectation that if any allegations of the nature you've referred to involve a member of staff, that they would absolutely be sent to the professional standards and ethics area to be considered and assessed and then investigated.
Well, thank you. Minister, turning to the teacher accreditation bill, during the debate, when I moved amendments, you spoke about how a lot of the stuff that I was concerned about would be covered in internal guidelines with NESA. Have those guidelines been produced, and would they be available for the committee or the House to view?
Yeah, I'll ask Mr Martin to comment in relation to that. What I will say, though, Mr Banaziak, is obviously at the time, yes, we did speak about making sure that there was an opportunity, particularly for yourself or members who are interested in terms of what those guidelines would look like. That is absolutely the intention, but I will see whether Mr Martin can provide an update on where that works up to.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the guidelines will be produced over the course of 2022. I think the Minister has given indication that the public register of teachers will be in the first half of this year. We have to have NESA as the Teacher Accreditation Authority in place 1 year from the commencement of the Act, and the rest of the policy processes will go through the Board and to the Minister over the course of the year.
Thank you. How much time do I have, Chair?
A minute and a half.
Okay. Do we have someone from PES up at the desk?
So yes, we have Ms Catcher and
Okay, excellent.
Mr Curry.
I might just throw some quick questions while I have you. How many investigators does PES employ currently?
Notice unless Mr Curry has.
We've got the Director of PES.
Yeah, sure.
If we may, so he
If
can
it's
be on
going
the
to be
microphone.
specific
Yep.
numbers.
Do you want to swap, Anthony? Yeah, you stay with it. Yep.
Bit of musical chairs throughout the day.
Long walk to say. I will take that on notice simply because we've just had a recruitment process be finalised just in the last week or so. So I want to get accurate numbers to you.
Okay. While you're taking that on notice, you might want to take on notice how many deployed deputy principals are also currently working in PES, because I imagine some of them may have been part of that recruitment process.
Not this particular recruitment process, but the previous one, yes, and they're working in EPMI, but I will take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. That probably cuts it pretty
Thank
close.
you. Thanks, Mr Banasiak. Minister, if I could just start my questioning. A week ago, I gave you a copy of this document, the document twice listed by the department in the SO52 index for the school excellence policy is coming from Lithgow High School that is dated the 7th of September 2020 and contains a comment completely condescending and inappropriate in public education that the way to lift HSC performance at what we thought was Lithgow High School is better breeding. What have you done about this since, and what have been the consequences for the person who said this?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chair. You know, as we have discussed, and indeed as I said in the House, you know, I think those comments are completely unacceptable, and I know that the Secretary and I spoke about it immediately after question time. I gave you the indication that I would do that, and you provided me with a copy of that particular document. There are investigations underway, which is appropriate. We need to get to the bottom of what has gone on here. My advice is that minutes from another school meeting were inadvertently included in the files that were submitted to Parliament, and I think you know, that particular SO52 had more than 4,500 pages, and so it was important once, particularly early on in the investigation, it was made clear that the attribution of those comments to Lithgow High School were incorrect, and we thought it was important, or the department thought it was important to clarify that. So at the moment they are looking into both the error of why that document was included in the SO52 and being attributed to Lithgow High, but also the original comments, which are still being investigated. As I said, they're not acceptable. They're not in line with the values of public education in New South Wales, and that's why an investigation is still underway in relation to that issue that you raised last week.
But how hard is it to know which high school it's from, given there aren't that many in the Lithgow cluster, and it's Candos High School, isn't it?
Well, I'll ask the Secretary to provide comment in terms of the investigation. I think one thing that has been clear, particularly over the last week, is that we need to be completely sure of what's accurate, particularly when it's in the public domain. But I'll ask the Secretary to provide a bit of a further comment, Mr Chair.
Yes, thank you, Minister. So obviously following the misappropriation of those comments to Lithgow High School, we do want to make sure that we are very careful and cautious in the way we respond because of the damage it can do to individuals in those communities, as well as to the community itself. So we are continuing our investigations. Some of the staff we need to talk to are currently on leave for a variety of reasons, and so we are unable to talk to everyone we need to talk to at this time, but the investigation is underway. Can I just reiterate what the Minister said? These comments do not align with the values of public education. They do not align with the values of our teachers in our classrooms across the state. This is not the message that we get back from our staff, and it is disappointing that such comments would be made in any circumstance in relation to
Do you agree that the person making the comments has no place in public education in New South Wales?
I am going to tread cautiously, Chair, because I am conscious that this is people's careers, and I am conscious that the individual themselves, firstly, we are continuing the investigations. As I indicated, we haven't been able to talk to everyone we need to talk to because they are on leave for a variety of reasons, and so I don't want to make commentary in relation to those matters until we have been able to fully investigate the matter. But I do take the seriousness.
A disgusting slur on a working class community, originally identified as Lithgow because the department lodged it as Lithgow. Why did the department on Monday tell the Daily Telegraph that it was a relieving principal, ostensibly from Lithgow, who's been removed and no longer working in the school system? Why was that put out as an official statement by the department?
And so firstly, we were asked for comment in relation to a story that the Daily Telegraph were running over the weekend. We provided that comment. We have been continuing our investigations, and they have reminded us just how important it is to make sure that we are clear on the areas we are providing comment on. I can confirm to the committee that it is our understanding that it was a relieving principal, and that is a correct statement.
At Lithgow, she was at Lithgow, now works in the PES, Karen Marwood.
So again,
But that's not true, is it?
So, Chair, the relieving principal
Because the
of another
document's
high
not
school.
from Lithgow.
No, but there
I mean, this is not a joke here. This is a disgustingly elitist and condescending comment about a working class community. And this sort of semantical exercise to run around the maypole, let's just get to the facts. The department put out a statement on Monday which gave, for all intents and purposes, the identification of a relieving principal now working in the PES in the Bathurst office. And that was false, wasn't it? That was untrue.
So, Chair, firstly, in relation to the comments you just made, please be assured, and I want to assure the whole committee, we do not see anything funny in this matter and would not treat it as a joke. We are treating it very seriously. As I've indicated,
Can you be serious enough to give us a straight answer, please?
Chair,
Why was those comments made? Why was that false statement given to the Daily Telegraph?
Chair, I think it's appropriate just to allow Ms Harrison to complete her answer.
Well, I'm trying to get to the truth.
So we made a statement based on an understanding prior to the fact that we had identified that it was an incorrect piece of paper that was in the wrong section and provided through the Standing Order 52. I can confirm that it is a relieving principal overall in this investigation that we are having conversations with, who was a relieving principal at the time in the system.
Which school was she relieving at?
And so, Chair, I think as we have learnt so far in this process, and I've indicated, I am not comfortable discussing that individuals, while we have been unable to talk to the individuals themselves while they are on leave. There is an investigation underway. We will complete that investigation, and I am very happy to come back to you following the outcome of that investigation. You will appreciate that we do not want to name anyone in this until the investigation is complete. This is people's careers and livelihoods. This is a long-term...
Yeah, well, you sacked 7,000 teachers at the drop of a hat for making their own health choices. Now you're telling me a week later it's been impossible to speak to Debbie Lee Hughes. Is that the truth? You've been unable to speak to Debbie Lee Hughes, the author of this document, who's the Director of Education Leadership in Lithgow. Is that the case?
Conversations are underway and the investigation is underway,
No,
Chair.
no, I'm wanting an answer. Have you been able to speak to Debbie Lee Hughes, who authored this document, who clearly knows what the document refers to?
I will ask Ms Nixon to come forward and talk about the conversations that we've been had. But if I may just correct the record, Chair, we have not sacked 7,000 teachers for their health choices. We do take these matters very seriously. That isn't a factually accurate figure. So I just want to make sure on the record we are clear.
Well, they've been stood down and they're not teaching, are they? So look, why hasn't anyone spoken to Debbie Lee Hughes, who's not sort of a junior woodchuck here? She's not a relieving teacher out the back of Burke. She's the Director of Education Leadership at the Lithgow cluster. How hard is it to speak to Adele?
Thank you for the question. Leanne Nixon, Deputy Secretary, School Performance North. We have spoken to Debbie Lee Hughes. She has been on some leave, but I have been able to speak to her. This was an incident from 2020, and it was addressed by the DEL at that time. But as has been indicated by Ms Harrison, other people involved in this investigation are currently on leave, so the investigation is not completed.
Okay, well, what did Debbie Lee Hughes tell you as to which school this is?
So I'm really not in a position, as Ms Harrison indicated, until the investigation is completed. We've been
No, I'm asking you a straight question. You've had a conversation with Debbie Lee Hughes. You must have asked which school does this document relate to. This is a matter of huge public concern. A whole working class community, their parents have been slurred about their breeding. Now, I would like an answer on their behalf, please.
Well, with respect to Mr Chair, I understand the seriousness of this issue. As both Ms Nixon and Ms Harrison have said, an investigation is underway. There are still people that need to be spoken to as part of that. I don't think it's helpful to provide a running commentary on a matter that is as serious as this, and I completely understand why you feel strongly about it, Mr Chair. And as I said, the comments are unacceptable and this needs to be looked at and looked at properly. But we need to have the opportunity to speak to the people involved, all of the people, and the department needs to do its work in the investigation. As soon as we are able to provide the committee and you yourself with an update, as I gave you that assurance when we've spoken about this outside of the chamber, very happy to do that when we are able to, and when we have all of the facts and we know exactly what has gone on in relation to this matter.
Well, Ms Nixon, there are only two people involved in the meeting. There's the Dell, Debbie Lee Hughes. You've spoken to her. What is the school she's identified she wrote this document about?
Thank you for the question, but I really will go to what the Minister has said. Until the investigation is complete, I'm not in a position to have that conversation.
It's Candos, isn't it?
I think Ms Nixon has given her answer, Chair. We're not going to be providing
Minister, how do you defend this culture of incompetence where the wrong document is submitted twice in the SO52s and then a week later, given the disgusting nature of this slur, the community involved is not able to be identified, apologised to, reassured that this is not the way in which their local high school is run? How do you, as Minister, justify this culture of incompetence and defensiveness and just trying to avoid the basic truth?
Well, I don't agree with the premise of your question, Chair. As you know, this was a matter that was very, I took extremely seriously when it was raised, and that continues to be my position. I spoke to the Secretary immediately after. We need to get to the bottom of what's gone on here. The reality is there are some people that the department needs to speak to in terms of procedural fairness of their investigation who are currently on leave. We need to do that properly, but it needs to be done because this is important.
Why would anyone bother going to a government school when this is the level of incompetence and delay and cover-up about something so obvious and factual? Why would anyone bother? Why would anyone bother with
As I've said, Chair, this statement and this comment does not in any way reflect the values of public education that I have as Minister, that the department has. It is serious. It needs to be investigated. That is exactly what is happening now, and we need to make sure we follow that process appropriately so that we can get to the bottom of this issue, which is exactly what we'll do.
The opposition, please.
Thank you. I wanted to come back to the flooding and the impact on students. Are you able to advise how many students are affected by the flooding?
Let me take that on notice. I can advise the committee we have updated figures on the number of schools. It does sadly continue to rise, and so we do now have 139 government schools non-operational due to floods, 32 independent schools and 21 Catholic schools, a total of 192. The number of students is running into the thousands at this point, and so there are a large number of students impacted.
I appreciate that you can take this on notice, but given the community interest, I wonder whether perhaps you might be able to bring those figures back.
Let me see how quickly and what we can get to provide. Can I say we know in those communities the initial focus is understandably on the clean-up in those communities once the waters do subside, and there are areas of the state where of course those waters are still rising, and many people have severe damage to their properties, and we have damage to schools we will need to assess as soon as it is safe to do so, and so we will understand the broader operational impacts in the coming days as those waters subside.
Minister, I want to ask you about an article that ran in the Daily Telegraph on the 29th of January in relation to vaping in schools. You'd be aware of that article?
Yes, I am.
It made shocking reading, I have to say, the article, and particularly it referenced variously described as an internal incident report or a critical reading report that talked about a range of circumstances in many schools relating to vapes and the use of vapes, the extensive use of vapes by students, particularly, concerning threats to teachers. One incident talked about a threat to stab a teacher over raising an issue of vapes with a student. Another incident where a student was found with a butcher's knife in their bag. There's various descriptions of students. One student talked about selling vapes using Instagram to conduct his, quote, business. You've got discussions about students using various forms of social media, Snapchat, etc., to sell vapes in school contexts. Are we training up the next generation of drug dealers? Is that the kind of situation that, the way it's described here, you've got a whole lot of students engaging in sort of low-level illegal activity in our public education system, and I suppose my concern is in terms of the handling of this problem, is it actually going to create, you know, a much deeper problem as these students then graduate to more serious types of criminal activity?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Diadam. I mean, I think, again, there's some hypotheticals in your question in terms of does, you know, one type of activity for a young person lead to another, and, you know, obviously that's not something that I'm placed to comment on. But in terms of the seriousness of vaping in schools, and I suppose in terms of how we are supporting our schools and managing how we deal with this issue, look, it's a concern. I mean, clearly we're seeing more vaping in the community amongst our young people. E-cigarettes at schools are a growing concern, and you know, our schools are smoke-free environments. Tobacco products, including e-cigarettes and vapes, are prohibited on school grounds, and schools deal with that appropriately in terms of, you know, the various strategies they have in place. If students are found with these products, what they do in terms of disciplinary measures. You referenced in your question some allegations about weapons and violent behaviour, of course. Any of that is unacceptable, and that is dealt with appropriately at the school levels. I think more broadly, this is about how we as a community, not just, you know, our schools as educators, but as parents, how we address this issue head on with our children. We are working with New South Wales Health at the moment, really about a whole of government approach in terms of this, so that they understand not just the health issues but also the seriousness. We've got a cross-government working group that's been brought together, which education is a part of, with New South Wales Health. We will have more to say about that soon, particularly including a campaign around how we educate parents to know what to look for and to know how to talk to their kids about these issues. You mentioned social media in your question. Again, these are activities that happen outside of school that are contributing to the issue. So this is something that we take seriously. I do think there needs to be a whole of government and indeed a whole of community approach to this, and how we educate our kids about the dangers of vaping, but also, you know, the potential legal impacts, police involvement if people are trying to sell these or have them when they're under 18, which is of course against the law. Like, this is serious, and we are taking it very seriously.
That paints a pretty poor picture of public education, wouldn't you say?
No, I don't agree with that. What it does is make it clear that we have to make sure our schools are part of the solution in the education campaign when it comes to having students understand the seriousness of vaping. So, you know, I don't agree with your question that this paints a poor picture of the education system.
Can I ask you about the genesis of the document that lists all these incidents? What is the source of that? What's the context, I suppose, for that document to have been created?
I might ask the Secretary if she can comment on that.
Internal incident report or critical reading report. Correct me if I've got the language wrong.
If I could just add one more point to my earlier answer in relation to, you know, is this an issue for public schools? The reality is this is an issue for independent and Catholic schools as well, Mr. Diadam, because these are young people that are seeing, for whatever reason, the appeal of vapes, and this is not something that is limited to students who attend public schools. So I think the inference that that's the case is incorrect. But Ms Harrison?
So obviously, as the Minister has indicated, schools are considered smoke-free zones, and we would not expect to see e-cigarettes, and they are prohibited on school grounds. In your initial question, you talked about the buying and selling of vapes, and just...
Perhaps Ms Harrison just address the specific question about where this report came from.
Certainly. So it's part of our work health and safety reporting framework. So where there are incidents of concern in schools, they are reported through an incident reporting framework. And
so was this document specifically pulled together, or is this, I mean, it seems like it was a document specifically focused on vaping, vaping incidents. It's not in the context of a broader work health and safety reporting document.
Well, so obviously, as is the same with any employer, we are required and do monitor our work health and safety reporting data, and so yes, we have access to that. And I might ask Ms Catcher to provide some further details in relation to that reporting for you, if I may.
Thanks. Just asking, thank you. I'm just asking Ms Von Berlo to pull up any detail. Do you have a copy, Mr Diadam?
I have a copy of the document. I mean, in the article it says that Labor provided it, but I don't think that's correct.
And could you just...
That might be career limiting. Put that on the record, Anthony.
In order to answer your question fulsomely, could I have just a sense of what it was specifically about vaping only, and was it an incident
I believe so. I mean, I've only got the Telegraph article to go on, and all the incidents, the 39 incidents all relate to vaping.
There was an SO52 on vaping. I think it might have been in there.
Sure. It is probably, as the Secretary said, an internal document where we have an incident reporting hotline and a reporting system, and we tag and flag every incident that comes in, and then that forms part of our basis in terms of our response. And as the Secretary said, we have very, very strong connections with local area youth commands.
I should reframe the question and ask, was a specific report generated for on the question of vaping?
My recollection, and Ms Housos, you might know, because these tend to be your areas of expertise, that there was an SO52 on e-cigarettes at schools that documents were provided, so that might be what you're referring to, in which case, as is the nature of SO52s, it would have captured documents that already exist within the department.
Can I ask about the...
That's the first time I've ever heard a minister use an SO52 as defence.
I think it's interesting that the department is asking the opposition for access to documents instead of providing them
I would say
we'll let that one
that is new.
The hundreds of... In the Department's defence, we have submitted a large number of SO52s containing hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, so I'll just put that on the record.
Can I ask about the status of the strategy that's come out of the round table? That's not a public document, is it?
Not at this stage, I don't believe, but I'm happy to ask the Secretary.
I didn't quite hear the question, Mr Diadam.
The work we're doing with health in terms of...
on the round table. Yeah, so it's a whole-of-government approach. We're obviously collectively concerned about the impact of vaping on communities and on our young people. I'll ask Ms Owen to provide some detail, as I believe she is the representative in relation to that.
Thank you. No, the report isn't available just yet, but just to reaffirm what the Minister and Secretary were saying, the roundtable specifically focused on collaborative work with health, on making really clear to the community and to our students in particular the dangers of vaping, and we've been working on communications that we will be sharing with our schools and with our communities to address some of the specific issues you've just raised, Mr Diadam.
So, Minister, you said it's not exclusively a public education problem. I wonder how the approach that's being taken in schools to vaping intersects with your new behaviour policy.
I don't understand the premise of the question.
Under the new behaviour policy, there's a limit on the number of suspensions that can be administered to a child. That's correct, isn't it?
Under the new behaviour strategy, which is out now and will start to be implemented from next year, for kindergarten, year 1 and year 2 students, it is 5 days with the opportunity to extend in conversations with the DEL, and from year 3 to year 10 there's a 10-day suspension. But again, it's not unusual that we would have guidelines or days in terms of suspensions.
So is it fair to say that if you find a repeat offender on vaping,
so vaping is a cause
option for suspension won't be available?
So, Mr Diadam, because cigarettes and e-cigarettes are banned on school sites, vaping remains an issue that a suspension may be provided for within the guidelines. And so, as the Minister has indicated, the number of days have changed, but the sense that you can still suspend young people for inappropriate behaviour on school sites remains. And so that is the intersection of the policy.
Can I, Ms Owen, you just talked about reports that are available. Can we save ourselves all the trouble of an SO52? Can you just commit to providing those on notice?
So, Ms Housos, if I may, it's not our report to be able to make that commitment to provide. It is a roundtable report of a whole of government, but I am happy to go and test and check that and see if there is plans to publish that and make that proactively available for the committee.
Okay, thanks very much.
Can I ask about detection systems? Is there any move to look at vape? I understand some private schools are looking at putting in detection systems in toilets around vaping to try and address the problem. Is there any consideration of that for public schools?
So we're obviously working with our schools to understand the issues they face. I would, in a sense, some of these issues are not new to schools. They have dealt with smoking previously, and now it is vaping that they are dealing with. Our schools know how to deal with those issues. If we got evidence to suggest that some form of monitoring system was the appropriate way to go, then of course we would look into that. But at the moment, we don't have information that suggests that's the case.
Minister, your government promised to remove all unflued gas heaters by 2012. Now, a decade later, we still have 16,400 teaching spaces across 1,200 schools with unflued gas heaters in them. What plans do you have? What plan do you have to remove these unflued gas heaters from schools?
Well, I would just say I do question the premise of your question in terms of government commitments in 2012. What I can say in relation to unflued gas heaters, and I might ask Mr Manning to provide some comment on this as well, is that those heaters that are in schools are regularly serviced, and in fact we have advice that they are safe to be used in our school communities. Of course, if there are new systems being put in place, particularly through our cooler classrooms, then they are removed as part of that process. But again, Mr Manning can talk to some more detail in relation to that.
I can stop you just there because we know that from our previous questions taken on notice from last budget estimates that cooler classrooms will only remove 3,000 unflued gas heaters, and there are still 16,400 teaching spaces across 1,200 schools with those unflued gas heaters. So, Minister, do you have another plan? Do you have something other than cooler classrooms that is going to remove these dangerous heaters from classrooms?
Well, again, I think the premise of your question is wrong. Insinuating that these are dangerous heaters is not correct. My understanding is that the high NOx unflued gas heaters have been converted to low NOx, and that's in line with all of the relevant health and safety advice. So the premise of your question that these are unsafe is incorrect.
Well, the New South Wales Health warns against the dangers of unflued gas heaters, and your National Party predecessor was the one that promised to remove them all. Even if you do remove the 3,000, then there's still 14,400 classrooms with unflued gas heaters and no plan to remove them.
But they're safe heaters, Mr Cousos.
They've been banned in every other state.
You want to answer this?
They produce carbon monoxide.
Yeah, so the commitment, I think, was originally around the high NOx heaters, and all the high NOx heaters were dealt with, either removed or converted to low. From an unflued gas heater perspective, advice is provided to schools around ventilation to ensure that classrooms are properly ventilated in the use of those heaters. And as the Minister has said, they are serviced on a very regular basis across the fleet to make sure that they are operating efficiently. And on that basis, the advice we received was that they were safe to be in operation, and we continue to work with schools to make sure that ventilation is provided to support those heaters.
Can you table that advice?
Sure, I think, yeah, absolutely we can. There was a report
so
done
New
some
South
years ago.
New South Wales Health currently warns about the dangers of unflued gas heaters, saying that people most susceptible to the health effects include those with heart disease, infants, unborn babies and the elderly, and that breathing in high levels of nitrogen oxide can cause irritation of the respiratory tract and shortness of breath.
And the guidance that we issue to all schools is that the rooms need to be ventilated as part of the use of those heaters.
So that means they need to open the windows while they've got the heaters on, is that correct?
They need to provide some ventilation in the room as part of that. That doesn't mean the windows need to be fully open, but they need to make sure there is ventilation going.
They work against each other, don't they?
So,
opening the window and turning the heater on?
Yeah, Mr Shoebridge makes the exact point that I was going to make, which is generally you would be turning on a heater to warm up a room, not to warm up outside. Is that correct?
Having ventilation in a space is important regardless of the weather outside. Is about oxygen levels in rooms and a whole range of other things. So the advice that has been provided to schools is that the unflued heaters are fine to use, and schools are provided advice on making sure that the rooms are ventilated as part of that use.
So, Mr Manning, you've just undertaken to table the advice that the heaters are safe.
Can you also be publicly available reports in relation to these issues as well, Ms Sousos? So, but we're happy to take on notice.
Okay. Can you provide the advice that is the basis for your decision that these are safe? Can you also provide the advice saying that that the government would only remove high NOx heaters?
We can take that on. We'll take that on notice.
Okay.
Before my time. Okay. Yeah.
You talked about cooler classrooms, Minister. How many of the round one cooler classrooms projects have been completed?
Yeah, let me just find my note. Mr Manning might have it to hand. But can I say, while I do that, I mean, obviously this is a significant investment, $500 million to upgrade the heating and cooling across hundreds of schools. And I know that the rollout is certainly on track, but Mr Manning might have the updated figures in terms of cooler classrooms.
Well, I'll take the exact number as of today on notice. Of the 959 schools, 912 either had systems installed or were in the process of installing them. And as of the end of November last year, more than 5,000 learning spaces.
Sorry, Mr Manning, you talked about
959 schools.
Okay, I'm asking specifically about round one. How many in round one have been completed?
So round one is 959 schools. So the commitment was more than 900 schools. 959 schools were selected, of which 912 have either had the work done or we're in the process of installing systems at the moment. I can get an up-to-date list of exactly how many rooms and how many schools on notice.
Can you tell me when they'll all be completed?
It was a 5-year program from memory, and so we're expecting to be completed next financial year.
Completed next financial year. Are any yet to start?
Sorry?
Are any yet to start in round one?
So as I say, 912 of the 959 schools have already have had systems installed. So more than 50% of the 900 schools have systems installed that are operational.
Okay.
And I'll confirm the exact number.
And I asked whether any have started yet. Are there any that haven't commenced work?
Yes. So there are 47 schools where we haven't started work as of the date of this note.
Haven't started any work.
Yeah. But so they will have been designed and scoped, and it's a matter of rolling through the procurement to complete it as part of that process.
And you can guarantee that they'll be finished?
Because there's major works to happen at some of those schools as well. Yeah. So that, you know, obviously if there's other work underway, as you'd appreciate, Ms Housos, it makes sense to line things up and do them at the same time. So that's my understanding as well. But happy, as I said, to provide those updated figures to you on notice as of today, because obviously there's a lot of work underway and things are being completed at a rate of knots, which is great.
Have any of the, I don't think anyone would characterise cooler classrooms as a rate of knots. Can I ask whether any of the round two cooler classrooms projects have commenced?
Any of the what, sorry?
Round two, the 15 schools in round two, have any of those commenced?
I'll have to take that on notice, those 15 schools.
And it's safe to assume that none of them have been completed yet?
You said we'd take that on notice.
No, I wouldn't say it's safe to assume that at all. Let me take that on notice.
Okay. Were there any schools in the first round that didn't have air conditioning installed because they already had it?
There were a number of schools that were assessed where either parts of the school already had air conditioning and therefore they didn't need to be air conditioned.
So of those 959 schools?
Again, I'll take that on notice in terms of the number.
Because as you'd recall, Ms Housos, in the first round, schools who had a mean maximum temperature above a certain amount were automatically included, and then when the department did the work, there were a number of them that were assessed as already having fit-for-purpose air conditioning in those eligible spaces. So that's that number, but happy to take that on notice.
Can you tell me the number of schools and the names of those schools that were excluded, please?
They weren't excluded. They were automatically eligible because of the mean maximum January temperature in their community, but they already had the air conditioning that they needed. So to say that they were excluded is incorrect, but happy to give you the list of those schools.
Mr Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Minister, nice to see you and the team.
Thanks. Nice to see you for your last estimates here.
Yeah, indeed.
He'll be back.
That's right, gearing up for Canberra.
It's those last glooming days. Minister, you asked some questions about unflued gas heaters.
Yep.
Can you just provide on notice how many unflued gas heaters there remain in New South Wales public schools and which schools have them?
Yeah, that's fine. We can take that on notice.
The Rural Access Gap program, that was a $334 million commitment. How much of the $334 million has been spent?
Thank you for the question. We might take on notice the exact figure, but I know that we have had significant upgrades underway to it's more than 1,000 schools and also devices for teachers, for students, updated learning. But in terms of the spend to date, we might take that on notice unless Mr. Withy has it to hand.
I'll have to take that on notice.
Yeah.
When did the Chief Information Officer sack the project team, and how many in the project team were sacked who were responsible for the delivery of the rural access gap?
So I reject the characterisation of that question. We had a number.
Remove their employment in the rural access gap program then. Call it what you like.
We had a number of resources who are at the department on a contract basis. Some of those contracts were not renewed, as is often the case when contracts come to an end, or the department decides that they want to bring in some slightly different resources. I would have to take the exact timing of that.
Roughly when?
On notice.
I mean, you're on top of this, Mr. Withy. Roughly when?
I'd have to take that question on notice.
The last week?
No, not last week. Last year.
With respect,
Was the end of last year?
Mr. Shoebridge, Mr. Withy has said he'll take that on notice. Let him do that to make sure he gives you the accurate date.
To be quite frank, Minister, if you can't tell us the month that the rural access gap team was sacked by the Chief Information Officer or had their contracts not renewed or terminated, or however you want to describe it, if you can't even tell us the month that happened, there's a problem.
Well, I think
it's perfectly within my right. I'm going to ask you, when did it happen?
Order, Minister. Can I just say, order, please. Minister, can I just say, this comes to my opening comments, that the briefs have been prepared. Some of them you can't jump over. The rehearsals have been had. Mr. Shoebridge has asked a perfectly legitimate question, and you'd expect the officer to actually know that?
Well,
rather than taking everything on notice?
Can I raise a point of order, please, Chair?
Yeah, well, to the point of order, where's Fang?
Well, the point of order I was going to raise was actually separate, and it's that Hansard will have an absolute terrible time trying to decipher everybody talking over each other.
That's why I called the meeting to order, and I've made the point that it should be a legitimate matter that Mr. Withy answers, please.
Can I add, Chair?
Just tell me the month. You're not here to speak on the point of order,
I would like to be able to answer the question.
Tell me the month.
I'm going to raise the same point of order, Chair.
Well, there's a question being asked. Mr. Withy, can you inform us of the month?
With respect, Mr. Chair, I'd like to answer the question. The committee would know that my department officials and myself take this process very seriously. We want to provide the committee with accurate information in relation to the question Mr. Shoebridge has asked. Witnesses are well within their right to take questions on notice. That's what Mr. Withy has done.
You're cavilling with the Chair's ruling now, Minister. You're cavilling with the Chair's ruling.
Mr.
Withy, you must know the month.
Order. We've asked if the question can be answered, please, given the extensive number of bureaucrats, rehearsals and briefing notes here. Surely that question can be answered.
Ms. Harrison, provide an extra comment.
So, firstly, there have been some realignments across the organisation, Mr. Shoebridge. We discussed some of them in Mr.
I'm asking you about one. When was the project team sacked? You can't tell me. Okay, we'll move on.
Chair, if I may,
I don't want more of this.
Mr. Withy is trying to give an answer.
So if I may, I do not recall the exact month. It was in the second half of last year. I will get that information and provide it later in this conversation. But again, I just want to clarify that the Rural Access Gap project team were not sacked. The director, who was in as a contractor, had his contract expire and we did not renew it.
And Mr. Shoebridge,
to get a handle on this, Mr. Withy, why don't you provide us with the PricewaterhouseCoopers sanitisation review that pointed out problem after problem after problem, and why don't you table that with the committee? Then we'll be able to get the date. Then we'll be able to find out what happened. Will you table that, Mr. Withy?
Mr. Shoebridge, if I may, I think we started some questions before you joined the committee about the realignments and new structures in the department. We've already agreed to take some of those items on notice.
That's your answer to a different question. Mr. Withy,
have to raise another point.
Give us the sanitisation.
Ms. Fang has a point of order.
While I appreciate the robust nature of estimates, I think what we need to do is to ask a question and allow the witnesses to answer, primarily because Hansard will have no chance to actually record.
And I'm happy to address that.
As Chair, I do try to get one speaker at a time. I can never understand why, just because there's been some realignment, people can't answer questions. But
Chair,
Mr. Shoebridge.
Chair, I 100% agree with Mr. Wes-Fang. I asked Mr. Withy a question, and Ms. Harrison is running interference, and I'd just like Mr. Withy to answer it. So I put the question.
Yeah. Next question.
Will you
Mr.
table
Withy, please?
the PwC's sanitisation review into the mess that is the Rural Access Gap program?
So I don't recognise the work you are talking about as a sanitisation review. In line with the approach to most significant capital projects, we run regular check-ins and assessments and health checks on the project. I'm very happy to take what we can provide on notice and come back to the committee with what we can provide in terms of the specific documentation.
You tell me what you call the PricewaterhouseCoopers review into this program. What do you call it?
A health check.
a health check. Sorry, I called it a sanitisation review. You call it a health check. It showed it was very unhealthy, didn't it?
Well, I think as most health checks, it is asked to come in and look at issues, potential issues with the running of the programme.
No, the best health check is you're healthy. That's the best health check. You go and you get a health check and you're healthy.
Absolutely.
This didn't say it was healthy though, did it, Mr Withy? This said the patient had serious problems.
So a number of issues were raised in the health check report and in line with approaches to many significant capital projects, we have then mitigated the issues that have been raised. And we are now on track with the completion of all of the recommendations of that health check report and the project is in a healthy state.
How long after the health check report came in was the project team sacked?
Again, the project team was not sacked.
How long did they cease to do the work they were doing and have to find another job after the sanitisation or health review was done?
So, again, the entire team was not sacked. The director of the Rural Access Gap had his contract come to an end and he exited the department at that point.
How many were sacked?
I would have to take the specific interval between those two dates on notice. I wouldn't want to provide incorrect numbers of days. I'm very happy to come back to the committee with that.
Can we agree on this timetable? Something seems to be a problem. The Chief Information Officer gets PwC to do a health check. The health check comes in and there's wholesale changes in the project team. I say sackings, you say something other than sackings, but that's the timeframe, isn't it?
So, Mr Shubert, just if I may...
Mr Withy.
No, with respect, the Secretary can answer the question.
Is that the timeframe, Ms Harrison?
Just on to call the meeting to order, Mr Withy hasn't had a chance to answer the question.
Well, I think
now, it's been directed. No. The practice is if it's directed to an official who's here, he's got a right to provide an answer. If he can't, then the Secretary can perhaps fill the gap. Mr Withy.
Could you repeat the question?
No, I won't. Is that the timeframe?
Sorry. With respect, Chair, witnesses deserve to be treated with procedural fairness. To have asked the question to be re-asked and for Mr Shoebridge to say, no, I won't, is very discourteous.
Mr Withy, this is like pinning the tail on a jellyfish. There's a problem. There's the PwC report. The PwC report comes in and then there are wholesale changes in the project team. That's a sanitised language about the health review. Is that the timeframe?
So the PwC report was a health check commissioned by the department.
No, I'm asking you about the timeframe, Mr Withy.
He's answering.
Yeah, no, the witness should be allowed to answer the question.
Come on.
Commissioned by the department to check on the health and the deliverability of the programme. The programme team has not been sacked. We have made a number of changes as people's contracts have come to the end, and we are using a number of contractors in this programme. Some leave and some depart. The broad chronology that you have outlined in the report was made. We made some changes to make sure we were able to respond successfully to the recommendations made in that report, and we are now on track to deliver, is correct.
Minister, you know that there were no cost-benefit analysis as part of the program, and that was identified as a pretty gross failing by PricewaterhouseCoopers, wasn't it?
Well, as I said, I think that this is a program that is about giving opportunities for rural and regional students to have access to, a great strategy. I'm not sure why there's an issue with investing in digital infrastructure and opportunities for regional students. There was a business case submitted as part of this, and usual processes were followed.
Chair, could I ask you to direct the witnesses to be directly relevant to the questions? Has it been like this all morning?
Well, I started the day with that direction.
Has it been like this all morning?
Yes, it has. Your time's expired. We'll have to do better in the next round. Maybe if Mr Curry could come forward for my next question. The department has publicly announced that this document written by Debbie Lee Hughes is under investigation by the PES. Mr Curry, when did your investigation start?
My understanding is that the investigation started when it was referred to us earlier in the week.
And have you spoken to Debbie Lee Hughes?
I haven't, but PES has on 2 occasions thus far.
What's been established thus far?
I'm not able to actually talk about that at the moment. It's an ongoing investigation, and it would be inappropriate to do so.
And how hard is it to investigate, given that Adele wrote the document, she was at the meeting, she knows the school involved, she knows the principal involved? How hard is this to investigate, and when do you expect it to be finished?
Hopefully it'll be finished in a timely fashion. I don't involve myself directly in investigations because that would be inappropriate, but I know at the moment that the preliminary investigation team have that investigation underway, and if it is to proceed to an investigation, that'll take place in a very timely fashion.
And Minister, when the facts are known to you, will you publicly outline a variety of things? Clearly, who said the comment about better breeding? Why was the original error in the department listing this in the SO52 as a Lithgow High document? Why was a false statement given to the Daily Telegraph? And what are the consequences for this school principal, permanent or relieving, in saying that her school community needs better breeding?
Yeah, look, Mr Chair, as I've indicated to you already, happy to provide, once that information is, that investigation is concluded, what advice we can in relation to those matters, and I've already given you that undertaking, as you would be aware.
Thank you. And just on an earlier point about the number of teachers sacked or stood down, is there an update on the answer to my question 1800? That was as of the 21st of January 22. There's 116 permanent teachers being sacked under the vaccine mandates. 1,950 stood down for investigation, and then in the combined numbers, 447 non-teaching staff either sacked or stood down. Is there an update on those numbers as of today or earlier this week? And also, is there a number, please, for casuals and also temps, including the cancellation or the non-renewal of temporary contracts?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll ask Ms Catchia to provide what figures she can in relation to that. Obviously, as you would appreciate, investigations are ongoing. There are opportunities for people to get vaccinated. That has happened, and we get new attestations quite frequently, but I'll see what advice Ms Catchia can provide in terms of those numbers and the best update for you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, Yvette Catchia, Chief People Officer. Mr Latham, you're right, the numbers move, and I haven't got as at today, but I do have as at the 21st of February. The numbers are significantly lower than the numbers you have, and I understand we are here today to help the committee with those correct numbers. So just to go through and step through the different dismissals by employee type to date, 125 teachers, 1 principal, 7
permanent teachers.
Correct. School executive, 7, non-based teaching staff, 60, and people working in corporate, 7. So a significantly lower number than the 7,000 that you've referenced there.
Stood down and under investigation. That's part of.
So there's obviously a difference. So even if we were to take a global figure, and as the Minister said, that number's coming down regularly because we've got Novavax, people are availing themselves of that. As you know, the investigation process is one where we work with teachers individually, and the whole aim of this, and we've worked with Federation on this, to use the word remedy. It is the Federation's word, we've adopted it. The idea here is to get every teacher compliant, and we're so fortunate that we've got more than 99% of our teaching staff compliant with that public health order. So this is a very small cohort of staff. So to help you, Chair, just to step through those numbers, as at the 21st of February, 3,959 employees were referred to PES. Obviously, some of those people were on leave, some hadn't vaccinated tested yet, so there are a range of issues there. 2,593 cases have been closed, as the Minister stated there. Many of those are compliant. We regularly keep track of those numbers as they go into VaxiTest, those people having shown that they're compliant with the public health order by indicating that they've had 2 doses of COVID-19 vaccination, and some of those have happened after the 8th of November, and we've obviously had them in the investigation process as part of that. And as during that, so we've had 1,300 employees become compliant during that investigation process, and 334 employees have chosen to separate from the department. But that may not be a consequence of them being terminated. They may make a decision that they don't want to be vaccinated, despite us reaching out and working with them, and despite speaking to their healthcare professional, they make the decision that they don't want to become compliant with the public health order, and they choose to separate from the department.
Right, and casuals?
Plus, how many of those were teachers of that?
Sorry, Mr. Diadam, I didn't hear you.
Separations? The 334 voluntary separations, how many were teachers?
I'll take that on notice. I'll come back to you. But if you look at the percentage of workforce that were open cases, it's 1.2% of teachers, and closed cases by type, 125.
And casuals?
Let me just... I'll have to take that on notice unless...
We'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, but letters have gone out to these casuals. My office was informed by an official at one stage, I'm not saying we've got a document on this, but it was certainly a phone call to say there were 13,000 separation letters that went out.
So could we characterise it, Chair, as not a separation letter? What we characterise it as is a letter informing staff, whether they're casual, temporary or permanent, about the fact that there is a public health order, that these are the requirements we need you to comply with. The onus, as you know, in a public health order is on the individual. So if I'm working in a school, the onus is on me to become compliant with that. I think as the employer, it's the right thing to do to let our workforce know, whether they're casual, temporary or permanent, that this order is in place. It's there to protect our students and staff. The vast majority of our staff have become compliant. It's made our schools safer. I think it's the right thing to do, to be letting casuals know what the process is.
What's the next letter after that? If the casuals haven't provided their vaccination evidence, what's the next letter?
Well, I think let's...
And how many of those went out? I think that's what
I can take the number...
data that I'm looking for.
Chair, certainly, and we will get you that data. I'll take that...
You haven't got that available to you?
I'll have to look through my notes, but
so
I can give it to you today, Chair.
And temps, see the contracts cancelled or not renewed for the same reason?
So, as I said, the numbers I'll give to the committee today in terms of taking those on notice. I should be able to get those very quickly. But yes, absolutely, we've told casuals, temporaries and permanent staff these are the compliance requirements.
Oh, yeah.
And those temporary and permanent staff have gone into a process whereby we will work with them to see whether the compliance can be remedied, or the non-compliance rather can be remedied, and then there'll be a process to move those on. Now, obviously there's an appeals process, and there's also a process through Fair Work where people can take those matters to Fair Work if they so wish, like any employer.
Well, what is the appeal process? Because I've received umpteen complaints from teachers saying there was no appeal mechanism. All they got was the offer of a final termination interview with Mr Curry and a letter saying if you've got issues, go take it up with the Teachers Federation and the PSA, both of which support the vaccine mandate. So what's this appeal process? And why was this never notified to the teachers who've been stood down or sacked?
It was, Chair. And
what is it?
So I'll let Mr Curry talk to the specifics of the appeal process, but there is absolutely one. Thank you.
Yeah. In terms of internal review or appeal, there isn't for PES decisions. The appeal process is to go to the IRC or the IRC for either a unfair dismissal or a public sector appeal.
So there was no PES appeal process?
In terms of the process going forward, all of the people subject to allegations get two chances to put their position forward in an initial response and then in a submission after the preliminary decision. And as you said, they can request an interview with me as well.
Yeah, but why does that final letter just say take it up with the two unions that won't help them instead of notifying people of their rights at the Industrial Relations Commission or with the Fair Work Ombudsman?
Chair, I think that Mr Curry has answered the question. I think it's quite clear that you receive a number of letters explaining what compliance looks like. You have an opportunity to talk to our staff. You have an opportunity to have an interview. At some point in the process, as I said, 99% of our staff are compliant. At some point, it becomes clear that there are some individuals who simply don't want to avail themselves of that.
Yeah, but just finally, redacted, can you provide copies of these letters where people were told of their rights of appeal to the IRC or the Fair Work Ombudsman?
What we can do, Chair, is we can give you copies of letters that have gone to staff outlining the compliance compliance requirements of the PHO.
That's not what I'm asking. If you're sacking people,
Chair,
they're referring off to two useless unions who do nothing for them. Where are the letters redacted that tell them their rights of appeal under the industrial relations laws of the state and the Commonwealth?
Understand.
That's what I'm asking for. Because people have said they've never seen them.
All right.
So let's clear that up by producing the redacted letters. That brings us up close to... and we were scheduled 11 o'clock for 15 minutes morning tea. We'll take that now, given the cycle of questions has concluded, and come back at 11:13 or thereabouts. Thank you.
All right.
Withdraw.
Not on the record, Mark.
Please,
we
can
can
we move?
resume the committee, please, after morning tea, and it's the turn of the opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister, will you, do you have, Ms. Harrison, do you have the updated figures on the student numbers affected by the floods?
Because the situation is changing, if I may, I'll take that on notice when we've got the figure for the day, because it is moving consistently at the moment.
But we can safely say thousands of students.
Yes, it will be based on the number of schools.
Okay. At this stage, and I appreciate you're going to take that on notice, Minister, will you now provide us on notice a list with the names of the 1,200 schools with unflued gas heaters?
I said I'd take that on notice. I think Mr Shoebridge asked for a list of the schools, and we said that we would do that in his questioning. So.
Thanks.
Took that on notice in the last estimates.
They took the number. They didn't provide us with the list.
They didn't provide the list.
Yes,
I don't think we were asked for the list, but we'll take it on notice. Yeah. We said we'd take it on notice.
So let's come back to cooler classrooms. How many of round 2 projects have been commenced, Mr Manning?
I think Mr Manning took that on notice in the earlier line of questioning.
Okay, sorry, then I needed to get to the next question, which was how many have been completed?
I think we took that on notice in the last round too. Yeah.
Can you tell us when all of the round 2 schools will be completed?
No, I'll have to take that on notice as well.
Okay, and can you confirm that there are only 15 schools in that round 2?
Yeah, at the moment.
So far?
Yeah, at the moment there's only 15.
At the moment, Minister, when do you plan on announcing any further schools in round 2?
Well, as I said, we've been given the advice to those schools that they are successful. Those assessments have been underway, and if there's an opportunity to add more schools as part of that, that's something that we would look at.
So will there be a round 3, or will it be an assessment of the existing schools that missed out in round 2?
Well, we'll continue to look at the schools that have obviously applied in round 2, and that is what we have said. Obviously, we've been able to let those schools know who have been approved, which is what we've done, but we'll continue to look at the applications that are in there in the first instance to see what more we can do to assist those schools.
Will you be making an announcement in the next budget? Will all round 2 schools have an answer on their application by the end of the next budget cycle?
Well, as I said, we will be working through those round 2 applications in terms of the numbers of schools that are in round 2 already and where they're up to. We've said that we would take that on notice, and that's what we'll do.
Minister, you talked about the establishment of School Infrastructure New South Wales, a specialist agency in order to construct and maintain our schools. Yep. Why then did you need to contract out the business cases for round 2 of the Cooler Classrooms program?
Yeah, I'm happy for the Secretary or Mr Manning to provide some information in relation to that. I don't know who would like to take that question.
So as an agency, we regularly use consultants, designers to support the work that we do. So I'm not sure what you're actually referring to in terms of contracted out round 2.
Well, I can provide you with a copy of the document that appeared on the e-tendering website that tendered out the process for the Cooler Classrooms round 2 business case services.
Yep. So we would when putting business cases together, we use consultants to actually write and develop the business cases for us, like we would do for any capital project.
You don't have the capacity to do that internally?
We use, as I say, we use consultants. So no, we don't write business cases internally. We organise that to occur, and we engage consultants to write them on our behalf.
Do you do a business case for every single school upgrade?
I think it's anything over $10 million requires a business case from Treasury.
So.
And anything below that, we would put together a short form document together. So. Okay,
and who did the business cases for round 1 of the?
I'd have to take that on it. I couldn't tell you which consultants we'd engage in. It would be. It's often a range of consultants depending on the work. So some would be providing us with technical advice, some would be providing us with economic and financial advice in terms of cost-benefit analysis, and others would be involved in the project management and the collation and the development of the document itself, because the business cases can be quite complex documents.
Minister, have you looked at producing these documents in-house? I mean, this particular business case the evaluation of those cost $303,000. Why can't you do that inside this specialised agency?
Yeah, with respect, Ms Housos, decisions of that nature, which are an operational matter, are really up for the department to determine in terms of their use of consultants. I would note that our spend on consultants is extremely low, a very small percentage of the Department of Education's budget, but the Secretary might want to add further comment.
So obviously we engage any consultants under the framework in place for the whole of government. In relation to the production of some of these business cases, they bring together a range of specialist skills that can be hard to attract and retain within the public service, which is one of the reasons we would go outside for that specialism. There are people who do this full-time for a living. They are very good at it. And so we engage those consultants to enable us to put those business cases together and support the Treasury process. As Mr Manning has indicated, a number of those specialists are very technical, and so they are not in a widespread supply across the state as a whole, and there are many organisations that would be drawing in similar expertise in that way.
Well, Deloitte's managed to find them and they charged us $303,000 for it. I mean, the Minister likes to talk about the extensive school building and upgrade program. Surely there's a need to be able to do business cases internally.
So there is a need for us to be able to develop those business cases. We do so by drawing on external expertise to support us. It also ensures that we have an independent assessment, and so we take those business cases forward with a clear and independent understanding of the cost and benefits of that work for the state of New South Wales.
Minister, the contract to complete the work, the evaluation of the round 2 business cases, concluded on the 23rd of December 2020, and yet you didn't announce the new the successful applicants until October 2021. What was the cause for the delay?
I'll have to take that on notice in terms of the timeframes between when that was completed and when those announcements were made. Someone wants to add something?
Take that on notice. I haven't got that detail with me.
What was the cause of the delay? What took 10 months? If Deloitte's had finished the business cases, what took 10 months to determine that only 15 schools were going to be successful out of 447? It had taken you months to turn around the announcement for the 959 schools in the first tranche. 447 schools were left in the lurch for nearly 3 years, and then your department sat on it for a further 10 months. Well, after the business cases had been concluded?
Well, as I said, we'll take on notice the timeframes. My understanding is that there were processes in terms of the approvals that were given, but happy to take that on notice and provide some more advice to the committee in that way.
The business case is one part of the process. Obviously, then further work is required, and that is undertaken. I'm very happy to provide, as the Minister has indicated, so that information you've requested on notice.
Mr Manning, what does being assessed as no scope under the program mean?
I'd have to check exactly on that, but it could well be that the school already has, if we're talking about the Cooler Classrooms program, it could be that the school already has fully air-conditioned classrooms, and therefore there's nothing for the Cooler Classrooms scope to be added.
Okay, if you can provide that on notice. How many schools in total have been assessed as having no scope under the Cooler Classrooms program?
I think in previous question you asked earlier, we agreed to take that on notice to actually understand how many, if you remember, of the 959 schools actually didn't need a great deal of work at them.
Okay, so that would be the schools that were assessed as having no scope?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I've already, okay, right. And can you provide a list of those schools on notice?
Yes, we can.
The actual schools, not just the number, the actual names of the schools.
Yep.
Great. Can you tell me how many schools, how many spaces? So you've told me that there's 912 schools that have been completed. Can you provide on notice how many teaching spaces have been upgraded and how many also are yet to be completed?
Yep. So as of the end of November last year, there were 5,219 learning spaces and 367 libraries that had air conditioning.
Sorry, can you say that for me? 5,219 and
367 libraries that had systems installed, and I'll get an update for that on notice.
Yeah, because that's from the end of last year, those figures, but we'll get a new update.
Yeah, but you're going to provide me with the updated list?
Yep.
And are there any schools where no air conditioning has been installed, been included in the program's numbers?
I don't understand your question.
So, are there schools that have been included in the numbers of the schools in the program that have had no air conditioning installed?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice because it may well be some or part of the school may already have had the air conditioning and therefore not need it. So I'll take that on notice.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to the earlier comments I made, Ms Housos, that some schools were automatically eligible because of the temperature in their communities. But we did take that on notice in the earlier segment.
Excuse me, but we've established that those are the schools that would have been assessed as no scope. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That would be the right interpretation, yes. I'll confirm that on notice as you ask.
I just want to be clear that we understand what information you want on notice, so that's what we provide, because I was just a bit confused by your line of questioning, that's all, so I just wanted to be clear. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Minister, earlier in the week there was an article in the Herald around the first results on the statewide New South Wales phonics check. Mm-hmm. Familiar with that article?
I am.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I was interested in one of the observations about the. It says 40% of Year 1 students do not read as well as they should, and the problem is most acute amongst disadvantaged children, with 2 in 3 failing to meet the expected standard in the first statewide New South Wales phonics check. Would you agree with the proposition that the problem of declining standards is a problem of, disadvantages and inequalities in our education system, particularly rural and class disadvantages? Do you think that's a fair assessment of what's driving the issue around declining performance?
No, I think that, particularly to call out the phonics data that you've mentioned that we released earlier this week, this was a check-in that we put in because we want to make sure that students, particularly in the early years, have the fundamental understanding of phonics and how to read. I'm pleased by the check-in data that we've received. As you indicated in your question, when we did it as an opt-in in 2020, we had about 43% of students meeting the target. That's now up to 57%, so that is an increase in that 12-month period. We also saw a significant increase for our Aboriginal students. In 2020, they were at 18.4%. That's now up to 29%, and so that gives me great comfort as the Minister that the work that we are doing to embed phonics in our schools, the fact that it is part of the mandatory K-2 curriculum that is rolling out in schools from this year, means that we are focusing on evidence-based reform, particularly when it comes to learning to read, by focusing on phonics, and we need to make sure that we provide that opportunity for all students, regardless of background, regardless of circumstance. We need to make sure that the public education system serves them all.
You don't accept the proposition that disadvantage is one of the drivers of declining standards in the system. I mean, your own department commissioned a report some years ago that identified the issues around particularly rural disadvantage as being one of the factors that was leading to poor performance on international and national measures.
Yeah, what I do
accept that.
What I do accept is that for some of our students who have more challenging backgrounds, there is a gap between rural and regional and metro, and that's something that we're focused on trying to eliminate. Obviously, we've got our new rural and remote education unit within the department. There's a lot of work that we're doing in that space to recognise that the issues that do exist with distance. But the fact is, you said to me, do I think that we need to be... I think we need to be doing more to help all students to be their best, Mr. Diadam, and I think that is the role of the public education system in New South Wales.
You're not particularly worried about disadvantage and addressing the issues of disadvantage in the system? You don't think that a strategy of addressing disadvantage... No, let me finish the question. That a strategy of addressing disadvantage is the way to actually improve the overall performance of the system?
I think we need to help all students lift, and I think we need to make sure that we provide targeted support to those students who need it most, and that is the goal, the work that we're all doing. I don't know if the Secretary wants to add a comment in relation to that.
And so clearly, as I think is well known in the public information, public education and government schools have a greater proportion of students from disadvantaged backgrounds. So clearly it is a key part of the areas that we are focused on to ensure we lift standards. We have a needs-based funding model in place to support that. We had some further announcements yesterday around our ambassador schools, and one of the things we're really pleased to see in that is some of those schools in some very challenging communities demonstrating some exceptional practice, world-class practice in supporting their students and achieving their goals. So, of course, for us, disadvantage and equity are very important issues, and we are focused on them in the way that we approach our work. So even in the target setting process, we're looking at how we make sure we're taking that disadvantaged into account as we set those targets for growth in our school system.
And that disadvantage tends to be geographically concentrated, doesn't it, in rural areas in southwestern Sydney and western Sydney?
So there are geographical elements to the socio-economic status of various parts of the state, yes.
In terms of the additional support, the measures like the intensive learning support scheme, is that the kind of thing that we need to continue in order to address disadvantage?
So what I will say in relation to that, obviously that's a program that ran last year, it's running this year. The way that the metrics are worked out in terms of the amount of funding and support that goes to each school under that program does look at the needs of the school, it looks at the results, it looks at the time that they were in lockdown for as well, most particularly in the year of funding this year, because as you would appreciate, in 2020 everyone really had the same period of learning from home. In 2021 we had some regional schools that might have been out for 4 weeks, some parts of southwestern Sydney that were out for more than a term, and so the calculation and the methodology of the funding that flowed to individual schools did look at those circumstances as part of that. We also announced late last week a particular support package for southwestern Sydney as well.
Yeah. So in terms of is it fair to say that you're pretty satisfied with the ILSP program?
I think it's a great program. I think it's working well in our school communities. We get good feedback from principals in terms of the use of it. Obviously, we will need to look at the data and analyse the success of it.
It's a program that's based on small groups and kind of low ratios of teacher to students, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if they're the kind of programs that get results, it's fair to say that we're going to need more teachers, isn't it, than we actually currently have. That if we're going to look at those kind of measures, like the COVID intensive learning support program, we're actually going to need more teachers than we currently
have. Well, yeah, if I could just make a couple of comments. Obviously...
Well, no, I'm just asking a specific question.
Order, the minister's entitled to answer the question.
I asked...
Yeah, I'm going to answer it by making some comments. The COVID intensive support program has been set up, as the name would suggest, specifically in response to the COVID pandemic and the disruptions from learning from home. Small group tuition as a mechanism that schools can use to support students is something, again, that principals have said to me, particularly while it's available at the moment, they're enjoying it. Some have said that it is something that they will look to do with their existing budgets going forward, particularly if they found that it has been something that their students have benefited from. I would also call out that as part of that program, it's provided us an opportunity to bring in final year university students, retired students. We also have some schools where their SLSOs are using those roles. So there's a range of schools, a range of different support available to schools to run that program. It is, as I said, a specific response to a global pandemic and disruption to schools unlike we had ever seen in New South Wales, which is why we have more than $700 million invested in that program over the 2-year period. It is targeted for a specific purpose following the events of a global pandemic, Mr Dianam.
But it clearly requires more staff than we currently have. Isn't that correct, Ms Harrison?
No, we've got plenty of staff running that program.
So, obviously, a program of this magnitude requires a significant resource to make it effective and to allow it to operate. But I think, as the Minister has indicated, this program at the scale it is at across the whole state is a response to a set of circumstances around the pandemic. What we are seeing from our schools is incredible. They are placing incredible value on that work, and so a number of them may look, as we move forward, for the way that they continue to support learning in this way. There are a number of elements to the programme that help with that, including the regular assessment work that is underway as part of it. So we're excited to see what the evaluation will show us about this programme, and to then go into the process to look at how we take the lessons from that and apply them more broadly.
So can I ask about, coming back to the question around how schools are going to fund these kind of additional equity programs, can I ask about the equity funding? In an answer to supplementary questions on notice on the school budget allocation report, we indicated that in 2021 there was $1 billion in equity funding, And then that figure just remains the same in 2022. Can you explain why that's not escalated to take into account inflation increases?
So the needs-based funding model is based on a set of formulas that are driven by student numbers, in particular loadings within the school funding allocation model. That is a needs-based model. It looks at issues such as equity, it looks at issues such as low-level disability, and it is based on a student requirement. And so I'm happy to take some detail, provide you with some further details.
That needs not increasing, that with inflation those costs don't need to be escalated?
And so I'm really happy to take the details of those programmes on notice, but they are driven by the student need, and it starts at the needs of the student, and so that's where we base the calculations from, and I'll be able to provide you with some further detail of that on notice.
To Mr Banasiak for 5 minutes, and then Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I asked a question in late November about the network of inquiry and innovation, and you came back with an answer that's part of it said that the network of inquiry and innovation are international research leaders who have a long-standing professional relationship with the New South Wales Department of Education. My question was specifically about the New South Wales version, not the organisation that is funded by the Canadian Ministry of Education. What is the relationship with the New South Wales version of the network of inquiry and innovation?
I'll need to take that on notice, I'm sorry.
Okay. What can you also perhaps take on notice is how they are funded, whether they're funded through the Department of Education?
Happy to take that on notice also.
Specifically, the 5 principles that are seemingly leading this organisation: Middleton Grange Primary School, Sackville Street Primary School, Lanier Primary School, Glenmore Park Primary School and St Helens Park Primary School, whether those principals did in fact complete a secondary employment declaration.
I'm happy to take your line of questioning on this matter on notice, yes.
Sure. I'm not too sure whether Mr Martin might be able to help with this, but given that they seem to be providing professional learning, are they actually registered with NESA as an approved provider?
I'll take that on notice, but I should be able to get you the information reasonably quickly.
Sure, thank you. Given that it seems they are collecting money from professional learning, which obviously the schools will be charging, does it concern you, Minister, that this network of inquiry and innovation in New South Wales doesn't actually exist in terms of fair trading or having an ABN number?
Well, I think as the Secretary said, Mr Banasiak, we'll take these questions on notice and get some more information, and happy to come back to you in relation to those issues.
Okay, thank you. I'll just quickly turn to the newly formed Student Parent Experience Directorate, or SPED as it's been acronymed. Who came up with that name?
Not me. I'd never thought about it as an acronym, to be honest. So.
Well, it's been. I've seen a document where it has that acronym. SPED. SPED.
Right. Sorry, am I missing something about that being an issue? Or?
Yeah, I would strongly suggest that it's a derogatory term used for special education students.
Right.
So
sorry, I'm not aware of that.
I would just maybe suggest that it might need to be renamed. What prompted?
Well, if I can just add, that's clearly not the intention, and if that caused any offence to anybody, then I would apologise.
Yeah. Profusely. What prompted this new directorate?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Banasiak. So there's a few things. One of the things that we found, particularly during the learning from home period, is that we did have a lot of great engagement with our parents. I think the fact that most of us, and I know a few around this table, had the same experience as me, that we got to see very intimately what our children were learning each and every day and be more engaged in their education. So we wanted to, I guess, use that experience to really capitalise on that relationship between parents and the school community. We know that children perform better at school when their parents are engaged in their education, so it's really about making sure we've got good systems in place, good advice to schools about how they can better engage families. I think it's an exciting piece of work. We're looking at everything from, how we engage in the early years all the way through to careers. We've had some interesting trials about updating parents each week with a simple SMS text that let you know what your kids are learning about, so you can continue that discussion at home. I think as parents we often sort of think we know what's going on, but it's nice to be able to have that and better mechanisms existing. So there's a range of work that body will do. I think Ms Owen could provide some more information if you wanted, but in terms of the intention behind the unit, that was really what was driving that.
Is it, perhaps Ms Owen, is it also to deal with the growth in complaints from parents?
So firstly, if I may, before I hand to my colleague, as the Minister has indicated, we are really committed to being a student-focused and parent-focused organisation. That is who we are here to serve. And so I think the establishment of this unit shows a really good step forward for us in relation to that commitment to our students and parents. We know from the survey that we run called Tell Them From Me that there is room for us to improve in that engagement. And in particular, because the evidence shows us that parental engagement is a driver of student success. We are absolutely committed to making sure that our parents can engage with their own children around their education effectively. And so I think it's a really positive step that we've set up this unit. I think it shows the commitment that the organisation has to those issues.
Ms Boyd.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister, and
hello, Ms Boyd.
Good morning to all of you. Just a few very unrelated issues. So we'll start first of all with the sexual consent education. Yep. Very welcome announcement 2 weeks ago that the National Health and Physical Education curriculum was going to embed consent from kindergarten. So congratulations on signing on to that. But I know that New South Wales also announced a consent package for the New South Wales curriculum in May last year, which was welcomed for its intent, but did have a few criticisms around the way that it was developed. What changes to the New South Wales curriculum will be occurring now as a result of the recent announcement?
Yeah, so obviously a few things, and I think we've canvassed this in hearings before. I mean, obviously we have consent embedded in our curriculum. I believe that was a few years ago. Mr Martin can correct me if I'm wrong, and that is starting to be now taught in our schools. I think that might have commenced from this year, which did reflect some of those updated changes to be more explicit in terms of the teaching of consent. Obviously what now happens, I guess there's two paths. The education ministers from around the country are due to meet. We're in March next month, in April, to really finalise and sign off on that Australian curriculum. And you're right, that does contain the much more explicit teaching of consent. My recollection is that I think it was only referenced in supporting documents previously in the Australian curriculum, and now, of course, it will take more of a focus. And I would obviously like to take this opportunity to thank the many advocates for this, and we indeed had Chanel Contos address all of the education ministers, as was publicly reported on. So now what happens in terms of how we then adopt the Australian curriculum changes into our state curriculum, there is a process. Pleasingly, I think that New South Wales is in a pretty good place when it comes to what we already do in our schools, particularly given the work that we'd done a couple of years ago. As you'd be aware, our syllabuses are being currently reviewed at the moment as well. We're doing all of them from K to 12 across all subject areas over the next few years. So we will make sure that what is in the Australian curriculum is matched in our curriculum. But as I said, compared, I would say, and not to be derogatory about other states, but I think we are in a pretty strong position in terms of what's already in our content, which is good.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. The pilot program for free period products in schools, I know it was originally slated to run for 2 terms. There's been delays with COVID.
Yeah.
Where's the program up to now, and when can we expect an evaluation to come out?
Yep, so I would expect announcements to be made about how we would like to address these issues in schools to be made imminently. Ms Boyd, I don't know whether anyone in the committee wants to provide anything, but what I can say is that the trial has been successful. I think it is clear that there is a need for this in our schools, and government will be making announcements very shortly about the future of those sort of programs. So I might leave it there.
Excellent. The financial literacy in schools. So I understand school banking programs are no longer being run in public schools from this year, so thank you. Congratulations for making that decision. With regards to, I understand it's the Treasurer's Financial Literacy Challenge pilot program. am I correct in understanding that that's being run on an opt-in basis?
Yeah, that's right. So that's something that we're offering the opportunity for our schools to take part in, probably not, dissimilar to things like the Premier's Reading Challenge that is on at the moment, open this week. Everyone sign your kids up, get them reading books. It's a great thing. So the concept behind that is very similar. Teaching children, there's a separate package for primary school and then there's a high school age one, and effectively it's about letting them understand. My recollection is in primary schools it's about the responsibilities and the costs of owning a pet and what you would need to do to be able to go through that. I apologise to the mums and dads who then have lots of requests for puppies after doing that program, but it's about teaching young kids in a context that they understand about those financial responsibilities. And then in a high school setting, I think it might be about purchasing a car is my recollection, but the same concept. So that's open to schools to take part in. I don't know whether the Secretary or anyone wants to add any more information, but
I think you've covered that exceptionally well. We're looking forward to running the pilot and seeing how it goes in our schools and evaluating it and looking at how we spread the benefits of that programme further.
And what is the pilot period? How long?
Can I take that, the specifics of that on notice?
Yeah. Is the expectation that once the pilot concludes, on the assumption that it concludes successfully, that financial literacy will be included in the standard curriculum for all schools?
So there's two separate issues, and I might ask Mr Martin if he wants to respond about how, financial literacy and those matters are in the current curriculum.
So elements of financial literacy occur in HSIE in kindergarten to year 6. They also occur in the commerce syllabuses in 7 to 10, the economic syllabuses in 11 and 12. But in terms of the sorts of everyday information that students need, it'd mostly be in HSIE in K to 6.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, on another unanswered question of mine on the notice paper 8101, I asked what I thought was fairly straightforward information as to where the new teachers are coming from, where the department hopes to recruit a certain number of new teachers to overcome the teacher shortage crisis in New South Wales. And I presented various categories, retired teachers, student teachers, that's been mentioned publicly, corporate volunteers, other volunteers, teachers from overseas, casuals converting to permanent, teachers coming back having been stood down after mandates, and other categories. But there was no answer given. Why are you so reticent in telling the people of New South Wales where the new teachers will come from?
Well, with respect, Mr Chair, we're very happy to talk you through, and I'm sure Ms Catcher or the Secretary might want to provide some comments, particularly in terms of some of the initiatives that we've got underway in our teacher supply strategy. I do note that in that question, I think you asked about the recruitment in anticipation of staffing shortages in 2022. The teacher supply strategy is looking at the next 10 years and what we need to do to boost the workforce, and I think we canvassed that quite extensively when we were before the committee last time. I think, as Ms Catcher has indicated earlier to you in the hearing today, the numbers of teachers that are no longer working due to the vaccine mandate is very low, but happy to provide, and again, Ms Kutcher might want to talk to some numbers in terms of the other programs that we've got around our teacher retention under that supply strategy.
Can I get an answer to the question that wasn't answered? Ms Catcher, have you got those categories available? A Member of Parliament, myself, asked it last year, and you'd expect these category numbers would be known to the department.
And so, Chair, I think some of the categories you've referenced aren't necessarily the same categories we would group the data under, so very happy to provide
they're the ones you announced.
Very happy to provide you
teachers
with...
coming back, student teachers, corporate volunteers, overseas. You've announced all these categories.
So those specifics, particularly the retired teachers and those corporate staff, are part of our COVID support programme, so we can definitely provide you with the details in relation to the additional teachers that have been made available to support schools through staffing shortages as a result of if there are COVID outbreaks.
Sure,
that's probably separate from the strategy.
That's right. So in terms of the different questions that you asked, Chair, it was a combination, I guess, of that COVID contingency that we said that we had, workforce on standby, and that was, I would say respectfully, there were concerns about teachers being unwell themselves, having COVID, and then not being able to be at school. So there is that issue. There's also the teacher supply issue, which is part of our teacher supply strategy, which is where we were looking at things like mid-career and overseas. So in your question, there were sort of a couple of different staffing mechanisms in, and so I think that's why we tried to be honest about that in the answer. But as I said, happy to provide you some more specifics.
You can't be honest about a non-answer. There was no attempt to answer it.
And so we are very happy to answer the question. So if I can focus on the those programs that we have in place to support the teacher supply strategy, so separate from the kind of COVID contingency we've referred to, we've had over 2,800 expressions of interest from interstate and overseas teachers interested in coming to work in New South Wales. The Fast Stream program is underway, and we've had good uptake and interest in our mid-career program, which is also about to start, and Ms Catcher will have the details. In relation to that COVID contingency, also happy to provide you with the details of the different categories, the number of retired teachers and principals that have returned, and the number of corporate staff available. So we'll get that to your notice if we may.
Okay, thank you. And Minister, why are the RAT tests ending in our schools, given that they're by far the most effective way of keeping COVID out of our schools?
Well, look, they're not ending, Chair. There's still the opportunity for parents to get that stack of rapid antigen tests, the family pack that we're providing for parents to use. Sorry?
It was said that they don't work, but why aren't we continuing the twice weekly RAT testing?
So we'd always said we would do it for 4 weeks and then make that assessment as a surveillance measure. We work with New South Wales Health to update our school settings and certainly moving to that same way that we find in the general community, Mr Chair, that we're asking parents to use them when their children are symptomatic. I know that schools have been given enough allocation for each student to get an additional 8 rapid antigen tests that parents can have. We've certainly got some in the top of our kitchen cupboard now that if you notice that your kids are symptomatic, if you need to keep them at home, you don't need to go looking for a test. We've provided it. Some parents may wish to use them if they get notifications of positive cases in their child's school. They'll be able to do that. So that's why we've provided those to parents to use between now and the end of term. And as I said, it's all been based on working through our school settings, and that's been done in conjunction with New South Wales Health.
That's optional. Why isn't it mandatory to have this twice a week, given it's by far the most effective way of keeping COVID out of our schools?
Well, I would say, Chair, that there's a layered approach to how we have been making sure that our schools are safe. They're safe and sensible measures that we've had in place from COVID. It's been in relation to a range of issues really over the 2 years of the pandemic that we've done in conjunction with health experts. It's, vaccination, ventilation, it's, using mask wearing as we've needed to. Yes, we've had rapid antigen tests as part of that. And our school settings will change based on the advice from health and based on what we're seeing in the community when it comes to COVID. And so we're now at the point in our school communities, Chair, where we are largely able to operate still in a COVID-safe way, but many restrictions have been able to be eased because of where we're up to in the pandemic. And I think parents and school communities understand that the advice that we provide is based on the best of intentions and the best health advice that we have, working in collaboration with Dr Chan and her team.
Wouldn't the best policy response be to keep the RAT testing going twice weekly and end the vaccine mandates to get those teachers back into the schools? And we haven't got the numbers about casuals and temps who've ended the working relationship. Because, Minister, would you acknowledge that while the vaccination program was successful in keeping down hospital and ICU numbers, in other respects it's underperformed, that we got to 95% vaccination in New South Wales and then the case numbers exploded into tens of thousands because of the new Omicron strain? It was like the flu jab that you got jabbed for last winter's flu, not the one that was current in the community. And that these figures for fatalities from COVID, 72% of people who've died in New South Wales this year with COVID are fully vaccinated. So why are we continuing with a vaccine mandate that adds to the teacher shortages in New South Wales and not continuing with the RAT tests that actually keep COVID out of schools?
So in terms of the specifics of your question, Chair, in relation to that data around, case numbers, as you would appreciate, they're questions for New South Wales Health to answer or to respond to the committee or yourself if you have questions of that nature. In terms of the vaccine mandate, if you're asking, is it something that I support, is it something that I back? Absolutely. I think it's very clear that vaccines are an important measure that we have in place in our community when it comes to managing COVID. I continue to be very happy with the high percentage of our staff who have been vaccinated. I think it is important that we are vaccinated as a community, and I stand by that.
And Chair, if I could add, the health advice on vaccination vaccinations has been consistent from all levels of government at all times in terms of vaccines being the most effective mitigant we could have in place. I'm sure the committee would be aware that the debate around the value of rapid antigen tests at different times during a wave of COVID in the community has been more varied. There were comments made by the, and there are a lot of acronyms here. I think it's the AH-triple-something-C. I always get them wrong. Who commented on the relative value of rapid antigen tests being appropriate at the right point, but not an appropriate ongoing mechanism. And so we're absolutely following the health advice here. Those tests are far more reliable when there are large case numbers in the community as a screening tool, and as those case numbers drop, their reliability as a screening tool in the community wanes. That's not, the vaccination is the thing that all of the medical advice has told us is the most effective mitigant we can have in place.
January, did it? Now, Minister, can I just read to you a letter I've received from the husband of a teacher in the Liverpool district?
Sure.
My wife is a teacher at a New South Wales public school. She got the double dose of vaccine to keep her job last year, but since then she's fallen pregnant with our second child. She's only in the first trimester and is refusing to get the booster due to the increase in miscarriages since the vaccines. She's been told that unless she gets a booster, she will lose her job at the school. At this stage, she's going to walk away and lose it all for the safety of her pregnancy, which as a loving husband and father, I will support her with this decision. The guilt that would come with getting this vaccine just to keep a job and that something could happen to our unborn child would ruin my wife and our lives. Shouldn't there be an automatic medical exemption for pregnant women?
In relation to that specific matter, Mr Chair, very happy to offline in the committee. I'm conscious of not speaking about people's personal circumstances in this committee, but if you wanted to share that correspondence with me or my office, the door's always open.
An automatic medical exemption for pregnant women? And furthermore, why would this teacher feel like she needs to leave teaching profession now because she's being coerced into the booster shot?
Well, as I said, if you're comfortable to provide the specifics of that particular teacher to us, we're more than happy to reach out. Can I say in relation to, I guess, the medical contraindication, my understanding, and I'll ask the Secretary to comment, but there is advice in relation to what classes as a medical contraindication, and again, my understanding is that it is safe for pregnant women to receive the vaccine.
Secretary?
And so, yes, we follow the advice put out by the health bodies in Canberra in relation to what are considered medical contraindications for the vaccine. That those are the standards that are in place in relation to our compliance with the current public health orders. Those current public health orders require staff to be vaccinated, and we would obviously want to support individual cases. We have taken a very personalised and case management individualised approach to these matters, and will support staff anywhere we can within the bounds of what the public health order requires us to do.
But you understand the anxiety that people naturally have about their unborn child. Now, that will overweigh any of your advice or what you get from Canberra and blah, blah, blah. These are real-life circumstances where we're losing good people, teachers, unnecessarily.
So I absolutely appreciate that anxiety. I'm obviously, as the Minister has indicated, if there's a particular case that we can talk to you about offline, we'd be happy to do so. I don't want to go into people's individual circumstances. I'm not aware of that specific teacher that you've raised, and I don't want to make assumptions. But our understanding, as the Minister has indicated, certainly from the health advice, is that for the general population, the vaccine is safe for pregnant women, and therefore that is not considered a medical contraindication under the advice that we operate under.
Well, there's no point bringing forward the individual case, is there? I mean, you've lost her and many others. The opposition?
Yeah, I'm going to tender a document. Before I move on to the document, I might ask the Minister about the comments by Knox Grammar headmaster Scott James, who said that teachers need to be paid more because they're often forced to look beyond the classroom for career progression and increased salary. And then he went on to talk about how the independent schools have a competitive advantage. They're able to offer extra payments. Given we acknowledge that there's a teacher supply crisis that requires a teacher supply strategy, what do you say about the comments of Mr. James in relation to the need to pay teachers more?
Well, I don't agree with the premise of your question that we have a teacher supply crisis. As I've canvassed many times before, Mr Diadam, we have a teacher supply strategy for both now and into the future for the next 10 years to make sure that we have the teachers that we need in the subject areas that we need and also the places that we need. And the $125 million that has been allocated for that program across a range of different initiatives to help boost our teacher supply is something that we take very seriously as a government, and there is good work underway in relation to those programs. Look, my understanding is those comments were made yesterday at the SMH Summit. I think that's what you're referring to when that principal made those comments. The reality is, as you would well know, we currently are in the middle of an award negotiation with the Teachers Federation in the IRC around teacher pay. I'm not going to be canvassing those issues in this hearing. It's important that the department and the Teachers Federation can do that in the IRC, which is the appropriate body. There is a lot of conversation about this issue at the moment, largely due to that negotiation being underway, which I appreciate. The reality is that we have been able to offer teachers pay increases year on year under our wages policy, the most recent one in January this year, and we will continue to negotiate those matters with the Federation in the IRC.
I might turn to Mr Martin. So I'm going to ask Mr Martin some questions about the documents that I've tabled. I'd ask him to look at the question on notice 7777. This is data that's provided by NESA, as I understand it. I want you to look at the answer that was provided to question 1C, number 5. So that's the 2021 data. The question that was asked was how many teachers held the level of accreditation at the 30th of June for the relevant year, and this relates to proficient teachers. So this is the bulk of our teaching workforce are in this proficient teacher category. Is that correct, Mr Martin?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you stand by that figure that's provided of 140,747?
That's the figure that was provided by my office, yes.
Yes, so that's how many proficient teachers we had in 2021. Now, can you take a look at the answer that was provided at 1C4 for 2020, and you can see that there was 144,482. So that's a substantial drop, isn't it, between 2020 and 2021 in terms of the overall number of proficient teachers in the system.
It's a drop of some 4,000 teachers, yeah.
4,000. Now, can I ask you about the question on notice 7969? And if I can take you to the answer provided to the question for 1C1, and the number provided for 2021, which is 6,463. That question asked how many of those proficient teachers held provisional accreditation in the year before, right? So these are the new teachers that are going from provisional into the proficient cohort. So they're relatively inexperienced compared to the cohort of proficient teachers. Isn't that correct?
Well, they have just gone across from provisional to proficient. The previous year, the teachers that would be proficient have been there for 2 years, so that they are relatively more experienced in a smaller way, and that will continue right through to the pre-2004s.
So in terms of the numbers that are reflected in the answer on 777, at 1C5, that 140,000, if you look at that number, so you've added in 6,463 teachers who've gone from provisional to proficient. So actually, the total number of people who've ceased having proficient accreditation is 10,198. Isn't that correct?
Yes, look, it appears so on the surface. I'd have to have
so in 2021, the New South Wales teaching profession lost 10,000 teachers. 10,000 teachers in 1 year. And not just teachers who are relatively inexperienced, experienced teachers, and they're being replaced by less experienced teachers. So
Well,
I ask you, Minister, given that your teacher supply strategy is promising 3,700 teachers over 10 years, isn't it totally inadequate for the loss that we are anticipating, given the numbers that are reflected for 2021 in terms of loss of teachers from the profession?
Can I say, Mr. Diadam, in terms of the figures that you have talked about here and referencing these two different documents, I think Mr. Martin said he did just want to have a look at those figures and check those figures. The reality is there would be a range of reasons why people in any profession from year to year move on, and I think given us the opportunity to check that data against each other, and just for Mr. Martin to be able to do that, I think is fair.
The reasons aren't relevant. It's the absolute number, surely, Mr. Martin.
So, and can I also add, you referenced the 3,700 as part of the teacher supply strategy. That is in addition to the annual teaching supply that we know that we are going to need. And again, I think we talked about this at the last estimates hearing, that they are about specifically targeted staff in areas where we know we need subject expertise, and also focused in rural and regional areas as well. I think that the particular document makes that quite clear, and that is in addition over that 10-year period to the annual hiring that we would expect to do in our system as well. And Ms. Catlin might want to add some more comment on that. So is it inadequate? No, it's $125 million invested to literally bring thousands of new teachers into the profession.
You don't think losing 10,000 teachers in a single year is a crisis, Minister?
Well, like I said, I want to check the assertion that you're making in that question in relation to those figures.
Well, you signed off on this answer.
Yeah,
let the Minister answer.
You signed off on this answer?
As I said, I want to check with what you've put in front of us today. Yes, these are responses to questions on notice, but I do want the opportunity to look at that data more closely. As I've said, we are working extremely hard in terms of our teacher supply strategy, both now and into the future. We have more teachers employed in public schools at the moment than we've ever had, and I don't agree with the assertions that we have a crisis. Our vacancy rate is incredibly low for an organisation of our size, but what I do agree is that as a government we have a responsibility to fund and to help train our next generation of teachers that we need. I'm extremely pleased by the teacher supply strategy and the work that's underway, and the interest already in its early establishment for many of the programs that we have, and I think we are doing a lot of work in this space, and I'm proud of what we're doing.
Minister, can I draw your attention to the answer in 777?
Yep.
At question number 2, particularly the answer in E. Now, the question was, for each of the following years, how many teachers held accreditation in the preceding years ceased to hold accreditation?
Sorry, Mr. Can you just repeat that?
So this is question number 2.
Yep.
The question was, for each of the following years, how many teachers who held accreditation in the preceding years ceased to hold accreditation in each of the respective years?
Yep.
And then in the answer, you returned an answer that was that not only dealt with the question of how many lost accreditation, but you also added a sort of supplementary kind of information to try and make the numbers look a bit better, it seems.
That's right.
So you say for 2021 that 32,808 new teachers were accredited. But that's not true, is it? Because we know from the answers in 7969 that, in fact, that of the 12, so what's that answer, that 32,808 is a product of adding together those who got conditional accreditation in 2021 and those who got provisional accreditation in 2021.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's right. So you've added those together, but in fact, that number, because of the answer in 7969, we know that of that number, that 32,000, 9,199 of them for held conditional accreditation in the previous year. So they're not new teachers, and 16,789 had held provisional accreditation in the previous year. So they're not new teachers either. So that's actually not a correct answer, is it, Minister?
I would argue that it is a correct answer. I'm happy to take all of the specific questions on notice, including the adding or subtracting of the previous year's provisionals to the following year's.
Well, perhaps, Mr. Martin, you might also...
I'll let Mr. Martin finish, please.
When the question is about teachers, the number of teachers accredited, it means the numbers of teachers accredited at particular levels. So it's possible that within a year, a teacher could go from provisional or conditional to provisional to proficient.
Yes.
But they are 3 acts of accreditation and separate acts of accreditation.
But they're not. So the answer provided says they are new teachers. They're not new teachers, are they? They're not new teachers.
I would have to look again. I would have to the specifics of the questions and the cross-referencing.
32,000 are not new teachers.
The specifics of the question and the cross-referencing across 2 or 3 sets of figures would require me to go back and have a look and make sure that I've provided you with accurate answers. But to add the numbers together as you've requested in relation to the specifics of these questions.
Well, I might ask you, Mr. Martin, and perhaps Minister as well, if the draft answer that was provided by NESA to your office contained that additional information, or whether that was something that your office inserted in the answer to the question.
Look, I'm happy to say that, I think it's important that we provide context to giving answers, and I think providing context in relation to these questions is entirely appropriate. I mean, you guys do have a bit of a habit of taking things out of context, so, we're able to answer the questions on notice as we see fit.
Minister, can you also provide on notice how many high schools don't have qualified maths teachers and a list of those high schools?
I'll ask the Secretary to comment in relation to that.
So firstly, in terms of the premise of your question, all of the teachers operating in New South Wales schools are qualified teachers. If your question is specific to the specialism within maths, then yes, I'll be happy to take that on notice and see what information we have available centrally to provide.
And how many of those don't have a specialised maths teacher teaching in the junior years?
So again, I'll take that on
not
notice.
How many of those, I mean, how many high schools don't have a specialised maths teacher in the junior year, teaching the junior years?
Yes, I'm happy to take that on notice. We do provide support to those teaching out of field, as we would refer to them in the department, through a variety of mechanisms, including head teachers within schools, and a variety of resources and supports that are made available. But I'm very happy to provide the numbers on notice.
Thanks. Minister, you attended the site of the long-promised Googong Public School on Friday the 28th of January, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm assuming it was that day, but yes, I've been there recently, so I'll take your word for it that it was the 28th.
Did you use taxpayer funds for that trip?
Yes.
Were there any...
actually, no, let me take that on notice. Yep.
Were there any other announcements at the school on that day?
Look, I'll have to check my diary in relation to what else I did on that trip. Certainly we did do the SOD term. We met with members of the community, announced the new principal and the name for that school. And, yeah, the name, the principal appointment, and did the SOD turn for works to begin.
Who attended the SOD turning?
I'll take that on notice. There were a range of department officials there, members of the community, so I'll take that on notice.
Who issued the invitations?
What invitations?
The invitations to the SOD turning.
Well, we put out a media alert to say that we would be there to do the SOD turn.
Can you provide on notice when that media alert was sent out?
Sure.
Are you aware that the Nationals candidate was inviting people to this as well?
I'm aware that the Nationals candidate was there at that event, and members of the community also attended as well. Actually, now the member for Monera, good point.
She was the Nationals candidate, though, at the time, and that's an important distinction to make. She was issuing invitations to the event. Were the Googong Residents Association invited?
My understanding is that the Nats candidate at the time, now member for Monero, Nicole, overall did put on her community page that I would be in her social media that I would be there that day. The members of the community did attend, and I did meet a couple of parents who were part of that association. They came and had a chat to me afterwards, and we had a conversation about how the school project was going. They spoke to some of the departmental staff that were there as well.
Did the Googong Residents Association receive an invitation from the department?
I'd have to take that. I doubt it, but I'll take that on notice and see. But as I said, in respect, Ms. Housos, media alert publicly lets people know where you're going to be and what you're there to do, and that was issued out publicly.
Yes, but the Googong Residents Association have been key in campaigning for this school. They've been involved in the campaign for a long time. The Nationals candidate was sending out invitations on your behalf.
Well, no, the Nationals candidate
no one
was well
invited.
within her right to let the community know that as the Education Minister I was going to be in town that day and what I was doing. As I said, there were a couple of parents who spoke to me at the event who were there. There were other families, other community members who were walking past who came and had a look at what we were doing. And I spoke to a few of the members of that community Facebook page who said to me, gave me their views, and they also were speaking to the department staff about making sure that they're kept up to date as the project progresses.
Was the Mayor invited?
No.
So you're going to provide on note. You can say, you can confirm that the Mayor wasn't invited, but you're going to provide the invitations on notice.
With respect, I don't believe that the department would have issued invitations to anybody. We put out a media alert, as is common practice when we are going to visit schools for certain events. We do it most days when we're going to do things to let people know where we are and what we're doing. This is a state government project. The local government is not involved in this in any way, so there would be no reason to invite the Mayor.
And so,
nor the federal member, they weren't invited either.
So
reason.
Why then did the Nationals candidate issue invitations to the event? Why was she then emailing out to community members on your behalf, inviting members
Ms. Housos, the premise of your question is not correct.
I can table a copy of the invitations that she provided.
My understanding is that as the local candidate, she let members of the community know that I would be in town and that's what I would be doing. I think you were there the same day. Did you let people know that you were going to be there?
I was, but I wasn't opening a government project. I wasn't using taxpayer funds to get there, and I certainly wasn't using my government driver to get me there either.
Well, I was there as a Minister of the Crown, turning the sod for a new school that the government is delivering, which is entirely within my remit as the Minister for Education, Ms. Housos.
Exactly,
so I don't
but
really
is
like
it
what you're
appropriate then that a Nationals candidate is issuing invites on your behalf if this is an official government announcement?
Well, as I said, the local candidate, now member for Monero, let the community know that I was going to be there.
Minister, did anyone from your office talk to Nicole Overall about the event?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Did anyone from your department speak to Nicole Overall about the event?
Not that I'm aware. I mean, there were members of the department at the sod turn. I can't guarantee that they didn't have a conversation, as they did with other members of the community, which is exactly what Ms. Overall is. Is now the member for Monero.
When was the brief requested for the event from the department?
I'll take that on notice. My recollection is that we had very recently, prior to that event, had the planning approval given, and so we wanted to go down and share with the community that construction was due to start and it was getting underway. And we know it's an important project for the Googong community, and we wanted to share that news and celebrate that sod turn with them as soon as we were able to, Ms. Housos.
It's a well overdue announcement, but there is no reason for the National Party candidate to be issuing alerts. It should be done if it's an official government announcement. It should be issued by the government.
Well, I did. I put a media alert out to say that I would be at that site, Ms. Housos. So the reality is that Nicole Overall, as a strong advocate, that's why I think she's been elected the member for Monero, was able to let the community know what was happening, and that's her right as a did your candidate let people know that you were going to be there?
Minister, I put a media alert out as well, but I wasn't using taxpayer funds, Minister. It's a very important distinction.
Ms. Housos, I don't like what you're inferring. I went to Googong in my capacity as Minister for Education to complete the sod turn.
Then why was the Nationals candidate issuing invitations?
Because she's a member of the community who came to that event.
Order, but Minister, it does look like a National Party campaign event.
Well, I disagree, Chair. I was there in my capacity as Minister for Education to do the sod turn for a new school that this government is building and delivering.
Did you support the branding of National Party logos on a project to announce cooler classrooms in Mile Lakes?
I'm not familiar with what you're referring to.
I can provide you with a copy of the photo.
So I'd have to take that on notice.
I can provide you with a copy of the photo that has the National Party check handing over an announcement for cooler classrooms. This is a pattern of behaviour.
I'm going to raise a point.
I'm not
because
familiar with that.
the initial question was about branding on the announcement, not on a check. I mean, that's a completely different. The phrasing of the first part of the question did not.
Well, the opposition's time's expired. In any case, Mr. Banasiak.
Thank you, Chair. I might just go back to the questions I was asking around the Student Parent Experience Directorate, and I think we, Ms. Harrison, you sort of finished your answer, but I wanted to turn to you, Ms. Owen. Was this prompted in part by a growth in complaints from parents and students? And is this seen as a way of more effectively or efficiently dealing with those complaints?
So, first of all, it wasn't initiated because of the volume of complaints that we were receiving. It was initiated for all the reasons that the Secretary and the Minister have described in terms of our desire to deepen our engagement with parents and students and make sure they have a really strong voice in our school improvement activity. I'm sure the committee is aware there's very strong evidence of better student outcomes when families are engaged in their child's education, and so therefore brigading all our activity together into one place as part of the department to really understand how do we bring parents as partners in their children's education closer to what we're doing in the department, that is underpinned by that evidence and that desire to improve our engagement with parents. That directorate will include improving the way that we handle complaints, because we have identified there are ways that we can improve the handling of complaints as part of our engagement with parents.
Will it include eliminating principals from the complaint process if they are directly involved or somehow tangentially involved?
So firstly, the vast majority of our complaints are handled locally at a school level and resolved incredibly successfully in the vast majority of cases in that way. The nature of the complaints that generally get escalated to the department tend to be those that can't be resolved locally. They are currently managed within the line management chain of the principal. We are seeking to move that to this new directorate.
Okay. Where will that directorate sit within the organisational chart? Will it sit with you, Ms. Owen? Or?
Yes, it will.
Okay. Do we have a cost for that additional unit being set up yet?
We're still building that case.
Okay. Gathering some data on, I guess, complaints, you probably have to take this on notice, but for the last 3 years, how many complaints were made against principals by staff?
And so, depending on the nature of those complaints, there's an important distinction here between complaints and conduct issues and where those were handled. But very happy to take the specifics of that on notice. I'm
happy for you to decipher complaints versus conduct. How many were, for the same time period, how many complaints were made against principals by parents? And just in general, how many complaints were made in total by parents?
Very happy to take those questions on notice and provide them back to you.
Thank you.
And just so I'm clear, that will only include the complaints that are escalated to the department. We don't have details on every complaint raised across the system at a school level, because some of them are very minor and resolved incredibly.
And I'm cognizant of the fact that some parental complaints just go directly to DELs and etc. They bypass the principal. Can I just go back to my questions on the network of inquiry innovation? The second part of your answer said schools make decisions regarding attendance at professional learning events after considering the overall professional learning funds. In providing advice to the Minister to give that answer, what investigations did you make at a school level to respond to my question? Because you also say there is no evidence that teachers have been mandated to attend professional learning sessions hosted by the network. What investigations did you do, particularly at these 5 schools, to ascertain whether there was any evidence?
And so I think we've indicated we'll take the questions in relation to this matter on notice, and very happy to add that to the questions that we come back to you on.
Okay. Additionally, the Aboriginal Education Network is also partnered with this network of inquiry and innovation. They also are not a registered organisation. So on notice, perhaps you can include what their standing is with the department.
I'm very happy to provide that. May I just ask that we are careful about any assertions that are made prior to us having the full facts in relation to those institutions. I'm conscious that when we do that in these forums, at times it has a significant impact on organisations that turn out to be valid and operating appropriately. So I do just want to make sure we have the time to assess the question you've asked us and come back on notice with the details.
That's fine. I won't blow anything up until I get your answer, if I blow it up at all. Can I just turn to, well, I won't turn to anything else. I'll turn to the Chair.
Mr Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr Benaziac. Minister, Northbourne Public School was opened last year for 1,000 students, and as part of the opening, the demountable pop-up school was removed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yep. And then, once the PR had finished and the photos had moved on, you then put 20 demountable classrooms onto Northbourne Public School. How much did that circus cost?
Well, I might ask whether the Secretary or Mr Manning wants to provide some specifics in relation to Northbourne. I don't agree with the premise of your question that it was a circus. The pop-up school was needed while we were finishing construction. Just let me finish my answer. The pop-up school was needed while we were completing construction, and then obviously if there's a need for demountables with population growth in the students, that's what they would have been put in place for. But Mr Manning might be able to provide
Minister,
more
this
detail.
wasn't one demountable or 10 demountables, it was 20 demountables.
Well, as I said,
let me finish. The PR
Mr. Manning's
happened.
got the floor. Mr. David, before you proceed, Mr.
Not
Manning
PR,
just
David.
has a... Sorry?
Sorry, Chair.
Mr. Manning was going to provide a brief answer, is that right?
Tell me how much.
Yeah.
I don't have that information with me here. We'll take that on notice.
That was very helpful, Minister.
My understanding...
No, how do you defend that? How do you defend that? You go down, you say, we've got this new permanent school, you spend, heaven knows, you can't tell us how much, scrubbing away the demountable pop-up. Let me finish. And then in a few months, you whack down 20 new demountables. You can't tell us how much it cost, but how do you defend that?
So can I say, Mr Chair, firstly, Mr Shoebridge, I would appreciate being spoken to in a respectful manner. Can I say that the advice that I have is that part of that pop-up school, some of those demountable buildings did remain on site. My understanding that cost was within the projected budget, the project budget, but like I said, we're happy to take the specifics available on notice and provide you with more information in relation to that issue.
How do you defend it other than on PR grounds? Huge amount of money, scrubbing the demountables.
Not right, Mr Shoebridge.
The photos are taken and then you whack 20 back in afterwards. How do you defend that?
Mr Manning may...
Get through the corridor. Point of order, Scott Farlow.
The honourable member just asked the Minister the same question.
The answer was taken on notice.
Do you want to add anything, Andrew?
Yeah, look, I think the one thing we will also take on notice is I'm not 100% sure of the assertion that the pop-up school was fully removed and then brought back. My understanding of the situation was the pop-up school was scaled back to the size that we needed as part of that process. So I would take on notice the assertion that we had a school, we removed it, then we put it back after. I think actually it was always there and it was scaled back to what we needed as part of the opening of the school. I'll take the facts on notice and come back to you for sure.
And if you could provide the media release that you issued at the time in that answer on notice, that would be helpful.
Media releases would be publicly available. You could probably Google it, David.
Minister, will you provide the PricewaterhouseCoopers health report about the way in which the Rural Access Gap Fund had been operating? Will you actually provide that, or do we need another SO52?
So I think as Mr Withy indicated in his earlier answer, Health checks are part of the standard government processes when we are undertaking large-scale investment in capital projects. I'm very happy I think you also indicated that as a result of that health check, we have responded to every single one of the recommendations and addressed those appropriately within the organisation. So I'm happy to provide what I can in relation to that report on notice, but I would also ask the committee accept our update report in relation to the activity that we have put in place since that report to remediate the issues that it may raise.
Minister, will you provide us a copy? Will you provide a copy of the report? It's a simple question.
Which I do believe, Mr. Shoebridge, if I may, we just answered.
So you said you'll provide the response to the report.
I said
will you provide us with a copy of the report?
I said I would provide what I could in relation to the report, subject to any elements that may be, for example, commercial in confidence, so I will just need to check that, but I'm very happy to provide the report alongside our response so that those issues you can see and have confidence that the issues that were raised have been addressed.
Minister, right now you're recruiting for the lead IT person in the department, the Executive Director of Digital Learning. Can you explain to me why that role doesn't, as advertised, doesn't have a single requirement for IT skills?
I'll ask the Secretary to respond, and Mr Withy might want to add to that as well.
Firstly, we are not recruiting for the lead role in the department in relation to IT. That individual is in post. They are our Chief Information Officer, and she is an exceptional IT professional. I'll ask Mr Withy, having clarified that point, to provide you details of the other role that you have referred to.
The Executive Director of Digital Learning, can you explain why, Mr Withy, there's not a single requirement for IT skills?
So I think across the team that sits underneath our Chief Information Officer, we have a different skills in different roles. That particular role is one that is very focused on the interface with our schools, something we are very keen to do to make sure that schools' voices are very well represented in the work we do in our IT Directorate. Across some of the other roles we are recruiting, there are very deep and very technical IT skills required to undertake those duties. For that particular role, absolutely, there are IT skills required, but the more important aspect is an understanding and a deep understanding of how schools work, how schools interface with technology. The person who is currently acting in that role is a former teacher, former member of the Technology Reference Group in the Primary Principals Association, and those are the sorts of skills that we are looking for in that role.
Minister, you're happy with that? The Executive Director of Digital Learning not having any IT skills? You're comfortable with that?
I think as Mr Withy said, that role is very much involved
You're comfortable?
in
That's
putting...
okay.
Well, they have a teaching background, the person acting in the role, David. I don't think there's a problem with having teachers working in the
Executive Director of Digital Learning knows nothing about IT.
No, well, again, Mr Shoebridge...
No.
We have answered your question, despite your demeanour. We have answered the question and given, I think, appropriate context around the many roles within that part of the department and the different skill sets required.
I heard the answer.
If I may, the digital learning role is there to support the use of technology in the classrooms. It is not there to be an IT programmer. It is not there as a provision of IT infrastructure. It is there to support learning in classrooms.
Last time you told us we didn't have enough teaching experience in the department. Now we've got a teacher in a role, and
why didn't you have a transparent, open recruitment process for the Chief Information Officer? Why did you backfill it as temporary, then make it permanent without having an open recruitment process?
We followed all of the appropriate recruitment requirements under the PSC Act. There was an individual already at level with the expertise that we required, and under the GSC Act we are able to appoint people at level. It's part of mobility across the public sector. Those are the rules in which we operate, and we follow them to the letter, Mr Shoebridge.
Minister, for a position as critical as that...
David, time. Minister, do you appreciate how demoralised and indeed humiliated the teachers have been that have had to go through the mandate PES process? Because from their point of view, and I've got extensive correspondence, they're wondering, could it have been done a different way rather than charging them with misconduct, to group them with thieves, drug users and pedophiles in the school system when they were just wanting to make their own health choices?
Well, as I said in an earlier response to your question, Mr Chair, I do stand behind the vaccine mandate that's in place in the public health order and the rationale behind that. In terms of how the department has managed those processes, I'll ask the Secretary or Ms Catchy to speak to the specifics that you've raised.
Thanks, Minister. Chair, I wouldn't characterise the non-compliance with the public health order in the way that's been characterised in letters to you, although I absolutely acknowledge that that's...
They've been charged with misconduct, haven't they?
They haven't been charged with anything, Chair. What happens when somebody's non-compliant, and we know that the compliance date under the public health order, which is an order set by government, was the 8th of November. So by the 8th of November, staff knew whether they worked in a teaching role or in an administrative role. Anyone who worked in a school needed to be compliant with the public health order, and as I said before, the onus is on the individual to do that. We have to have a process to make sure that we have a situation where our schools are safe, and the public health order is designed to do that from a health and safety perspective, and we have a duty of care to our staff. Can I also just preface what I'm about to say about the compliance process itself in PES with this? Prior to that public health order coming out, we actually surveyed our staff extensively.
No, it doesn't go to my question. It doesn't go to my question. We've got limited time and you're not going to my question
I will get to that, Chair, in just a moment. But the vast bulk of our staff said that they actually felt uncomfortable.
I know this. This is a filibuster to eat up my time. I'll move on if you don't mind.
Chair,
if you haven't got an answer relevant to my
I will
question.
answer the question, Chair.
I know the survey.
So I won't talk to the survey.
I'm asking about why the
so it's not, we didn't charge anybody with anything. What we did was when people were non-compliant and they weren't vaccine tested in the system, we put them into an investigation process. And as I said earlier, we gave those people an opportunity of a number of weeks to tell us why and to tell us if they desired to comply with that public health order. Those cases were also triaged in a number of ways, and we also had a lot of...
the question about why it had to be misconduct. So I'll come back to the Minister. Minister, the people we're talking about, do you understand many of them are fitness fanatics, highly commendable? They're on a strict diet and training regime, and they have, as part of that, a standard in life. They don't put any foreign matter into their body, and they feel totally humiliated that people a lot less healthy and fit than them have kicked them out of the system. Why have they been humiliated this way when you'd say they're some of the healthiest and fittest people we can find in our society?
Well, as I said earlier, Chair, we have that vaccine mandate through the public health order, and I support that. It's up to individuals to make those decisions, and the process is as it has been.
Minister, at the Minor Beach Public School, they ran a gender fluidity class for Year 2 students, so we're talking about 6 and 7-year-olds, and gender was referred to as the way you feel on the inside, not anything according to a science book, and it might be expressed by how you dress or how you behave and so forth. You chose not to make a comment about it publicly, but can I ask you why a Safe Schools resource was used as part of that lesson, and what is the point in having a ban on safe schools in New South Wales if it's not observed and enforced out there in the schools?
Yeah, so I'll ask the Secretary to address this particular issue in terms of what happened at that school. So, Ms Harrison?
So, thank you, Chair. And firstly, I think it's important for the committee to be aware that parents were offered the opportunity to withdraw their child from the lesson that you are referring to. Staff at Minor Beach Public School planned for and conducted a lesson regarding gender for their 2021 Year 2 students. The intention of this lesson was to build the knowledge and understanding for Year 2 students who have a peer who have a current peer who is transitioning gender at the start of 2022. Teachers consulted with the school principal, school counsellors and department delivery support staff around the lesson design and content. Parents were offered the opportunity to withdraw their child from the lesson. Resources used for the lesson were a modified Safe Schools Coalition activity, which was provided inappropriately, and I accept that, by a Department Education Learning and Wellbeing Officer. The school's learning and support team adapted the resource to ensure that it met the needs of the community, given the current circumstances in that community.
To answer my question, what's the point in having a Safe Schools ban if these resources can be used in schools, and you've obviously got no problem with it? Mr Curry would support it at the PES. The Safe Schools ban's just become an unenforceable joke, hasn't it?
It was an updated resource relevant to the community and the needs of that community at the time.
Minister, do you support the Claire Chandler bill supported by the Prime Minister to allow girls only, meaning biological girls only, sport, and take this as a model for what we should be doing in our high schools?
I'll ask the Secretary to respond to how we
I'm
manage
asking your
sport in our
assessment as a
schools.
public policy question.
You're asking my
Yeah, I'm asking you
opinion
as
on
a big public policy question for you.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry,
Do you
Chair.
support the Claire Chandler bill supported by the Prime Minister, that is to say it's not sex discrimination to have girl-only sport, meaning biological girl-only sport, and take this as a model in our high schools?
Well, what I would say is that we would be required to comply with relevant legislation in terms of those issues. I have to confess, Mr Chair, I'm not intimately familiar with that bill, so I don't want to give misinformation to the committee. But in terms of how we manage...
Minister, that there's an emerging issue that people born male and with the strength, size, testosterone advantages are smashing smaller girls out of their sporting competitions in football codes, cricket and the like, and in our high schools it should be biological girl-only sport to protect the development of young girls' sport, which is so crucial.
Well, like I said, with respect, Mr Chair, this isn't a matter that I've given extensive consideration to.
You've given no consideration to girls playing sport and how they can be bruised and bashed out of the sport, give it up because they've got to compete against the 16-year-old biological male. You've given no consideration to that.
With respect,
these are real-life issues.
Yeah, but as I said, with respect, these are matters, as you have rightly said in your question, that are being canvassed at a federal level, looking at sporting codes outside the school settings as well. I'm happy to defer to the Secretary if she's aware of these issues in our public schools.
And so, firstly, I think as we've canvassed at this committee before, at New South Wales Public Schools, we support individual students and their individual needs, and we do so within the context of the whole community. This is not a widespread issue across our system. I would acknowledge that where it is an issue, it reflects a whole set of personal circumstances that can pose challenges to families, individuals and the whole community. Our schools manage these issues sensitively at a local level at this stage. Based on what we see across the system, it's not something that has warranted further investigation for a statewide policy, although very happy to take further information on notice and come back to you, Chair.
Okay, we've now got what looks like 7 minutes running up to 12:45, which will split 3 to the opposition and 2 to the crossbenchers here.
Thank you very much.
Courtney Houssos.
How many schools currently send weekly text messages to parents?
We did that as part of a trial with the parental engagement. I think there were a number of schools involved in that. Ms Owen might have that detail. I'm not sure whether that trial is now concluded though, Ms Houssos, but if Ms Owen wants to add.
That's all right. I'll ask Ms Owen about it this afternoon.
Okay.
Minister, can you guarantee that there will be funding for additional schools under the Cooler Classrooms program?
What I can say, Ms Houssos, is that we are committed to rolling out the $500 million program that is currently underway. That is our focus. As Mr Manning said, that is due to be completed in the next financial year. That is what we are doing, but we will continue to assess the applications under round 2.
That way your ministerial office told the department to shift away from the round 1 versus round 2 language?
I don't appreciate the premise of your question. As I said, we've taken a number of questions on notice in relation to this particular matter, and we'll provide that information back to the committee in due course.
Do you have a site yet for the new Selective High School in southwestern Sydney?
Yeah, happy to ask Mr Manning to comment on that matter. I know it's one that we've canvassed in the committee before and just where we're up to with that.
Yeah. That's okay. I'll ask Mr Manning this afternoon. When will the Gregory Hills...
Getting question, yeah.
When will the Gregory Hills when will the Gregory Hills Primary School be delivered? When will it be open for students?
Yeah, so with the Gregory Hills, the new school there, we're going through the planning process. The expectation is that the construction will start later this year, is the latest advice that I have. Obviously, once we go through the planning process and get those approvals, that gives us a better opportunity to give the families there a more correct timeline. We are looking, I believe, and Mr Manning will correct me if I'm wrong, at a modern method of construction build at that particular school site as well. So once the planning approvals have been given, we'll be able to have a better time frame that we can share with families, including when we anticipate that school opening.
Has the state significant development application been lodged yet?
Let me check. I might have that here. And Anthony's got that. No, there you go. No, not yet, but shortly is my understanding.
You did promise with the then Premier last year that construction would commence last year.
I don't believe that.
I can give you the Camden Advertiser article if you'd like. Has construction commenced on the new support unit that was promised for Maruya High School?
Manning, do you have that?
I don't have that information.
this afternoon?
That would be great. It was supposed to begin in mid-2021.
Sure, we'll take that on notice in terms of where that particular project
Ms Houzos, if I may, obviously we had some disruptions to construction in mid-2021. So there was a period, you'll appreciate, during last year's lockdown where construction ceased on a number of projects. And so I will just ask that we take that on notice, but that context is understood in our answer.
Okay, and I think that's about my time.
Yeah, Mr Bonacio.
Thank you. Just quickly, I'll just pick up on questions from Mr D'Adam regarding teachers leaving the profession. Just a couple of examples. Rainbow Street last year lost 15 teachers at the end of last year. They walked out of the profession, and they have an enrolment of about 360 students. And South Coogee Public School lost 13 teachers as well in the same year. That is concerning. Someone that's been in the system and knowing what the average turnover is from a year to year, that is concerning. Does that concern you, Minister, that you're having that much of a turnover at primary schools or high schools?
What I'd like to do, Mr Bonaziak, is take that specific detail and those numbers on notice and find some more information in terms of whether those were staff that transferred to other schools, what the vacancy rate currently is at those schools as well. So again, I think context in these debates is important. So I would like to just have the opportunity to get some more specific information about those two schools that you've raised.
Regardless of whether it's a transfer to another school or leaving the profession,
well, there is
or being promoted, there is a loss of, I guess you would call it corporate knowledge. Would you agree? When a teacher leaves for whatever reason, there is a loss.
But teachers might move to schools or move into different areas in the department for a range of personal reasons, Mr. Bennett, as you would know in your time as a teacher. So again, I think the context in terms of staff that may have moved from specific schools or for what reason is something that we'd probably have to look at those specific two schools that you've called out in your question.
Thanks, Minister. It is a really important question and something that we look at closely. Just to give a little bit of context, though, as the Minister said, we have a very low turnover rate in the department. So our separation rate is 2.1% and retirement rate is 1.8%. So if you compare that to some other industries like technology, for instance, which is over 11%, professional services around 13%, it just gives you a bit of context. We placed 6,400 roles last year. So as the Minister said, we've got a lot of mobility.
On notice, can I just quickly pick up on that retirement?
Yes.
How much of that retirement is forced medical retirement of that 2.1%, and how much of it is of the Rainbow issue?
We'll come back to you with that number, but it's exceedingly small.
Yeah, thank you.
Minister, with the creation of the SPED unit, isn't it also important to give parents a legal right to take their children out of classes that don't accord with their moral, ethical and social values? And if we don't give parents this right, isn't there a pattern now of the parents just taking their kids out of the government system because of some of the woke leftist rubbish that's in the classroom? And this explains the rise of homeschooling and how the government system is losing numbers to the non-government system.
So a few things to unpack there, Chair. Firstly, I'd say that a lot of those are issues and matters that are raised obviously in relation to your private members bill and the committee report, and the government will be providing a response to that shortly, going through the appropriate cabinet processes, so I'm not going to provide commentary on that in this forum. What I will say is that the Education Act does say that parents have responsibilities for the education of their children. In terms of homeschooling numbers, it is a very low number of students who are homeschooled comparatively when you look at the number of students in New South Wales as well. And so there's every opportunity for parents to be engaged in their child's education. I think it's something that particularly this new unit will make it clear for families that they do understand their rights and responsibilities as parents. I do think that's important. And as I said earlier in response to the original questions about that unit, one thing that we found during COVID is that we did have parents more engaged. I think that is a good thing when parents are involved in their child's education. It's something I value as a mother. I'm sure other parents on the committee would also agree, knowing what their children are up to at school, how they're learning, how they're progressing is an important part. And if there are things that we can do to improve that engagement with parents, that's what we want to do, and that's what the new unit will focus on.
And Minister, will the government update Bulletin 55 about transgender students in the government school system, given that it's now 8 years old and that these issues are dramatically different to what they were in 2014?
Again, Chair, I believe that they're matters that have been canvassed with this committee in their report into the bill, and a government response will be coming on that shortly.
Thank you, and thanks, Minister, for your time through this morning's session of the Budget Estimates PC3 Committee. Thank you very much for your attendance, and we'll come back with all the officials at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair. Just on that, what we may do with the indulgence of the Chair is allow Ms Van Berlo to not be here this afternoon, given her role in work health and safety and the emerging flooding situation, which I think there's CEOC meetings and things that she really does need to be at. So.
Okay, so she won't be able to attend.
I've got an objection to that.
You've got an objection to it?
Sorry, you don't want her to be doing her job dealing with the flooding emergency?
I don't think you really do.
We do have Ms Catcher here, who is the line manager of Ms Van Berlo, so we are happy to take questions on the subject matter throughout this afternoon. I just would ask if the committee is okay that we let Ms Van Berlo go and attend the senior government emergency response committees that she is part of this afternoon as we continue to respond to the floods.
Yep, that's accepted, and thank you very much, and we'll see everyone other than the Minister at 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
2023 budget estimates with officials from the Department of Education and NESA. And we'll turn to the opposition, please.
Thanks very much, Mr Chair, and thank you to everyone for coming back for this afternoon. I wanted to ask about the before and after school care program vouchers. Is that being administered by the Department of Education?
So we have worked in partnership with the Department of Customer Service in relation to that voucher program, and a bit like a number of the other voucher programs that are available to the community, they will be administered through that system.
Okay, and so in terms of accrediting the centres to participate in the program, is that conducted by the Department of Education or by Service New South Wales?
I'll ask Mr Manning to come back to you on the specifics of that commitment. We're just waiting for our devices to boot up, so he may just need a moment to get to his notes.
So as the Secretary has identified, we're working with customer service to make sure that all the providers are logged onto the system and can use it.
Okay, so can you just give me some sense of whose area of responsibility is the actual approval process?
So the voucher provided by, the voucher system architecture is customer services.
Yes.
The mechanism that we work through with them we have worked through with them with a number of stakeholders to make sure they have access to it. So I suppose to a large extent it's our responsibility to make sure that works, with customer service providing the IT and the software to make sure that happens.
So you're providing the software and the IT to the centres?
No, so customer service are providing the IT.
Yeah.
We're providing the process and the system and liaising with the stakeholders to make sure that those access arrangements are working. And where some services need some assistance to log on to the system, we're kind of working with that to make sure that that all works in accordance with what they need to do.
Okay, so we have been told that there have been quite significant delays. The government obviously announced this several weeks ago. Some centres have been told that they won't be able to use the vouchers until term 2. That implies that it would be an entire term that parents are waiting to access these vouchers. Are you aware of this?
So what I might just say first, Ms Housos, is I think the government announced the voucher programme and indicated that the vouchers would be available for parents in a number of weeks' time. I don't have the specific dates in front of me, and that during that time we would build up the programme, and that those vouchers are valid for an extended period of time. So term 2 is just a matter of weeks away. So in terms of just your question, it was announced that it would be delivered, that the system would be up and running and parents could claim their vouchers from a particular point, and then it would be operational for services from there.
Yes, but it was announced and parents are expecting, they've factored this into their calculations. They are expecting that they can access it quickly, and they're now being told by the centres that the process is quite difficult to apply for them to get accredited. I'm wanting to know whether that's being conducted by the Department of Education or whether that's Service New South Wales.
So it is a web-based system that the providers are using, and Mr Manning can provide.
So it's us, in answer to your question, Ms Housos. So we are working, there are a number of providers who I know are having some difficulties with the system, and we are working with all those providers to try and make sure they have access as quickly as we can possibly get to them. There are a number of services that can access it very easily, but a few that are having some difficulties with it because of the process of matching up sort of school places and school names with the voucher and allowing that process to flow through. So there's a small number that are struggling, and we're working with those to make sure they can access that service as soon as possible.
Ms Housos, if I may assure those services, the system opened for registration for before and after school services on the 9th of February and will close on the 30th of September. So there is an extended window in which those services can seek to be registered on the system. Applications for parents opened this week, just on the 28th of February, on Monday, and will close on the 30th of September.
And how many before and after school care centres are actually up and running as at today's date?
So I wouldn't have that information today. You'll appreciate it. The registrations only went live for providers on the 9th of February, but I'm happy to provide you with the data as of today, but on notice, because I don't have that with me today.
Mr Manning, you said that there's only a small number of providers who are struggling. Do you have the information there?
No, we don't. It's the briefing I got from my team at the beginning of this week, so we can provide that on notice.
Okay. Can you see if there's any way you can come back to us today with just a rough idea of how many... Let me ask you this question, if you can come back today and see if there are any centres that are currently offering vouchers and taking vouchers from parents as at today?
So I'll just repeat that parents were able to access the vouchers on Monday this week. It is only Wednesday. It's therefore unlikely that they are being used at this time, but it is possible. So very happy to come back on notice with that detail.
That means testing.
If you can come to us today, if you can,
we will
come back to us today.
certainly try, but I just want to make sure we will take it on notice if we're unable to.
Okay. I just wanted to ask then also about the Selective High School in southwestern Sydney. Do you have a site for that yet, Mr. Manning? Last time we spoke, there was 5 sites that were under consideration. How many have you got now?
So the last time we spoke, if you remember, we were working around Leppington Town Centre.
Yep.
We're working with both Landcom and the Greater Sydney Commission in partnership with Council to look at the Civic Centre design. We are still working through that process now. We haven't made enough progress to narrow down that because that process has taken a little bit longer than we would like it to. But we continue to work with Landcom, we continue to work with Greater Sydney Commission and Council to get the Civic Centre fixed, and then we'll know what the school location can be in relation to the Civic Centre, because we still see enormous value in the school being very proximate to the railway station, because a lot of the kids will come that way to the school, and so we just need to make sure the Civic Centre design is right in order for the school to fit into that process.
Are you still working with 5 sites, Mr. Manning?
So, as I say, until the Civic Centre design is finished, yes, there are 5 sites under consideration. It's not really possible for us to narrow it down any further than that, because we may pick a site and then find the Civic Centre design changes and that site's no longer appropriate.
And do you have a time frame for when the Civic Centre will be done?
We hope that by the middle of this year, that will be resolved.
By the middle of this year, you're looking at having a site. Okay.
Yeah, that Civic Centre design should be finished, and then we'll have a very clear direction around the site that works best for us as part of that.
Okay, and can you
design.
tell me on notice how much money's been spent so far on that project?
Happy to tell you on notice, yeah.
Great, excellent. Ms Harrison, can you tell me how many vacant positions there are for school counsellors as at today's date?
I'll ask Ms Owen to provide that number.
$34 vacancies.
There are 34 vacancies. Can you provide me with a list on notice of the schools that those vacancies are at? Thank you.
We can. I will just, for clarity, they are permanent vacancies. There will be additional vacancies from short-term leave and other arrangements, but that's the data we have on permanent vacancies.
Okay, and do you have a figure for how many of those additional vacancies there are?
And so they're not counted in the system as vacancies. They are people taking leave, so it's harder for us to pull that data from our system. But I'm happy to have a look and see what's possible.
That would be great. Do you have a current breakdown for the ratio of students to school counsellors in New South Wales schools?
And so I think, as the committee would be aware, the government committed to make sure that every high school had access to a full-time equivalent counsellor. We don't measure it in the sense of ratios to students, but we could certainly calculate one and provide it on notice.
That would be great. I wanted to ask about the COVID recovery projects. So these are the projects where schools have to provide some of the funding. Where should I be directing those questions to, Ms Harrison?
So they will be with Mr Manning, but I'm happy to support that.
Okay. So are you able to provide a list of the of those projects with the breakdown of how much the school is contributing and how much the department is contributing on notice?
Yeah, so this program was put in place to help schools fund some of those minor infrastructure works that they wanted to on the ground, but with support from the department. So as I understand it, it was a matched funding process, but as we kicked that off, we've looked at various options to meet the school needs. So Mr Manning will be able to provide some further information on that.
Yeah, so I'm happy to report there are about 1,500 projects across 1,300 schools, and the school contribution varies between 20 to 50% of the value of the project, with the state making up the rest. And of those 1,500, almost a third have been completed. Another third are in construction and commenced, and the rest are in planning and a tender.
So could you on notice provide me with a list of the schools of those projects, and then the proportion of the funding for each of those schools of whether what's being provided by the department and what's being provided?
And so some schools will have multiple projects.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, then if you can provide it breakdown by project then rather than by school, I think if you're providing me with a list by project, then it's going to include the school name as well. But let's, for clarity's sake, say the project, the school, and the proportion of funding that it's being received, and then the suburb that it's in.
Sure.
That would be great. And then the progress, so whether it's started, underway, completed. I think that's about 10 minutes. I'll hand to my colleague.
I wanted to ask about
Sorry, Mr. Dowden, we can't hear you very clearly.
I wanted to ask about the process for the appointment of the system principals, curriculum and instruction.
Yep.
So I think we raised this in our last estimates hearing. This is a program that's in place of the early action for success DP positions. That's correct, isn't it?
So it is accurate that we have now provided an assistant principal position for every primary school in the state that has allowed us to take a finite amount of resources and apply it to more schools, yes.
And the finite resources that you've taken from schools is the DP?
Following an evaluation of the Early Action for Success programme and our other priorities to ensure that evidence-based teaching practices were being embedded across the system, we have looked at the benefits of that for everybody and found that this was a most appropriate way to meet that need. So we have assistant principals now for every primary school to support them in their
I read the evaluation of the Early Action for Success programme, and it was a positive assessment of that program. It actually worked. That's fair to say.
And that's exactly the lessons that I'm referring to in terms of what we've now applied more broadly. I don't think the evaluation was conclusive on what level within a school was the right level for those positions to sit at.
Well, I'm not sure that's actually correct, because one of the observations in the evaluation, and perhaps you can offer some comment on this, was that these were cultural change positions, the DPs for Early Action for Success, and the intention was to have those positions at a level that is has sufficient status within the school community to be able to provide that cultural change leadership.
I'm just going to take the opportunity to make this point that Ms Harrison hadn't finished her answer at that point, and maybe she was actually getting there before you'd interrupted her.
That's the case.
Cultural change is important in schools when we're seeking to see evidence-based practice embedded. We have, alongside the running of the Early Action for Success programme, adapted a number of other measures through the system that place a much clearer accountability through the system for the use of evidence-based practice. That means that we can reassess where and what levels things are sitting at. We are confident that an assistant principal for primary schools across the state is a really strong investment in quality teaching and learning in our schools, and that it will be able to provide that support in our schools. And I think it was a widely welcomed decision by primary principals across the state to have that resource available for all of them.
So can I just ask about the progress of the recruitment? Are you able to advise the committee how many have been recruited into those AP positions?
Certainly, and I think in this morning's hearing you heard from Ms Catcher where she referenced the number of recruitment activity that we undertake every year. It is in the thousands given the scale of our system, but we do have the specifics on that. I'll ask Ms Owen to provide them to you.
Thank you. So the AP curriculum and instructional leader roles are being recruited in a number of phases. So phase one was to recruit for this term 1, to aim to have 1,160 leaders in 790 schools. Those are filled. 79% of those roles are already filled. The others are already within process. So that's 921 roles
921
filled.
have been filled.
Phase 2 is for term 2 this year, where we will recruit a further 340 roles in 290 schools. Phase 3 is for term 1 next year, and that will be for a further 775 roles in 680 schools.
75, did you say? Phase 3. And of the schools that have had their roles substantively filled, how many of those roles, and well, if you've got the information available, that's great. If not, take it on notice. But how many of those roles were filled by the former occupant of the Early Action for Success DP positions?
Very happy to take the specifics of that on notice. I think it's worth the committee being aware that the Early Action for Success roles at DP level were always temporary in the system. What we have done is replace those with ongoing roles in relation to an assistant principal for curriculum to provide that instructional leadership for all primary schools.
Do you have that number?
I think I indicated we'd take that on notice, Mr. Diadem.
Sorry, I wasn't clear that that was the case. Can I just ask about that question around temporaries? I asked a question on notice about conversion of temporary teachers, and there's a mechanism there for converting staff who are temporary into permanent. And we also know from the return of a question on notice that there's 25,000 staff who are of a contingent status, i.e. they're not in permanent positions. The numbers were very low. I think in 2020, 74 positions were converted. In 2019, 57 positions. And in 2021, there was 114 positions. Why is this mechanism not being used more widely?
The mechanism is constrained to some extent. It is set out in our staffing agreement with the New South Wales Teachers Federation, and it is only in certain circumstances and when certain criteria are met that it is possible to make that transition. With COVID last year, we had an opportunity to convert more temps last year in the second half of the year, but due to the COVID disruption in schools, that was not the focus of principals, as you would appreciate, and that agreement for that broader application of a process expired at the end of 2020.
The drop in the ocean, though, 114 out of 25,000.
As I indicated, we have constraints in relation to that process and how it's able to operate.
Can you tell us how, on notice, can you tell us how many of those temporary staff were converted to permanent positions? Yep. That window?
Very happy to do that. I think it's important to note that the reasons we have temporary teachers in our system are wide and varied. They are not automatically a bad thing. If we have someone going on maternity leave, for example, for a period of time, it would be expected that that is a shorter term contract cover for someone else's permanent position. And so I don't quite agree with some of the painting of the picture around our temporary teachers in the way they're put forward, because it's slightly different between casuals and temps.
It's the proportions. I mean, surely you're concerned if out of 70-odd thousand teaching staff, 25,000 are in temporary positions. I mean, that's just out of control. That's just not a reasonable proportion of your workforce to have in insecure employment, wouldn't you say?
And so, as I've indicated, there were a number of reasons why individuals may be in temporary positions through our system, including covering a variety of leave arrangements and including short-term temporary positions embedded in a school for particular reasons. For example, to meet curriculum demand within a school context. So it has always been a feature of our system. I hear the challenge around whether the number is right, and I think that is a reasonable challenge to pose to us, but I just want to make sure in responding to that we are cognizant that we are not assuming that every temporary position is a bad position. Most of them, the majority of them, determined by schools locally to meet local community need, are appropriate positions or used to cover leave. And Ms Catcher might be able to provide some further detail on that process that you've asked about.
Catcher?
Thanks, Secretary. Mr Diadem, I think in a workforce of our size, about a third of the workforce being temporary is not that unusual if you compare size in other cohorts, in health, for instance, or transport. And as the Secretary said, it's really important to have that temporary cohort. Just to give you a sense, I suppose, of the number of roles that we advertised last year, there were 3,811 permanent position advertisements in 2021 that people could apply for or put an application in to be transferred to. So we do have a tremendous amount of mobility inside our workforce. I understand from the numbers, being a large workforce, it can look quite alarming if you look at it globally. But I think,
because I've just got very limited time, I want to just ask one more question. I asked a question about the funding for temporary teaching positions funded under the RAM loadings, and the advice from the department was that that information is not available. Given the proportion of funds that are available under equity loadings, how is it possible the department doesn't have information about how that money is being spent in terms of
So I don't accept the assertion that we don't know how that money is being spent. Schools set out in their school improvement plans and their annual reports how they are planning to and account for how they have spent their money. In relation to particular temporary positions, these are decisions best made locally by a local school. If you have a student cohort seeking to take a certain type of elective, for example, that requires you to have a specialised member of staff for a period of time, that would be a temporary position. If you were in a, if you have, and by the nature of our workforce, we are more dominantly female, which means we do have a high proportion of people going off on maternity and parental leave, and those impact on our numbers. So we see temporary teachers being required across our system for a wide variety of reasons. And so it would be to have the IT system that would be able to report on that would be a very complicated and challenging task, and it's not one that we currently have available to us.
Thank you. Mr Banasiak, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to invite Ms Catcher to clarify the evidence she gave in relation to Mr Latham's questions around the vaccine mandates and misconduct. And I would draw her to the document Management of Conduct Related to Non-Compliance with COVID-19 Vaccination Requirements Guidelines, in particular 5.2.3.7 and 5.2.4, which directly deals with the fact that you are essentially standing people down for misconduct if it's proven, and also draw people's attention to examples of letters that have been sent to staff where it actually says you are alleged to be engaged in misconduct by one, failing to comply with the directions issued by Ms Yvette Catcher, Chief People Officer, on 22nd of October 2021, 1st November 2021, to show your principal a copy of your vaccination evidence by 8th of November 2021.
Certainly.
Can we just be clear?
Can I?
The department is standing people down, whether it's temporary or permanently, because you allege that they've engaged in misconduct because they've made a personal choice.
Because the legal requirement on our staff, is for them to be vaccinated in order to work in our schools. If an individual, and I think Ms Catcher was very clear in her evidence this morning, it is an individual's responsibility to comply with that public health order. It is a department, it's a Minister for Health public health order that applies to our workforce. And as you would expect with any legal requirement on a public servant, if they were not complying with that legal requirement, they would be in breach of their employment conditions. That is the policy settings we are working within and implementing.
When you wrote that into the Teaching Service Act, Ms Harrison, did you?
I was just very clear this was a public health order related matter.
Yeah, but the question is about misconduct, the use of the word misconduct.
Yeah, but given that you've mentioned legislation, when you wrote this into the Teaching Service Act on the 18th of October 2021, I've got it signed here by you, did you give consideration to the fact that the public health orders end the 22nd of March, but your determination ends June 2022?
So, firstly, it is not written into the Teaching Service Act. It is a condition of employment, and so our conditions of employment are that you meet the legal requirements as part of your employment. The public health order is one that has come into effect, and we are required to implement appropriately. You will have seen that we are into the second public health order that expires on the 22nd of March. We have taken health advice in relation to the appropriate settings for our workforce. The health advice very clearly and strongly from every corner of the health community is that vaccines are the appropriate way to go, and it's a Department of Health public health order that we are required to comply with.
Can I turn to your decision to now include booster vaccinations? And I know that you sent out a circular to all staff at the start of this term. how many staff at this point in time have registered that they have a booster vaccination? And what timeframes are you giving them before you issue further letters alleging misconduct?
So firstly, we're in a period of consultation with our staff around those boosters, and we'll complete that in due course. Of course, we will continue to advise our staff that being fully vaccinated, which the health advice now indicates includes a third dose to be fully vaccinated, is the best thing that they can do. And so that is what we are doing. We are updating our Vax-Attest system to capture that data, and once it's available, I'll be very happy to share it with you.
Yeah, well, Ms Harrison, you need to provide an answer. What proportion of the staff have got the booster?
And so we are currently in the process of updating the IT system that was built to capture this information to include the additional vaccine. Once that has gone live and we're able to capture that data, I will very happily provide it back to the committee.
You've introduced, you say you'll do a booster mandate without knowing how many staff have got the booster.
As I've indicated, and we've been open with our staff about this, we are updating the Vax-Attest system that will allow them to meet the requirements, and at that point we will be able to report back to you on the data. But we haven't set, obviously, as you'll appreciate, I'm sure people in the committee who have been through the process, there are a number of variables in terms of timing in relation to the booster, not least when you had the second shot. If you then add into that whether or not you yourself have had COVID in a period of time, it is a personal timeline as much as anything. So we are very conscious of that in the way that we are engaging with our workforce on that issue.
So how do you plan to manage that variable timeline if you still want them to adhere to the determination that you made on the Teaching Services Act?
So again, I haven't. So the determination applies to our corporate staff, and the public health order applies to the teaching service. So just so that I am clear on that, and as I've indicated, we will do so through the Vax-Attest system once it has been updated to capture that information.
Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. If I could start by asking you for a figure of how many children are being homeschooled at the moment.
Can I just, so in terms of learning from home because of COVID disruption in terms of your question?
No, I mean, well, they're both good questions. So I guess the first question is how many are officially being homeschooled or registered for homeschooling? And then secondly, I would like to know how many parents have chosen to keep their children home because of COVID. Whether there's overlap between those two groups or not, I don't know. So any information you can give me.
So I'll let Mr Martin provide the details on homeschooling, and while he finds those numbers, we have had exceptionally high attendance through this term. I think the work that went into making sure that schools were a safe place for students to return to and to maintain that community confidence in the settings have been very effective. We saw at the end of term 4 higher attendance rates at the end of 2021 than we had seen in 2019. So again, those measures being effective through the end of the Delta outbreak and then again at the start of this term. We have followed up with every student that hasn't returned and have a good understanding as to why they may not have. The vast majority of those individual cases are due to underlying medical conditions in individual students. And so I think in those circumstances, some of that anxiety is very much understandable. In those circumstances, I visited Karunga School just the other week where they have worked very closely with parents and carers for children with very significant underlying health conditions to make sure that they can demonstrate the environment is safe and get those students back to school, because I think the thing we recognise consistently is that's the best place for our students to be. So I might just see if my colleague Leanne has any of the details on the numbers of students that have been learning from home while Mr Martin comes to the homeschooling.
Thank you very much, Secretary. If I may also just supplement an answer from this morning. Financial literacy is also in the maths syllabuses.
Okay.
And the consent material began being rolled out in 2019. So there were two, I think, questions that arose this morning. In relation to homeschooling, and I'll just clarify that homeschooling or home education as opposed to learning from home is regarded very differently by the people who apply for homeschooling. We currently have around, actually 8,995, so nearly 9,000 students were registered as at the 31st of December 2021.
That's a decrease then in...
No, it's an increase on the previous year, which was 6,700 odd.
And is that then a consistent increase in those registered numbers?
it has increased sequentially over years, but with a slightly larger from 2019-20 to 2021. But these are very small numbers of students in.
Yep. Within that group, though, what percentage of those are children with a disability or other special needs that they feel perhaps can't be taken care of within the public education system?
So people who elect to homeschool don't have to provide the reasons for that. So we don't have complete figures in relation to the reasons for homeschooling, which may go to, as you say, special education needs, etc. I'm happy to take that on notice to provide whatever information we have.
Okay, thank you. So, Secretary, back to the point you were making about, because my office has been contacted by a number of parents who were very concerned about the return to school before children had been fully vaccinated because they had children that were at risk of COVID. What percentage of, or how many people are still learning from home because of the concern over COVID? Do you have any figures that would show us that?
What we have is our attendance rates for the start of term. They're currently sitting, and I'll provide the very specifics on notice, but at around 87%, which is within a kind of margin of error for what we would expect to see across the system as a whole. We also have had in place throughout the return to school time and case management support in place for those students. So the thing I can assure the committee is we know who every single one of the students is at a case level who hasn't returned and why. Some of those are to do with, in the older years of high school, very complex family circumstances where families are making choices about employment and balancing the needs for that in their household. So there are a range of reasons that are at play. What we do know is that we are making the environments as safe as we can in the context of COVID, and that for the vast majority of students, and it is sadly not for all students, but for the vast majority of students, COVID is a very mild illness.
So what percentage then is people with a disability or with a...
I'll come back to your notice if I can from that casework team who have been following up with individual families and making sure we know where they are. We have made sure we know where every student is and that they're accounted for and we know that they are safe.
Chair, I understood I had all of Mr Shoebridge's 10 minutes.
No, there's two participating members on the crossbench, yourself and Mr Banasiak, so we split them 5 minutes and 5 minutes. But there'll be other rounds.
We can talk about it, but that's not the understanding.
Well, Mr Shoebridge gets the full allocation of time because he's a committee member.
That's right, but I'm substituting for him at this moment.
Well, I haven't been told that, sorry. But we'll look at that in the next round and sort it out. Sorry if there's any inconvenience. I'm just acting on what had been arranged earlier in the day. Secretary, is the department and the system expecting further industrial action from the Teachers Federation?
I think the Minister answered some questions on this earlier. We remain in industrial negotiations with the Teachers Federation. That matter is currently being arbitrated before the IRC. I would note the IRC's determination requiring the New South Wales Teachers Federation not to take industrial action. I also note that they have chosen to do so on one occasion already. And we will, I am not privy to their plans, I guess, nor would you expect me to be, and I hope that they will act in the best interests of students.
Is there a timeline that the Federation has set? They seem in their social media to be saying Perité's got 5 weeks to sort this out, and with an implied inference that industrial action would commence after the 5-week period.
And so we are working within the legal frameworks that are appropriate for us to work within here. We have an IRC determination that requests that the New South Wales Federation refrain from industrial action at this time. We will be before the IRC in May for the next stage of that arbitration process.
Is it time to do something substantial in harmony with teachers and their representatives about the status of teaching in New South Wales? The feedback I get is that your brightest students finishing up the HSC teaching, it's kind of like social work. You know, I'm going off to do something that's more substantial. The remuneration is seen as relatively poor. I've got many letters from teachers demoralised by what's happened over the mandates and being charged with misconduct and run through this horrendous process. I can't remember a time in my lengthy period looking at the teaching profession and education policy where teaching is so far down the list of things that our best and brightest would want to do as a career. Isn't it time for not only a substantial pay increase, but starting to treat teachers as true professionals, as we would do in the private sector with performance pay, with other professional recognition, and do something significant about the status of this profession, which is so vital to the future of our state?
So certainly, Mr Chair, I can agree with you on the status of the profession, and you will not find anyone on my team here with us today who wouldn't very clearly recommend teaching as a very significant career choice that people could make, and that it is and I certainly know from my colleagues who have taught, they would say that it is the best career in the world, and there are many of our teachers that feel that way and have that passion for what they do. So you won't hear us talking teaching down, Chair. You will hear us talking up our teachers and the incredible work they've done, particularly over the last 2 years, where I think the whole community has seen the value that teaching brings. I can't comment further in relation to the arbitration and pay matters that are before the IRC.
Have you put a package up to the Minister for improving the status of teaching, not only remuneration but public reputation, which appears to be at an all-time low? This is quite a crisis. The shortage of teachers points to it as well.
And so certainly, Chair, I think there has been some media coverage about work that we have had underway to try and attract people to teaching. We have been consistently committed to making sure that we are opening up pathways into teaching, that we are seeing teaching for the valued career opportunity, the career it is, and the value that it provides in the community. And we have further work underway on that.
But you have put something up to the Minister along those lines.
And so certainly as part of the teaching supply strategy, there is a strand of work which I believe the committee would have seen referred to in the media called Attraction to Teaching, and we are absolutely focused on the things we can do to support teachers new teachers into the profession.
Well, as you know, I'm not an advocate for the Federation, and not normally seen as someone fiscally profligate, but I think this has got to be an absolute area of priority, no doubt about it. Could I come to Mr Curry and correspondence I received from a teacher in the Western Districts of New South Wales, which reads as follows. I won't mention the name of the school or the name of the teacher, but I wish to inform you that a definite mismanagement of my private medical information has occurred by the PES team. In January 2022, I was CC'd in an email from a teacher at name of school informing that a PES staff member had forwarded to her my private medical information. The teacher also received in the email to her the letter which was sent to me by Darryl Curry, Executive Director PES, stating his findings of my investigation. How can these rank distressing privacy breaches occur?
So, Chair, if I may just to start with, obviously the department would take any confirmed breach of privacy very seriously and would report it to all of the appropriate channels, including the Privacy Commissioner. We are a human endeavour, and so there will at times be the odd error made, and we make sure that we are correcting those whenever they do, and I'll let Mr Curry talk to the specifics.
That's your life story, isn't it? We've made a mistake, we won't do it again. I mean, there's got to be some accountability about this, hasn't there, Mr Curry?
And so I think, Mr Chair, if I may, that is why we have institutions such as the Privacy Commissioner, who we are required to report breaches of privacy
to the government. When did they ever find a privacy breach?
I can't answer
They are
for the way
completely ineffective.
that they
You've
do
got to
them.
police this yourself. That Privacy Commissioner is in the pocket of the government and utterly useless. Mr Curry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not cognizant of the person that you're talking about, and I don't want to go to specific matters, but when matters like that come to our attention, we do put in changes to procedures and ensure that it doesn't happen again. We do take responsibility for those situations, and we try to ameliorate it as quickly as we can.
How do you do that?
Well, with regards to situations of that nature, we would talk to the people who had actually been involved in that, counsel them about the procedures that they took, and then put procedures in place to ensure that it doesn't happen again.
Okay. Well, again, it's the life story. Could I ask about the deployment of the investigators at the PES? I understand their 4-month contracts are starting to come up to expiration date. Are they going to be renewed in any capacity?
Just to confirm, Chair, I am assuming that your question is in reference to those that came in to investigate the
the Hayes
vaccination
recruitment people, the private eyes that have been snooping around people's private arrangements. They were on, I understand, 4-month contracts. Is that going to be renewed?
So I'll ask Ms Catcher to come in on this issue. It was a very small number of contractors brought in to deal with a surge in capacity and additional request of PES on the PES team in terms of the workload created by the vaccine mandate.
Thanks, Secretary. Thanks, Chair. Yes, there are 31 contractors. We're currently looking at our numbers and ascertaining whether we need to extend some or all of those contractors. As you know, it's a small cohort given the number of people who were referred to PES as part of that process, and we will will obviously be happy to advise the committee around that decision when it's made.
How do you calibrate the number you need going forward if you don't know how many staff have got the booster?
Because it's not simply about the booster, Chair, it's about the number of people who are still perhaps on leave, who will be coming off leave and need to go through the process as well of going through that vaccination attest process.
Yeah, and the other outfit that's been part of this policing is Sonic Health Plus. Why wasn't there a competitive process for hiring these people? How much money have they been paid so far and projections for the future? And is it sufficient to just say they were on some public service commission panel? Didn't they need to have some specific expertise in the area of these medical exemptions for vaccination? Because I've again got a pile of correspondence saying this outfit have not only been intrusive but incompetent.
And so, Chair, I'll provide some of the answer and then hand to Ms Catcher. So Sonic Health will have gone through a competitive process in order to become an approved provider with the Public Service Commission panel. They are an organisation that specialise in this type of work. If there are individual cases where people feel like they weren't treated appropriately, I think as we've indicated and continue to do so to the panel, we are very happy to take evidence of that and investigate if that is the case. We do not have evidence to that effect from our own interactions. So
I've got evidence here that, in Australia we're very lucky to have an established Medicare system and very strong local network of GPs. Why wasn't it sufficient to take medical exemptions from GPs instead of Sonic ringing up these GPs, quizzing them, in some cases urging that the exemption be reversed and sort of standing over them in what, again, is a breach of privacy?
And so, Chair, I think as we indicated in answers this morning, the official definition of medical contraindications approved at the Commonwealth level is a very narrow set of conditions that would be appropriate to be considered. It is reasonable that we are checking that because in some instances they may not be the exact reason that are provided by the GP. And so in order for us to confirm whether or not someone's contraindication sits within the approved parameters, we would need to ask those questions because at times GPs might use a very general statement and we were requiring something quite specific in relation to this given the definition that has been provided by health bodies from Canberra.
But who's Sonic? Hardly anyone's ever heard of Sonic. Who are they and what expertise have they got to overrule a GP who could have had decades of contact with the medical circumstances of a teacher?
And so Sonic Health have a number of health experts, doctors, nurses and others on their staff. They are a health provider organisation that work specifically in this space, and Ms Catcher can provide you with some further details.
They make money out of this.
And so we have been, I think, open and transparent that we've gone to a panel and have sought the independent advice. Can I just assure the committee we take these matters seriously. We do not take decisions about the employment of teachers lightly. We do not want to see staff separate from the organisation for this reason. We would be delighted if those teachers went and got vaccinated. They will be welcome back at that point. While we have a public health order that is required to be complied with, that is the situation that is required to maintain their employment.
I think it's worth noting as well that a large number of employees who furnished or provided us with a medical contraindication certificate that required further information, so maybe it wasn't fulsome enough or it was redacted, they subsequently through this process have become compliant and have been given a medical contraindication certificate and have been able to go back to work, and that is the purpose of the process.
The opposition, please.
Ms Harrison, I listened to your answer earlier about raising the professional standing of teachers, and the department seems to have a strong emphasis on the attraction side. But I'm not sure why there doesn't seem to be an equivalent or greater emphasis on the retention side. I mean, conversation with teachers working in Western Sydney, and, you know, this is a hard job. Hard job, it's a demanding job, and it doesn't seem to be that the department acknowledges how difficult the job is. It's got a leadership that's predominantly not teachers who haven't had that direct experience. When is the department going to start by acknowledging how hard a job teaching is and start to address the issues of retention?
So, Mr Diabadam, I think we have consistently at this committee, when we've come before you, been very clear that our teachers work exceptionally hard and do exceptionally good work in their communities. I note the commentary around the makeup of the executive. I think we've also traversed those issues before, and the vast majority of our senior public servants in the departments are indeed from a teaching background. So we have definitely have that expertise available to us, and it is drawn upon. In terms of the work on retention, I might ask Ms Katcher to provide you with some work, but of course we want to maintain and retain our teachers. Of course we do. I wouldn't sit here obviously and say anything else. We have fantastic teachers working across the system day in, day out, and they do so, they work exceptionally hard with the interests of their students at heart.
Thanks, Secretary. So I think we mentioned the figures before around retention. So it's absolutely an important question, because it's not just about attraction, you're right, it's about retaining as well, and retaining in a way that's sustainable. So in terms of the numbers themselves, our retention rate is, our retirement rate is 2.1%, which is quite low, and we know that a lot of our teachers who retire end up keeping their approval to teach and teaching as well, and the resignation rate is 1.8%. But I think it's fair to say that we probably...
Let's pick you up on those figures, because yes. I asked a question on notice about turnover, and while I accept that you know, the data in terms of permanent staff, which is what you're referring to there, you know, perhaps it's not, doesn't paint as bad a picture. You're not actually looking at the full picture, are you? Because a significant... Well, we've already established a very significant proportion of the workforce are in contingent roles. They don't have job security, and you don't actually measure the turnover of those staff. You don't actually know how many of them you lose from the department each year. You don't actually know why those staff are leaving. Isn't that a problem? How can you have a retention strategy when, you know, 30% of your workforce, you're not actually measuring whether they're coming or going?
We do track our temporaries.
That's not the answer that was returned by the Minister. You said
I'm not sure the Minister referred
for temporary staff, you couldn't measure staff turnover.
I'm going to raise a point of order. I think that Ms Katcher needs the opportunity to respond to what is quite a lengthy question, and perhaps in that response she will capture some of the points that you're actually trying to address.
So firstly, Mr Diabadam, by the very nature of contract employment, retention numbers are in themselves then complex, because you have, it is at the end of a contract, you have not left the employment, you've finished that point of employment, but you haven't necessarily left teaching as a profession. So I don't think this is, that these would not be a simple set of numbers to provide you in terms of turnover of temporary staff, because of the nature of the contracts those people are employed under. I'll let Ms Katcher talk further in relation to temporary teachers, but that is why we can't provide you with that data that you've referred to in the previous question on notice.
I accept that it's complex, Ms Harrison, but the problem is you're not actually collecting the information, you're not even making the effort to collect the information. Isn't that the problem?
And so, Mr Diabadam, you will appreciate that we think very carefully about what reporting requirements we place on schools to provide to us, given the workload implications of those reporting requirements. In order to collect that data, it would have to be done currently manually by a school and by every school in the state.
That's not correct, is it, Ms Harrison? The data is collected centrally. These are all employees on a central database. You know when a contract starts, you know when a contract ends. That's collected centrally.
I do not believe we do have the contract start and end dates available centrally. We certainly have payroll information centrally, but that's not the same as contract information.
contracts aren't managed at a central level, so you don't know how many people are on temporary contracts, how long those contracts should last for?
I think
as we have that information centrally.
As I indicated in my earlier answer, those are local decisions made by a local school in particular circumstances. There can be a very wide range of reasons.
If that's the case, how do you know when you need to cease paying a person?
As I indicated,
they're on a contract.
We have a payroll system, and I'll let Ms. Katcher.
Sure. Through a return, it's simply a matter of the way that you cut the data, right? So as Ms. Harrison said, a principal will know when somebody comes to them and says, I'd like to take parental leave, these are the dates I'd like to take it from. Anything in excess of 4 weeks is going to attract the employment of a temporary teacher. Those people will be engaged at the local level. Obviously, they'll be paid by payroll for that period, and that's through a return that's placed in by the principal. But in terms of generating a report to know, in terms of a contractual report, it's slightly cut differently. And so I think the difference in what you're asking for is just a semantics issue.
I'll move on. I want to ask about confirmed COVID cases amongst teaching staff. What is the current advice to staff about what type of leave they should access if they have confirm that they have COVID?
I'll ask Ms. Katcher to provide the specifics in relation to that.
So we were really pleased to be able to provide special leave and extend that to casual staff as well. Obviously, casuals have played a very important part in our workforce planning for this period. What we say to individuals is this: if you are sick with COVID, obviously you take sick leave. If you are, as many of our teaching staff are, involved in caring for somebody who might be at home with COVID, you can take up to 20 days of special leave. We also know that some of our staff might be seeking treatment for other illnesses, and we don't want them to necessarily run out of leave. And so for those people, we will consider those cases on a case-by-case basis.
How do you reconcile a direction to staff to access their sick leave if there's an existing presumption that they have COVID, that it's been contracted at work, and that therefore constitutes a workers' compensation claim?
Mr. D'Adam, I think they're two slightly different things. So what we say, you're absolutely right, the presumption at present is that if you contract COVID in the workplace or as part of your employment, you contracted it at work, you have the opportunity, quite separately from taking leave, to make an application for workers' compensation.
Are you advising staff to take applications for workers' compensation in that circumstance?
In terms of are we advising them, I think it's fair to say we have told staff about the various streams or limbs available to them in terms of if they have suffered injury or some sort of personal damage as a consequence of that, yes, they can make a claim.
Is there any explicit advice to staff that if they contract COVID, they should lodge a workers' compensation claim?
I'm not sure that the characterisation of saying you should lodge would be the way that we have phrased it. I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to give you the exact...
They must self-isolate?
Yes.
They must be away from the workplace?
Yes.
Why are you not advising those staff to lodge a workers' compensation claim?
Because there's a difference between taking sick leave for a case of COVID that you may have where you have minor symptoms for 3 days and lodging a workers' compensation claim, which would be...
from injury. It's still lost time from injury.
Point of order, Mr. Fang.
Look, I've been listening intently, and I appreciate that Mr. D'Adam's got limited time. However, I think that for Hansard and also the witnesses, procedural fairness is that we need to allow them to finish their answer before we continue. The constant interjecting is really difficult.
Ms. Katcher, have you finished your answer?
I'll just add something. Thank you, Chair. Just to round out the answer, I suppose I would say that our teachers are in regular contact with their line managers. That might be a head teacher or a principal. I know that if a person who contracts COVID as an employee suffers some sort of ongoing need for medical treatment, they would absolutely make a workers' compensation claim, and that would be assessed by the workers' compensation insurer.
It's a lost time injury, is it not, Ms. Katcher? It's a lost time injury. They contract COVID, they cannot come to the workplace. they must. That is lost time.
And so, Mr. Diabam, it would be normal. It would be normal in most workers' compensation claims where someone initially takes sick leave for that to be the case while their work health and safety claim is considered. Individuals make the choice about whether to make a work health and safety claim. We provide information transparently to our staff about how they may do that. If they choose that avenue, then yes, of course, that will be considered through the work health and safety process.
I suppose my question then is, why are you not proactively advising staff that this should be the process? Otherwise, I mean, you're requiring line managers, principals to advise when they have staff off with COVID. They're reporting that to the department, are they not?
They are, yes.
So why are you not then, as part of that process, advising staff that they should be accessing workers' comp?
And so I would like to take on notice the specifics of the advice we are providing to staff through that process. It is reported to the Work Health and Safety Directorate. As I have indicated, it would be normal for any member of staff to take sick leave in the first instance. If they chose to then put in a work health and safety claim, that would be assessed and go through those normal processes. But I'm happy to come back to you on notice with the advice provided to staff on these matters.
Mr. Manning, you can confirm that we've got the average temperature data for all schools?
Average temperature?
The average mean temperature?
We collect the Bureau of Meteorology data about maximum temperature in the hottest months. If Bureau of Meteorology have average temperature, we could access that. But we don't keep average temperature information, no.
So you source it from the Bureau of Meteorology?
Yeah, so when we did the Cooler Classrooms program, I think it was an average over 10 or 20 years in the hottest months of the year, and it was the Bureau of Meteorology that we got that data from.
So you don't keep the data of the mean temperature in all of our schools?
No.
Okay.
I would just add, Ms Houzos, we are obviously able to access the current means from the Bureau of Meteorology at any time that we need to do so.
Okay, well then can I ask you to provide us, we asked for a list of the schools with the unflued gas heaters earlier. Are you able to provide me on that list with the mean temperature for winter for those schools?
If we'll have to go away and check that the Bureau of Meteorology data exists, at which point, yes, but I'd have to check that information exists.
Ms Houzos, we do have an understanding of, in a sense, the temperature across the state, and Mr Disdale might be able to provide some further information on this in relation to schools that are considered of being we call them the isothermic schools that are in colder climates across New South Wales, and we can certainly highlight in our response to the question any of those schools that are considered isothermic in that they get colder during the winter months.
Mr Disdale. We haven't heard from Murat.
Briefly.
Oh, too brief.
Happy to just add to what the Secretary said. It's been long-standing that the department's got, I can give you the exact number, but about 70 schools in the system that are classified as isothermic schools. Our staff get an additional allowance for working in those schools in recognition that their utility bills in the winter months would be, larger given the colder conditions there. So we do know them generally as the colder schools in layman's terms.
Well, I'm just interested to get the data for all the schools, but yeah, if you could, if you want to isolate on there that they're isothermic schools, that would be helpful. I just wanted to come to one of the key policies designed to address the teacher shortages is a program called Recruitment Beyond New South Wales.
That's correct.
Are you able to tell me how many teachers were recruited under this initiative in 2021 and 2022?
So the committee would appreciate that the teaching supply strategy was launched, and I'll take the specific date on notice, but around September last year. We've had 2,800 expressions of interest from interstate and international teachers at this stage.
So how many was that?
2,800.
2,800.
And we are working through those applications and interests at this time. Ms Catcher might have some further details on those for you.
Thanks, Secretary. And obviously we're very focused on getting 500 of those in terms of STEM, but we've currently got NESA looking and reviewing the accreditation of 100 of those applicants. So we're working through that 2,800 now.
Sorry, NESA's reviewing the accreditation of 100?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that none of them are working in schools yet?
And so I think, as I indicated, Ms Houzos, the strategy itself was launched in around September last year. It is only just March. We have already had 2,800 expressions of interest. We have moved 100 of those into the next stage of the process, where obviously with people coming interstate and internationally, we want to make sure that they meet the accreditation requirements and standards of the New South Wales teaching profession. That is underway for the first 100 of those as we work our way through that 2,800 expressions of interest.
Okay, and will the program be eligible for teachers from overseas that are already in New South Wales?
Teachers from overseas who are already in New South Wales, if they are not already teaching, we are, of course, interested in recruiting those, whether or not we would classify it as being part of this programme or not. I will need to take on notice. It will depend on their current visa arrangements and work. There'll be very specific requirements around individuals on that.
Okay, and how many of the overseas teachers in the initial 100 and also in the 2,800 are from New Zealand, and how many are from the UK?
I'll need to take that on notice. I can provide you certainly on notice with a breakdown by the state or country. So we're obviously looking interstate as well as internationally. So very happy to provide that on notice.
That would be great. Thank you very much. I wanted to come to the issue of Bungendore High School. Now, I understand that the process of compulsorily acquiring the land has already begun. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understand that there's overwhelming community opposition?
We have been engaged with the community in Bungendore on these issues. I think there are parts of the community who are opposed to the current site and have a preferred alternative site. Obviously, we are making decisions based on where we think is the best suitable site to build a school. And we'll continue to work in collaboration with the community around those decisions.
Is it true that the Department of Planning entered into negotiations to acquire a larger and more suitable site elsewhere?
I'll ask Mr Manning to provide some details on this.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Can you tell me what the capacity for the school will be when it opens? I think it's projected for 2026, is that correct?
I don't have that information on me. We'll take that on notice.
Okay. If you can tell me what's the capacity, what's the projected capacity when it opens, and will it have any potential for increasing?
I think we'll be able to provide you with some detail at this stage on the projected population of students, but obviously until we have a site identified and have gone into then the design for that site, it would be a bit difficult for us to talk about the projected capacity of that school. We obviously want to make sure we're meeting the population demands in the now and into the future, noting that those might change over time. So very happy to come back to you with details on that.
I think there is a site because it's being compulsorily acquired at the moment.
So it is being compulsorily required, but until that process is complete, obviously it isn't confirmed.
Sorry?
I said until the process of the acquisition is complete, and until we have settled with the community on the site in Bungendore, the site itself is not confirmed, Mr Manning.
Yeah, so it's not just the compulsory acquisition of the land itself, it's then the planning permission that goes with it. And to the Secretary's point, until a school is established, we might understand what we think the demand is in the area, but to actually be clear about the number of kids that will actually access the school, well, we need to be a little bit further down the line in terms of having the school open to understand what other students the school may or may not attract.
But if you're in the process of acquiring a site, compulsory acquiring a site, you can tell the community what site you're acquiring. The idea that there's some secrecy about
the community are aware.
David, it's my time and I understand the community understands that the site is being acquired. They don't want them to acquire that site, but they're in the process of doing it. Can you tell me, but surely you can tell me what the internal projections of the department are,
which is what I was trying
what the population will be, and when it is currently projected to open, and what the capacity, what you're planning for. Like, you've got to have some idea of how many kids are going to be going to the school.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what I was trying to refer to in my answer.
Can you tell me on notice how much has been spent on it already?
So we'll be able to give you some project costs in relation to Bungendore on notice, yes.
And what the consultation process has been with the local community, if you can just provide a summary of what the key dates have been.
So certainly, and I wonder if I might ask Mr Disdar, because I believe he's been involved in some of those community consultations in the last week or so, 2 weeks possibly.
I recently just went and briefed alongside my infrastructure colleagues council. We've got new council members there, and I indicated to
Voted
them
against it.
from my understanding from the meeting, there were some council members that are supportive of the project and its location. I indicated to the council that from an operational sense, we'll be commencing with year 7 and 8. I think it was a unified message that I got from the council that they're looking forward to a high school education provision in their community. And I think, yeah, like you indicate, some of that is contested by some members of the community that Ms Harrison has also indicated, but a universal sentiment that a secondary provision in their locality will be really welcome. And we're able to clarify a number of pieces of misinformation, unfortunately, that may have circulated in the community.
With respect, Mr Disdar, I think the council has a position that they are opposed
Okay, we'll have to take that as time and for the next round. Mr Shoebridge, please.
Well, Mr Disdar, while we're on it, can you explain to the community...
Grab a seat, Mr Disdar. Where's your nameplate? That's it.
Get a chair.
On the front bench, where you belong.
Yeah.
Most excitement I've heard out of you.
They're fans.
Mr Disdar, the Minister said that the Tarago site was ruled out because of its proximity to Bungendore Recycling Centre. Was that actually the reason?
Again, it's my infrastructure colleagues a better place to answer, but we ran through a very detailed timeline and analysis for the council at the meeting that I referred to.
But I was asking specifically about why the Tarago Road site, which would have not seen the same kind of community opposition, was ruled out by. Was it, as the Minister said, because it was near the Bungendore Recycling Centre? You can't help.
Mr. Manning.
I'm happy to answer that. So there were a number of issues with the site that didn't lend itself to a school, not least the fact that it's not a serviced site, so both for water and sewerage. It also floods. Has some significant environmental issues to it, and as you say, it is in close proximity to a waste transfer station, which I think a number of members of the community would have an issue with if we decided to put a school there.
What's the current budget for the site? Last time I saw it was $34 million, and that's not likely to that's likely to be over capacity when it opens. What's the current budget?
So I think, Chair, we've already taken that question on notice when it was asked by Ms Houzos. Mr Shoebridge, we're very happy to come back to you on notice.
Is it still $34 million though?
Sorry, is that the project or the site?
That is for that's for the site acquisition, I think.
So, as I've indicated, very happy to come back with project costs on notice.
I think we're clear. That sounds like a lot of money for a site in Bungendore.
Why did you break off negotiations with the council and decide to go to compulsory acquisition? Is it because of the opposition of the council?
No, because so the reason we did it was because we were having conversation with the council about the complexity of the land transfer, the issues in terms of council administration, the problems around getting it valued, and the agreement with council was that as we moved to compulsory acquisition, that was a much clearer way to deal with it, and also gave us security around the site being delivered, so we could progress on with the development.
And
get everybody clarity around what the value would be.
And have you resolved the Aboriginal land claims?
So there are a number of issues we're still working our way through, and the team are working their way through that. So I'll come back to you specifically on that item.
Ms Harrison, since the last 2017-18, there's been budget funding put aside to allocate Randwick Boys and Randwick Girls High School for upgrades, but nothing's happened. And indeed, there's been no move to establish a co-ed public school in that part of Sydney. Why, 5 years on, do we still have no action?
So I'll ask Mr Disdar to provide you with some further detail in relation to Randwick Boys and Girls High School.
Mr. Shoebridge, as you are fully aware, we ran a community survey some time ago to get sentiment from both current students, past students, prospective students, families, our staff in both settings.
I know that, and 2/3 of parents said they wanted a co-ed option, and we're sitting here today and there's nothing.
We formed the view after analysing all the results that there wasn't a substantive position adopted by the community. There was a strong sentiment expressed for single-sex provision. What I can say is that we have been working with both principals and leadership teams on what we might be able to achieve by way of this infrastructure enhancement.
Mr. Tisdale, 67% of parents supported having a co-ed option. 2/3, more than 2/3 of parents supported having a co-ed option.
Mr. Shoebridge,
and that overwhelming support has seen zero action.
Mr. Shoebridge, could I just clarify the data that you're quoting to us there, please, and its source?
That was the survey sent to parents and carers of students at Randwick Girls School and Randwick Girls and Randwick High.
And are you referring specifically to the survey the department sent, just so that I'm clear on that?
I'm referring to the most recent survey of Randwick Girls and Randwick Boys parents, parents. So 67% wanted a co-ed option. Do you disagree with that data, Mr. Tisdale?
Well, it was one of the pieces of data that came out where we did a deeper dive with the data, Mr. Shoebridge, and looked at prospective enrolments. There wasn't a clear sentiment expressed around the changing of the type of provision in the area.
So you get 2/3 of parents wanting co-ed school option, and then you manage to analyse that data with such detail that you decide not to provide a co-ed school option. Well, that's kind of genius data analysis.
I am trying to answer your question and trying to give it the fulsome respect that it does deserve. We don't just take the one figure on its own. We then did a deeper dive around the entire survey, and what we found was that there was not a clear-cut position. There was division in the community around wanting co-ed provision or single-sex provision. There was strong representation by stakeholders as well as through the survey that the single-sex provision was important.
If you could, Mr. Tisdale, on notice, could you provide all of those other data points that meant that overwhelming majority wish from parents hasn't been implemented? Can you provide that on notice, Mr.
Shoebridge? We did put out a report at the time, a public report.
Can you provide a link to that?
We're happy to do that.
I think you'll find it on our website, Mr. Shoebridge.
Mr. Martin, what went so horribly wrong with the scaling in the HSC and International Baccalaureate that we saw such a massive overrepresentation for IB students in the top?
So just while Mr. Martin is coming to the table, if I may, just for the committee's information, NESA does not have any role in relation to the International Baccalaureate and its scaling. That is done by UAC and the ATAR calculation process, but I'm sure Mr. Martin will try to assist where he can.
Thank you. As the Secretary has indicated, the Universities Admission Centre, UAC, determine the mapping of IB to ATAR as they do the HSC. It's not something that we have any role in or control over. My understanding is that there is a technical issue in relation to the number of data points in the HSC in comparison to the IB. We have initiated, at the Minister's request, some conversations with UAC to see if that issue of fairness can be addressed or if it actually needs to be addressed.
Well, I mean, you surely accept it needs to be addressed. 55,000 students at the HSC, 48 achieved the highest ATAR rating, 600 students at the IB and 35 achieved that is so appallingly unfair, isn't it?
As I indicated, we don't control that mapping process. The issue that you've raised has been raised with us by a number of people, including by the Minister, and I have initiated conversations as recently as last week with the Universities Admission Centre to discuss the mapping.
So I misstated the unfairness. 55,000 HSC students sat the HSC and 48 achieved the highest ATAR rating. 600 students at the IB and 41 of them achieved the highest ATAR rating. The 55,000 students who sat the HSC have been cheated, haven't they?
And so, Chair, I think Mr Martin has answered the question in relation to...
Yeah, the UAC is run by the Commonwealth Government,
No, but
It's not run by
you're
us.
responsible for representing the interests of those 55,000 HSC students. You're responsible for representing the interests of those 55,000 HSC students. What are you going to talk about?
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
As I've indicated, Mr Shoebridge, we have initiated conversations with the University's Admission Centre to discuss the matter of HSC and IB mapping.
Well, Ms Martin, I'm not saying I know you're not responsible for that final outcome, but in terms of being advocates for those 55,000 HSC students, I want to make sure you're in there testing what's went wrong and being advocates for fixing this gross unfairness. I'm not saying it's your fault, but it's surely your collective job to fix it.
I think I've answered the question, Mr Shoebridge.
You've said you'll get some data.
Yeah, Mr Shoebridge.
What does that mean?
If I may, Chair, I think Mr Martin has also indicated that he has met and is meeting with the Vice-Chancellors and with UAC on these issues. He is, of course, advocating for our students in New South Wales and for those that sit the HSC.
Can you give us an idea of what they think went wrong? What do they think went wrong?
I'm not going to get into a technical discussion this afternoon, but I'm quite happy to provide on notice when I have had the proper conversations with UAC. If the word advocate on behalf of HSC and New South Wales students is the word that you would like me to use, that's what we're doing in these conversations with UAC.
Mr Shoebridge, Minister Henskins tomorrow has a remit these days over the university sector. So maybe
no, we've been there before, and
well, let's try again with the new minister.
Thing, as you know.
Yeah, I know.
Ms Harrison, were you partly responsible for the change of the tendering process for out-of-home, out-of-hours school care, that a bunch of parents and NGO providers have complained about, including to my office and I'm sure to you, that prejudiced them as against commercial operators? Were you responsible for that?
So I think, Mr Shoebridge, if I can clarify that you were referring to the categorisation of different providers of before and after school care and whether or not they are P&C run, in which case they fall into one form of arrangement with us, or whether they are a commercial outfit. We refer to that we have categories A, B and C for this, and Mr Manning can provide some further detail in relation to that.
Happy to, thank you. So, as the Secretary says, we have three categories of service provider. Category A are incorporated into the P&C Federation. Category B are not-for-profit, and Category C are for-profit. Certainly since I've been at the department in 2017, there has been a running issue with a range of providers who believe that they are Category A services and therefore do not need to go to tender for services. Following consultation with a number of the stakeholders, including Network and a few others, we agreed that we would do a review to clarify once and for all the position of the providers that we have and as to whether they are actually incorporated into the P&C Federation and therefore are Category A and don't need to go to tender, or whether they are actually not-for-profits and not incorporated under the P&C Federation and therefore into Category B and therefore would need to go to tender. I think we've identified 37 services that were of the view that they were Category A and therefore didn't need to go to tender but are actually Category B. We are talking to each of those services individually and giving them an opportunity to transition to be P&C incorporated providers, and the time frame for that is before their current licence expires, and for some of those providers those licences don't expire until 2029. If they do transition to a P&C service incorporated under the Act, we can then grant them an 8-year licence in order to continue to operate. So we continue to work with those services. Nothing needs to happen today. As long as it happens ahead of their licence expiring, we can then assure them that they can run through as a Category A service. If they don't want to be incorporated into the P&C Act, then it would be a Category B, and under the procurement regulations would be required to go to tender for that service.
Okay, thank you. Could I raise the case sent to me of a teacher at Carramar Public School in the Fairfield district where she told her principal she was always intending to get vaccinated, was waiting for Novavax, but she was stood down, told by the principal to get out of the school, and then when she tried to clear her personal effects, she was refused access to the school before or after school or on the weekend, and a box of her personal effects was left on the footpath outside the gate for her to collect, and she was further told that if she set foot in the school, they'd call the police. Now, in terms of the status of teaching, how can people be treated this way?
Chair, if I may, I'm not aware of that specific case, and as I think we've indicated consistently, we're happy to take that case, any specifics on notice. What I can say about the way we have approached this situation is that Novavax was not available as an approved vaccine in Australia until recently. As soon as it was approved, we have contacted everybody who had not yet been vaccinated in our system and indicated to them that Novavax was now available to them as an option, and that they should they wish to avail themselves of that vaccine, that we would be willing to give them the time to do so and complete that progress. I will see if Ms. Katcher has any details on the case, but that it doesn't. I certainly haven't been informed of it directly.
Secretary, I don't have specific knowledge of that case, but I would like that individual, if you could, Chair, to encourage her to be in touch with me, because I would like to talk to her and to resolve the situation.
I've spoken to her by telephone, and obviously very upset, but the case seems legitimate, and I just can't believe people were ever treated this way.
So I do hope the individual concerned, if they were waiting for the Novavax vaccine, that they are aware that that is now available, and that we have certainly contacted everybody in our system who has not availed themselves of a vaccine and indicated this was available, and that we would be happy to pause any processes and give them due time to undertake the Novavax, to avail themselves of the Novavax vaccine.
I've got Mr. Curry's letter dated the 27th of January, but why did it come to having to unscramble that situation when a whole bunch of teachers said they were waiting for Novavax? We knew it would eventually come in Australia. Why were they under investigation and the allegation of misconduct levelled at them, instead of taking them on trust to say, well, Novavax is coming, and most likely, as it turned out, before the beginning of the school year, they could fulfil that commitment?
So, Chair, you'll appreciate that we cannot operate within a legal framework on those hypotheticals. The vaccine had not been approved. As soon as it was approved, we took appropriate action.
Isn't this the fundamental problem, Ms. Harrison, in that you've used the public health order to jettison normal, decent, standard industrial relations practices to run this, what's regarded as tyranny among the workers? Why wouldn't any normal administrator wait for the Novavax over the school holiday period, take the teachers on trust? I mean, we talk about the status of teachers. These people feel like the charge of misconduct and the way they've been treated, nobody in the system trusted them. They're always going to take Novavax, and then the letter goes out to say, oh, hang on, we've flipped now, the investigations are called off and you can get your Novavax, and they did. So haven't you just jettisoned normal, decent industrial relations practice and continually hide behind the public health order?
So I don't accept the premise of the question that we are hiding behind a legal instrument that places an obligation on our staff to meet vaccination requirements.
Your obligation was to have these people vaccinated before the beginning of the school year. And you could have easily said over the holiday period, Novavax is coming. All these teachers said they're going to do Novavax, they're just waiting for it, instead of putting the investigative dogs on them and saying this is misconduct, because they were waiting for a valid vaccination and were going to take it.
And so, obviously, the requirement to be vaccinated in our schools and on our school sites came into effect in November. And so it isn't the case that we only took action during the school holidays. The process had already commenced because of the requirement to be vaccinated coming into effect in early November. We also did not have knowledge of when Novavax would be approved, and as soon as it was approved by the health authorities, we took appropriate action to ensure that those staff, firstly, who had indicated to us that they were waiting for Novavax, but also any other member of staff under investigation in this process was able to opt for that option and have been given time to go and get that vaccine.
All I know is you've got a whole cohort of former teachers spreading the word, whatever you do, don't work for the New South Wales Education Department. Here's another example, a teacher in the Hunter Valley telling me that, drawing my attention to the department's Code of Conduct, section 9.1.2, and I quote, employees or their representatives may request a review of a direction. She wrote to Mr. Curry saying she wanted a review of her matter under investigation at the PES, and nothing ever happened.
And so I'll ask...
Is that another case where you hid behind the public health order and jettisoned your own code of conduct?
I'll ask Mr Curry to answer, if I may, Chair, just to keep the numbers in perspective. This is this is a very small number of teachers in our system. We are not jettisoning large numbers of teachers. This is in the hundreds.
Well, it's 1,800 stood down or sacked on the permanent, and you weren't able to give us the number about the temps or the casuals earlier today. So you keep saying that, but you never deliver the full data.
And so let me ask Ms Catcher in relation to the to confirm the data we have.
No, we heard the data earlier on. I added it up, and that's the figure. What about this Code of Conduct section 9.1.2? Employees or their representatives may request a review of a direction. Who ever got a review?
I'll ask Mr Curry to come in here and answer the question. He might need the microphone.
Sorry.
Please.
In terms of the review of the directions by Ms Cascia, that was not carried out by PES. We don't review those directions, and part of that section of the Code of Conduct also says that while those reviews are taking place, if they do take place, people are expected to follow the directions and actually comply with them while that is going on. So in terms of the reviews of those directions, that was not part of the investigation process.
So the Code of Conduct was ignored effectively?
It wasn't part of that process that we were undertaking the investigation.
The Code of Conduct didn't apply. Okay, can I raise a specific case that requires investigation? He's given me his name, permission to use it. Jeff Chaseling, a PD HPE teacher at Lake Illawarra High School, who's been on sick leave since the 1st of November last year. He's uploaded his medical contraindication form as per guideline 8.4 and says that he's being done over unfairly. Can I get a report on what's happened in his circumstance? Because he's provided me with a lot of correspondence that looks like it checks out, and there you go, losing a teacher down there at Lake Illawarra.
Very happy to provide that on notice, and if I just can clarify the numbers, Chair, it has been a total of 200 staff across the department who have been exited as a result of this process.
Under investigation.
Under investigation, currently open cases, it's just over 1,300, so I do just want to make sure that we are clear.
Yeah, they're stood down, they're not working, are they?
So they are unable legally
At Cromer High School, where they finish early on a Thursday, at the Kempsey High School, where they've got them in the playground and can't teach them. These are 1,300 teachers not in schools, are they?
and so legally, they are not currently allowed to work in our school settings.
No, okay. Correct. Can I come to an example, a teacher from the Shire district who's sent me correspondence indicating, again under the mandates, her carer's leave was ignored, and she's been turfed out even though on carer's leave. There's other experiences, aren't there, of people under investigation stood down while on maternity leave, workers' compensation, annual leave, sick leave, the list goes on. Again, why were normal industrial relations standards ignored and these people weren't allowed to complete their leave period before their status in the system was established?
The Chair, no industrial relations rules have been breached. Anybody who's on leave, if they're non-compliant with the public health order, that investigation is on hold. I can't talk to the specific carer's leave, and I don't think it's appropriate in this forum to mention the name of an individual, but I do know that a person on carer's leave or parental leave may not be on full-time parental leave or full-time carer's leave, and that means that if they're on leave for 2 days a week, but the other 3 days a week they're actually needing to go into a school and they can't or they haven't complied with the public health order, we are unable to allow them to do that. So I do think it's important to look at each case on a case-by-case basis to just get a full picture of the facts.
Can I come back to the calling the police? Is it right that parents unvaccinated now can enter school?
So we have now removed the previously we had a restriction where we were asking parents not to come onto school sites. We are now able to invite parents onto school sites. That is the nature of our service, is that we serve the whole community, and one of the reasons that it's so important that we are protecting our workforce through vaccination is because they are, in the course of their duties, potentially going to come into contact with people who are unvaccinated.
Why can't that apply to unvaccinated teachers stood down? And can we, at bare minimum, stop principals saying they're going to call the police on them?
And so certainly in the current circumstances, there will have been a point, depending on the particular timing, where there was a difference in community settings in relation to vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals. They were set by the Department of Health, not us, and so there would have been a requirement to comply with those at the time. Obviously now we're in a different set of settings, and I would expect that anyone needing to go into a school to collect their belongings would be able to arrange to do so at an appropriate time.
Thank you. That brings us to the afternoon tea break, which is for 15 minutes back at 3:45. Thanks. Apparently, now Mike Pratt has gone, we've got an afternoon tea trolley, which can't get in the door at the moment because of the backbench there. So, yeah, our largesse is back. Don't To the opposition, please.
Yeah. Can I just, first of all, just on notice, ask for the period from the 1st of July 2021, the number of teachers who've had confirmed COVID cases, the number who accessed sick leave, the number who made workers' compensation claims, the number of days sick leave taken for COVID, the total number of days, and the total lost time due to injury on account of COVID, and also any advice provided on directions to staff who have COVID.
Certainly, and I can confirm from your earlier line of questioning, Mr. Diadam, that we are transparent with our staff about their opportunity to access work cover. It is included in the guidance on our website for our staff, our intranet website for our staff in relation to those cases. But very happy to take those specifics on notice.
Can I ask about well, actually, before I move on, has there been a direction to directors of educational leadership or to principals to reduce or minimise the access to part-time work?
So certainly not to my knowledge or understanding. Part-time and flexible work is a core part of any employer's remit. We have a number of part-time arrangements both in our administrative staff in schools but also in our schools where we see really successful, particularly job share arrangements amongst teachers sharing that load. And Mr Disdar can provide...
Not a strategy that's been deployed to try and take pressure in terms of staffing constraints. You're not trying to make staff work full-time loads who might want to avail themselves of part-time work?
Mr Diadam, Ms Nixon and I line manage the directors, educational leadership through the executive directors, educational leadership. We connect with them formally every 5 weeks.
The answer's no then.
I can tell the committee that has not been the case.
Can I turn to the COVID intensive learning support program? Where are we up to in terms of evaluating that program?
Thank you for the question. So the programme started in 2020 and was obviously, well actually I'm pleased to say it wasn't overly disrupted by the lockdowns of last year. Many schools, the vast majority of schools, were able to maintain their COVID intensive learning support throughout the lockdown period through the use of technology, and I'll ask Ms Owen to provide some specific details in relation to the evaluation.
Thanks, Secretary. So the interim evaluation was completed at the end of last year. Alongside, I think you're aware, we also had the...
Is that an internal evaluation process, the interim evaluation?
Internal evaluation conducted by our CZ colleagues.
Is that in the public domain, the report on that?
So I think Ms Owen has indicated it was internal, and I'm very happy to go away and check whether we're able to provide that on notice or whether it was prepared for Cabinet consideration as part of broader discussions around education policy, but very happy to go and have a look and see if that's available. I don't think there's anything in it that we'd be concerned about, so I'm sure we'll be able to provide it on notice.
So obviously the interim evaluation was timed specifically to feed into the design for the programme for this year. And as the committee will be aware, we also had the Auditor General of New South Wales also audit the programme sort of simultaneously, and you'll have that, obviously access to that audit report.
Right, I see. And in terms of the measures, how are you actually measuring the success or otherwise of the program?
It's a range of measures, as you would imagine. So for the interim report, because we didn't have time for educational outcomes at that stage of the year, it was mostly survey work of feedback from students, parents and educators. As we come into this year and we go into the full evaluation report, we'll be using the check-in data, so the tests that we've done with our students at a variety of periods in the stages in the schools to identify of the lost learning that we identified the previous year, how many of those students have caught up and what outstanding gaps are there in learning.
There was no hard academic data in terms of the success of that program for the interim evaluation, is that correct?
So I think, as Ms Owen indicated, we've gathered that data through surveys. What I can say from my experience of visiting schools running this programme is that the data our schools now use in assessing where students are up to and where they need to progress to is now very sophisticated. In particular, you would see, I'm sure if you visited schools, data walls would be the thing that our schools would refer to. And so they are, in coming back to us with their understanding of how their students have progressed, are doing so from a basis of understanding where they were and where they are now. So it may not be that they have been, those academic growth has been captured yet in our check-in assessments or in, say, for example, NAPLAN results, but what we would expect to see is that our teachers have used their local assessment data in contributing to that survey. So we feel confident in our teachers' use of that data in returning their views to us.
It's quite a labour-intensive program, isn't it?
So we have invested a significant amount of resources into this program, yes.
You believe that it's compounded the issue around the casual pool?
So certainly we have seen an impact in the number of teachers that are operating in the COVID intensive learning programme at this time. In terms of I think you would expect any large investment in resourcing and teachers will have an impact on our casual pool by default. That certainly will have occurred. We have sought to minimise that by extending and opening the programme up to final year teaching students and others, for example, from universities and other walks of life with the appropriate qualifications and experience to support the implementation of that programme.
Has that, so in terms of the impact on the casual pool, I mean, has there been a clear pattern of an increased requirement for split classes, for example, as a result of the loss of that flexibility because you've absorbed many casuals into the ILSP program?
And so when you're dealing with a finite resource, it's obviously always about some of those priorities. It's probably relevant to talk in some respects about our planning for the return to school this term, where we look very closely at the needs of our schools in relation to those temporary relief and casuals. And Mr Disdale will be able to talk about how this works locally in a school. But of course, when we take supply out and focus it on a priority, it will have broader implications for the remaining supply. And we want to make sure that we are giving the best possible opportunity and access to all of our students. And so schools will make local decisions about the way they do that when they're dealing, for example, with an unexpected sickness absence. And Mr Disdale can provide some examples of that.
Yeah, Ms Harrison, I just want to add to the committee, I think it's provided a tremendous fillip for a number of our retired teachers and leaders. I've spoken to a number who are not willing to come back to a full-time teaching position or a full-time leadership position, but have been really willing to come back to work with students in small groups who've got gaps in their learning.
My question, can I bring you back, was about split classes and whether you'd noticed, I mean, you're collecting data on split classes now, aren't you?
So I'll let Mr Disdale talk to the way.
Answering the question.
He wasn't addressing that issue. No, he wasn't addressing that issue.
Yeah, no, I definitely want to tell you about split classes, but I was just making the point that there's a proportion of the workforce that we wouldn't have had with us who are now willing to be part of closing the gap with small groups of learners. I think that's a big fillip. I also think it's a massive fillip to have final year students who are going to be in the classroom and in leadership positions down the track, accelerating their capacity and abilities to be ready to hit the ground running. And they've been a fantastic fillip for the system. In terms of split classes, we have schools that maintain their own database around that. We've had to provide to the House a number of times when we've had questions about particular schools, which we have. We don't centrally maintain that data because that data would be very, very difficult to maintain centrally because at a school, operationally, as you'd appreciate, you can have a number of reasons why you may need a casual teacher to come in. It could be because a teacher is sick. It could be because a teacher is out for the day from their normal duties because they're undertaking professional learning on-site or off-site. It could be because the school has asked that teacher to undertake another internal activity. So there's a range of reasons why that data would be very, very difficult to centrally maintain.
Thank you. Can I ask, there was a story in relation to the issuance of the classes, and it suggested that there had been some direction from senior leadership of the department around speaking to the media or raising issues around staff shortages. So I wanted to ask perhaps Mr Curry about whether you have any current cases investigating staff for breaches of the Code of Conduct around engagement with the media.
I'd have to take that on notice and get back to you with current cases. I don't know the stage of any particular case at any particular time.
But if I could add, there are requirements under the employment of pretty much all public servants, actually, in their relation to their role as apolitical public servants supporting the implementation of government programmes. That extends to teachers, and there is an expectation as part of those employment conditions that our staff raise their concerns internally first, and that's certainly what I would expect and ask of our staff to do. We have a number of internal mechanisms where we engage with our staff and gather their feedback, but it is a requirement of our staff, as I think you will have seen across many public service jurisdiction, kind of areas of the public service, that our staff are not permitted to talk to the media about their work in that way. They are currently the guidelines we operate within and are set out in our Code of Conduct, and so
they're not a public interest for parents to know that the quality of the education that's being provided is compromised by the shortages of staff.
And so certainly I think there are many avenues where those issues get raised and talked about, and this is one of those places where you're able to draw on and seek information from us. Of course, our staff have views on those issues. Often they do not have access to all of the information that goes into some of those decisions, particularly in some of the instances Mr Disdale would talk to, where the decision to split a class may be made for curriculum reasons. It may be made to support an individual to go to a medical appointment on one day. These are not, they're not in of themselves a systemic issue, even if they are a particularly localised issue. And so I think there is the potential for those things to be taken out of context and to be discussed without the understanding of the underlying issues or the underlying circumstances that are at play. And so all I wanted to do really was to set out for the committee there are requirements under our employment conditions our staff are asked to abide by. It's important in positions where that our staff hold in communities that they're careful and thoughtful about the way they engage publicly in the nature of their work for exactly the reasons you raised, Mr Adam.
Ms Harrison, can I ask how many academics have been recruited to work in New South Wales schools under the New South Wales Government's program?
And so could I just clarify which program you're referring to?
Under the Teacher Supply Strategy, I think there's a paper called Recruiting Academics.
We have recruited some academics and certainly those from universities and final year students into the COVID ILSP. The mid-career entry program is the program where we would be seeking to attract people with significant prior knowledge, such as someone from the higher education sector, to make the transition and conversion into teaching. I'd need to come back to you with the specifics of how many of those applications were from the university sector and how many were successful, but very happy to come back to you with that detail.
Right, and sorry, you referenced a different entrance point.
So in terms of our supply and our strategy for supply, it would be through the mid-career entry route
Sorry,
program.
before you said that though, you said something else.
For the COVID intensive learning support, we have also opened up other employment avenues for those who aren't accredited teachers but have relevant experience. So I can also provide you with information in relation to how many individuals in that program come from a university background.
That would be very helpful, thank you. I wanted to ask about Captain's Flat Preschool. I understand the department recently facilitated their move because they had high levels of lead in the soil on the site where they were operating previously. But there are some issues with their new site. They don't have any sun sails for shade. They don't have sufficient drainage, so the site floods whenever there's rain, which is particularly pertinent at the moment. But concerningly, they also don't have fly screens, so they can't open windows for ventilation, and this is particularly because about safety concerns about kids climbing out of the given the current situation, that is very concerning in terms of ventilation. They've been told to rely on air conditioning all the time. Are you able to provide, I'm happy to take that if you want to take that on notice, but are you able to provide any further details on that?
I'm very happy to take the details of that service on notice. There is a grants programme that those services can apply for to support the upgrade of their infrastructure in relation to this, but let us take the specifics on notice in relation to that preschool and come back to you.
Great, thank you.
Mr Banasiak, take 5.
Thank you. Ms Harrison, you might direct this to Ms Owen, but the behaviour strategy, there was a webinar last week with principals, deputy principals, teachers, and Ms Owen, you were quoted as saying that there is legislation coming onto our statute which sets out what practices are prohibited, what practices are restricted, so we had to act now. What legislation are you referring to, and also what department practices are you referring to that would be restricted or prohibited?
Thanks for the question. So that's in relation to the restricted practices policy that's been released as part of our inclusive, engaging, respectful schools package, which I think you're familiar with. Yep. And yeah, the conversation we were having with our principals last week was explaining the timing and the importance of the whole package, actually, of how all these changes in procedures and policies are brought together to increase the inclusiveness of our public education system. I think the quote that you're referring to that I made at the time was there are a number of reasons why this package is important right now, one of which is the recommendations we've already received from the Disability Royal Commission in relation to restrictive practices, another being proposed legislation, I think it's by the Department of Communities and Justice, on restrictive practices, which is New South Wales government overall legislation. With those two recommendations in our minds, and with our overall determination to make our schools more inclusive and to do the right thing by our students with disabilities, we brought that package forward together. I think that's what you're referring to.
Okay. Are you aware that there seems to be overwhelming opposition by principals to this policy, particularly the changes to the behaviour management, and to the point that the Teachers Federation have actually now advised them not to implement the policy come term 2? I'm just wondering, what is your response to that direction being given by the Teachers Federation to their principals, do not implement this policy due to their concerns?
I think we have been clear throughout this process that our focus is on the needs of our students. We have sat before this committee on many occasions and talked about the numbers of suspensions and the fact that we have too many students absent from school for too many days. I think the Minister has been clear in her commentary on this that if the current system isn't working, then it is important that we look at how we change that system and improve the outcomes for those students. If you don't have buy-in from the teachers and the principals that are meant to be implementing the system, no matter how well-intentioned your strategy is, it won't be implemented properly and consistently, will it? I have confidence that we have the right supports in place for our system to support the implementation of the policy. The first thing I have said, and will continue to say to all those with challenges, is to read the policies and procedures first. They are very clear. The protections our teachers are seeking in relation to the use of suspension remain in place, which tends to be one of the flashpoints in the debate around this issue. Teachers are still able to take decisive and immediate action in relation to any threatening behaviour in their classrooms. That is still permitted. What we have sought to do in this policy is to reduce the time that students are excluded from school, to increase the accountability of the system to provide the support to those students that they need and the support to the teachers that is needed in order to maintain those young people in their classrooms, and to ensure that if we are going to embark on a series of multiple suspensions, which we have seen and discussed in previous hearings, that we do so knowing what the support is that student needs and that we have a clear pathway for their return to the classroom. I think those are all really valid reasons for us to be looking at this reform and implementing it in the way we are. Our door remains open to engage with those stakeholders. We are working very closely, particularly with the Primary Principals Association, on the implementation of these changes. They are now the policy expectations of the Department of Education. The Minister has been clear in her commitment to those, and we're focused on implementing them effectively.
What was the reasoning or research behind your decision to use the same criteria for suspension for a Year 3 student as to a Year 12 student, given that we all know they have different developmental stages and different cognitive abilities? What was the research or reasoning that underpinned that decision?
So I'll ask Ms Owen to comment. One of the things that's been very consistent from us, our stakeholders, is the need for consistency across those settings. That has definitely been the preferred position of our workforce, that it is consistent in terms of the way those suspensions are applied. It's obviously important that the policies and procedures we have are clear, can be understood by everyone, and actioned. And I'll let Ms Owen come back to you, if I may, on the evidence base.
So the most important thing we're trying to achieve here is that every child, every student across our system has access to education, no matter what their circumstances and any disabilities in particular that they have. So in terms of the suspension policy, when looking at the duration, we wanted to reduce the amount of time students spend away from their school and want to increase connection and engagement with their school and continuity of learning. So that's why we've taken the action we have to reduce the duration and reduce the potential number of multiple suspensions a student could experience. The reason we've made a change for the K-2 in particular is just in recognition of the importance of those first few years in school. The committee, again, as Ms Harrison has said, has heard many times the number of times young kindergarten students have been suspended from school, and we thought that needed particular attention and to minimise those early days lost in their education.
Thank you. I'll throw back to you.
Thank you, Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. I guess just continuing on with that line of questioning, and I understand that there were questions about suspensions and exclusions earlier, and I do know the policy has recently changed, etc. Has anyone asked already for the latest numbers on suspensions? If I could have the latest numbers on suspensions and expulsions broken up with percentage of those who are children with disability, as well as children who are First Nations individuals, and also a breakdown by gender, that would be really helpful, either now or on notice.
And a breakdown by year.
And a breakdown by year, thank you.
So Ms Owen, I believe, has that data and is available, have that available to share with you now?
Fabulous.
Okay, I don't have the gender breakdown, so we'll make sure we can take that on notice if we've got that. But looking at the calendar year, 2021, so let's just be clear, because we count different things for different purposes. So you're asking for the number of suspensions rather than number of students?
Sorry, yes, number of suspensions.
Number of suspensions, okay. So the number of suspensions that occurred in the calendar year 2021 was 57,682. Of which the number of students with disability was 30,423, of which obviously that's a 53%.
How many students were suspended?
Want me to finish this answer and come back to that one?
Yes, please.
Okay, so let's just go through the suspensions data, and then I'll come back to students. I have got both set. So going again with all students in 2021, 57,682, of which 30,423 were students with a disability. Of the overall total, the number of those students who were identifying as Aboriginal students is 17,173, which is a 30% portion of that number. Was there another breakdown?
I think you said you'd have to come back on gender. And yeah, if we could have that by number of students as well.
And again, I know Ms Housos asked by year. That's quite a lot of numbers to read out, so it's probably easier to give you the data.
Right,
but if you want the overall headline numbers, get the right numbers, by students, Ms Housos. Again, looking at the 2021 calendar year, number of students suspended during that calendar year was 33,870. Of that, 15,462 were students with disability. which is 46%. And again, of the overall total, those students identifying as Aboriginal students, 8,700, excuse me, I'll start again, 8,713 students, Aboriginal students, which is 26% of the overall total. We can provide you that with you by stage.
Thank you. And in terms of trend from previous years?
So I think it's worth noting in 2021, obviously we had a very disrupted school year with large parts of Sydney and Greater Sydney in an extended lockdown, which will have impacted on the number of suspensions in the year. So we would expect those results. It will be hard to call a trend for 2021.
Sure. But would you expect it to be lower, given although there was disruptions, there was less time in the school?
We would expect the totals ideally to be lower, but we have seen growing trends over time.
I mean, that's just fair to say, linked to the previous questions, the reason we've taken action on our inclusive, engaged and respectful schools was because of the growing trend we'd seen in suspensions. So, as Ms Harrison says, the data isn't comparable because so many students spent a large amount of time learning from home last year. But we have, as I think the committee will have heard in its previous hearing, seen an increasing trend, which is why we've taken the action that we have.
Right, which is quite... I find those numbers quite devastating.
As do we, Ms Boyd.
Yeah. In terms of, I guess, the transition of people with disability back to school, were additional resources put in place for people with disability, for children with disability going back into school to make sure that they were...
As part of the COVID return to school, is that...
was there specific funding and resources given for people with disability as opposed to the sort of general cohort?
So as a system, we provide funding that addresses the needs of our individual students. So there is both a loading through the resource allocation model that in our mainstream schools provides adjustment for students with low levels of disability. We also then have those that are access funding called integration funding support, and that also provides the school with additional funds to support that student. But in terms of central support for the return to school, our focus has been on the COVID ILSP as the main intervention, and that has also been provided to those supporting students with disability.
But then it's not been a specific pool of money to recognise their additional challenges?
Not beyond the existing funding available in the school to make those choices around their individual students. And so we would expect that schools, we know that schools have supported their students to return to school through this time. There's been a lot of work done between individual schools and individual families to make sure the right things are in place for those students.
So when it comes to implementing the new policies to try and turn this around, what training and resources have been given to teachers and schools to help them implement this correctly?
So thank you for the question, and I think your colleague referred to the webinar, which in a sense was the awareness raising in the first instance around the policy and making sure that our staff are engaging with the policy itself rather than the narrative that is being circulated about the policy inaccurately and with misinformation in our view. And I'll let Ms Owen talk to the broad range of supports that we've got available. We have a significant amount of professional learning as well as human resources available to go in and support schools.
And that's good to know. I also would love to hear you say that there will be additional, let's say, basically what I'm trying to get at, to understand is whether the burden of implementing this policy will be put on teachers who are already very overloaded, or whether they will be given special leave or something else in order to go and do this training and actually engage in it properly.
Those settings will be determined by the school, and our schools manage the release time of their teachers to engage in professional learning of this nature. We also have over 2,000 staff that are available across the system to support schools with individual cases and to support individual students, and Ms Owen can provide further information on the overall support going to the system for this policy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from on that, Ms Boyd. We are really trying to do our best at system level to support every school to have the right capabilities, confidence and skills to address this important issue, and we've been doing so since we released the behaviour strategy, which was about this time last year. So a lot of new professional learning was released last year in anticipation of the policies and procedures changing. So we have been engaging with our workforce probably for a couple of years now on this topic and kind of leading up to the change. Right now, after we release the actual specific policies and procedures, we're in a period of familiarisation. So the webinar was the beginning of that. We're inviting schools now to start to undertake that professional learning, which we will be releasing centrally through the system that's already been developed. And as Ms Harrison said, we specifically invested at system level and at school level to make sure we've got additional resources there to support principals, teachers across the system. In that full spectrum of behaviour management, you know, we often talk about suspension, but actually it's about the full range of different behaviours that are seen in the classroom, and wherever possible, the specific investment we want to make is in prevention and early intervention and supporting teachers to adapt to new practice.
Okay. At the beginning of the school year, a lot of parents had difficulty, and I think I mentioned this before, getting their children to sort of comply with various restrictions when their children have special needs, particularly those with sensory issues, children with autism, children with ADHD. Ms Harrison, you were quoted in the media as responding to those concerns in a very sort of general way, and it was criticised by Autism Awareness Australia and other advocates for being perhaps not as sensitive to the needs of particularly children with autism as we would expect you to be. What is your response to that? Do you regret the comment? Has there been any sort of learning, I guess, from that?
So I'm not sure I'm aware of the specific comment, Ms Boyd. However, what I can say, and what I think I said in the media responses at the time, was our schools are working very closely with individual families to meet the needs of individual students in the return to school. That's what we would want our families to do, our schools to be doing with those individual families. There are specific cases where there can be challenges with that, and our schools have worked really closely with families to support that. And when I visited Karonga School just the other week, the principal talked about the exceptional lengths that staff had gone to go and meet with families off-site, to talk them through the plans that were available to support exactly the type of students you're referring to in your question, to make that transition back to school successfully.
Within the department, is there mandatory training on autism, for instance, autism awareness or ADHD awareness, so that everybody has a full understanding of of the impact of policies on children with autism?
So we recently made some of the disability training mandatory for our school leaders. It's an area we've been looking at very closely in relation to what we make mandatory for everyone versus what is available and the information we expect people to engage with in the discharge of their professional duties. And of course we would expect our teaching staff, and many of them, in fact the vast majority...
Sorry, just to clarify, I wasn't saying teaching staff, I'm talking about the department.
So I think we've got further work to do across the whole department in their understanding, certainly of some of the conversations about the way we can support our schools to do their work in support of students with disabilities. I think we have further work to do, and it's work we are undertaking around the way that we can provide support across the school divide. And I think some of the response to the behaviour strategy that has been alluded to in this room indicate that that is a task, not just that is something that is for the whole system. And that's why this package of reforms around inclusive, engaging and respectful education reforms is so important for us to implement effectively.
Thank you. Secretary, would you agree with the proposition, the great untold story, a very damaging story during the 107-day Sydney lockdown that started out as a 3-week lockdown, was the horrendous impact on young people, isolated from their friends, unable to go to school? The physical and mental health strain on them was dreadful, and some subsequent reports have borne this out. Would you in future give very strong advice to government not to ever repeat such a long period of lockdown damaging to our young generation?
And so I think one of the things that I think many people may have learnt during this pandemic period is to never say never. What I can say is that we are ready to respond in a variety of ways. We've got a full suite of practices and mitigations in place that we can deploy to keep schools open. That is clearly our focus. We have, and actually I have to commend Dr. Chan in her work with us throughout this period, who has also been a strong advocate for ensuring we can open schools whenever it has been safe to do so. I hope, as I'm sure everyone on the committee does, that we are now past the period of the pandemic where school closures will be required. We have seen this term some small instances where, due to localised COVID outbreaks, some cohorts have had to learn from home for a very short number of days while we try and break the cycle and stop further disruption to the system. But we are very clear that our focus is students in classrooms with their teachers.
Were you advocating that during the 107-day lockdown?
So we continue to work with health on what was possible at any given time and what would need to be in place in order for schools to open.
Health caused this terrible youth health problem, and Dr. Chan was part of the locking up of our young people and this health consequence. Shouldn't you be a stronger advocate for our students and our young people?
And so I think, as many have commented through this pandemic, it has been a balancing act at all times from the various pieces of expert advice that come in on the both physical health needs as well as the mental health of the community as these decisions are made by government. Of course, my job is to have students in schools learning. I think we did, and I'd like to thank our staff across the state who I think did an exceptional job supporting learning from home last year and have done an exceptional job welcoming students back in our schools. And I'm sure people saw the coverage, the lengths our schools went to, in particular at the end of the summer holidays, to make sure that we could implement the settings for the start of this term was again exceptional. And I think they have shown the whole community just how agile and responsive they are to the community's needs.
All I can suggest is that there must be a lot of people in the system who haven't got children who've suffered dreadfully during this, inhumane beyond belief. But why did the PES charge with misconduct a department employee who was part of the anti-lockdown protest in Sydney in his own time? His own time, nothing to do with the schools.
And so I'll ask Mr. Curry to provide some detail in relation to that matter as far as he is able to.
In terms of your question, we've said this a few times, we don't charge people with misconduct. We actually put allegations of misconduct to them to answer. In terms of the lockdown protests, people were referred to us, were actually given allegations of misconduct because of a couple of reasons, but the main reason was, as public servants, they were not actually complying with a public health order.
Oh, for Christ's sake.
And therefore,
for Christ's sake,
possibly bringing the department into disrepute. And so we had an obligation under the Code of Conduct to actually put allegations to them so they could answer that.
Why would anyone work for this department? You can't, in your own time, go out and protest against something fundamentally wrong this lockdown because it infringes a public health order. Most of us should have been charged for breaching public health orders. I'm sure every single person in this room in some way breached those draconian public health orders. What have you done to this person who protested in his own time? Is he still with the department or he's out too?
I'll have to take that on notice.
You could provide the specifics to us, Chair. Very happy to take that on notice.
It's in the answer. I'm following up the answer you've given me in the specifics to my question 8224, where you've charged someone in their own time, a department employee, for campaigning and protesting against this lockdown because it infringed public health orders. I could give you dozens of instances where those wretched orders, draconian, tyrannical, were breached by everyone that I know and myself for very sound reasons. I mean, does this department ever do anything other than policing these public health orders in a way that's beyond any reason and compassion and care? Why would anyone be sacked or disciplined in this department? We'll find out whether or not he was sacked, because in their own time they went out and protested against something fundamentally wrong that was hurting children all over the state. I just find that remarkable. Anyway, we'll get further details. Mr. Curry, on behalf of my colleague, the Honourable Walt Secord, could you give an explanation as to why you refused his GIPA, arguing last year that... Sorry?
saying. He doesn't trust the opposition to ask his questions. He gives them to you.
Well, I take many matters from many parts of the chamber, as you know, Scott, and I always ventilate them with as much integrity and thoroughness as I can, and this one is from the Honourable Walt Secord. I'll raise some of yours later if you wish. And the new...
I don't have any. I think the department's great. Just saying.
Anyway, look, back to Mr Curry. You've said that there was an overriding public interest against the disclosure of the fact that a contractor with the department posted on the Australasian Union of Jewish Students Facebook page under a picture of Adolf Hitler that it's such a shame he didn't finish his job. Now, isn't it very much in the public interest to know such a thing could have been posted by a contractor of the department, and within a nanosecond that person would have their contract terminated and never be seen ever again? Why the denial of a GIPA to a Member of Parliament in something that, you know, we're looking for something worse than better breeding at Candos High? Well, we've found it here in putting under Hitler's photo, it's a shame he didn't finish the job, to a union of Jewish students. How bad can it get?
I can respond to your question, Chair. Thank you. For precisely the reasons why an investigation has to be conducted thoroughly and properly with due process.
I'm talking about the investigation. I'm talking about the GIPA. The GIPA.
I'll come to that in just a moment. But just before I come to that, can I just explain the process? Because the GIPA was requesting information in relation to those allegations while the investigation was underway. So when PES receives allegations, obviously they're taken seriously, but to protect the integrity of the process, if we don't protect the integrity of the process, the person against whom allegations are made and subsequently proven can take action against the department and potentially be reinstated. So we need to make sure that at all times we're very careful and methodical about protecting due process. The GIPA came on a few occasions, from my recollection, during that process. The investigation follows these stages, Chair. A preliminary assessment is made, information is gathered, allegations are then put to the person against whom allegations have been made. There is an investigation report compiled, findings are made, and then a proposed disciplinary action decision is made via a committee to make sure that the decision maker at all times is furnished with the full facts, all the information, and then a final decision is made. If a GIPA comes during that process and we believe it will compromise the integrity of that investigation, we absolutely will state that at the moment an investigation is proceeding, and in order to maintain the integrity of the investigation it would be improper to release details.
Well, Ms Cashie, with all due respect, you can say that, but you don't exactly need the Nuremberg trials, do you, to work out that someone who's posted under Hitler's photo to a union of Jewish students, it's a shame he didn't finish the job. When you say investigation, what exactly do you engage in? What, days and weeks of hand-wringing, agonising over this, or just the immediate common sense knowledge that this person's got to go?
The answer to that question would very much depend on the nature of the issue.
This one.
Well,
it's hard to imagine anything worse.
I might just add that it wouldn't be... There are people who have their accounts hacked, or they have somebody access their account and post things. I don't know all the ins and outs of the factual matrices that could
Why are you talking to us if you don't know the ins and outs?
Because I'm answering your question, Chair, to say...
You're not. You just admitted your ignorance of the facts. That's not answering.
Sorry, that's not what I said at all.
Just said you don't know the ins and outs
Chair,
of
what
the
I'm
matter.
doing
What do you need to know?
I'm answering your question, Chair, and I think I have. And what we say is to protect the integrity of the investigation. It is entirely appropriate to say, if we get GIPA'd during that process, that we will be in a position to provide further information, if appropriate, when the investigation has concluded.
And Chair, if I may add, one of the standards that we have to hold is that these decisions can be upheld. If we make a decision around someone's employment disciplinary action, the individual can take their own proceedings to the IRC, and we need to make sure that the decisions we've made will hold up in that setting, which is why it's appropriate that we follow the due process.
The opposition.
Thanks very much. Ms Harrison, are you able... My colleague asked some questions about teachers with COVID. Are you able to tell us how many teachers had COVID in term 1?
So I do believe we indicated we'd take those figures on notice.
He asked for a longer time period, so just
he would like specifically term 1.
Do you know how many classes and schools were closed due to COVID in term 1?
And so I might ask Mr Disdar if he has those numbers with him. I would just say that it's obviously a bit like the flooding conversation we had earlier, a moving feast in some respects. It has been very minimal, the disruption overall. I think some of the commentary before the term started indicated that we may not, that things were going to be dire. That has not been the case at all. We've been in a very positive position. We have taken more decisions to move to remote learning in relation to some of our schools for students with additional needs due to the nature of the cohort that they are serving and the need to ensure there's those extra protections. But I'll ask Mr Disdar to provide that detail.
The pleasing news, Ms Hughes, has been that every school's been open since the start of the term. I'm putting the floods aside, I'm talking to COVID. We have had instance, small number, where we've had schools communicate with their parent community where a particular cohort or a particular class may have engaged in a period of learning from home, and that's been based on advice and work with us, with our Health Safety Directorate. We've had instances where you might have had half a class of students, for example, with COVID, so it makes sense to have them learning from home.
Sorry, Mr Disdar, I've just got limited time. Can you tell me how many of those classes there were in term 1? I'm happy if you need to take it on notice.
Yeah, well, we've had a very small number of schools where that's come into play, and we're happy to take the number on notice and give that to you.
If you can tell me the number of classes at the number of schools.
Well, what I think we'll do is take it on notice and give you what we can. We can definitely tell you the number of schools, which has been very, very small in a system of 2,200 schools, and if we've got the information, we can give you the particular cohort at that school as well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr Disdar. Ms Owen, I think this is best directed to you. Can you give me the number of students that were formally expelled under the age of 17 in 2021?
I'll take that one on notice, Ms Hughes.
Okay, and then can you provide me with the numbers then for the year for 2020, 2019 and 2018?
Yeah.
And then we'll go for the same data as we did from suspension. So it'll be for the school year, by gender, if they have disabilities, and if they are First Nations peoples, please.
Or expulsions. Yeah.
Or expulsions.
Yeah, I'll provide what we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask if if it was a policy decision of the department, Ms Harrison, not to give parents access to last year's check-in data?
So I'll ask Ms Owen to provide some further detail in relation to the check-ins. This is a tool that has been developed by the department to support our teachers in the classroom. So the check-in data gives the teacher insights into the next learning progressions for those students. It also, when they get the results, points them to the resources and areas of evidence that can support them in those particular domains. So it is very much aimed at being a tool for teaching in the classroom, and I'll ask Ms Owen for any specifics in relation to the communication with parents.
So there's no explicit decision. As Ms Harrison says, the check-ins are one of many ways that teachers assess the progress that their students have made. So they would feed into parental reports from a classroom teacher, which I'm sure Mr Disdar can talk more about. So they feed into an overall assessment, including other ways that the teachers will assess the progress of their students.
But I just want to be clear, there's no explicit policy that said that information should not be provided to parents.
Not that I'm aware of, Ms Hughes.
No, that's fine. That answers my question. Thank you. Sorry, can I just ask the number of students in term 1 who were diagnosed with COVID or who had COVID? Do you have that number?
Certainly. So where we have that data, very happy to provide it for you. That data for students with COVID, parents do provide locally. We do collect then the staff data centrally, but schools aren't required to report to us that. We can seek that information might be best sought from the Department of Customer Service in relation to the reporting of tests through the Service New South Wales system.
Lovely, thank you.
If okay with you, I want to take one question off notice because I've just been given the data.
Oh, of course.
Yes, we've had 23 schools out of 2,218 where we've had to send a cohort home for learning from home this year for a very short period of time.
Thank you very much, Mr Disdar.
Thank you.
Let me just move on to a different area. I wanted to ask about how many new permanent positions you are planning on hiring, Ms Harrison, over the next, in this financial year.
So just to be clear, permanent teaching positions
Yes,
we are
that's correct.
looking to hire.
Permanent
I'll ask Ms Catcher to provide the specifics if we have them. I would note that some of the programmes we've talked about today have obviously increased the demand for permanent positions, including the assistant principals for the curriculum and literacy and numeracy support and the positions supporting the implementation of the new inclusive education reform package. But I'll ask Ms Catcher if we have those details with us.
Thanks, Secretary. Thanks for the question, Ms Hussos. Some of that question I'll need to take on notice, but in terms of staffing, what we don't actually say we will have this number and that number. What we will do is look at the overall supply and demand levers. So as a position becomes vacant, obviously that position is declared vacant and then it is filled. Last year, I think I mentioned to the committee earlier today that the recruitment team filled 6,400 roles across the system. I think 785 of those were new entrants to the system. I can certainly take on notice a breakdown of the supply strategy and the indicative numbers that we're looking to recruit there. I do have some further data for you right now. Yep. In terms of Fast Stream, we had 207 applications. It was oversubscribed by 4 times. 50 of those started in Term 1. Nearly 50% of those are located in rural schools, which is pleasing to see. We had over 100 applicants for mid-career. I think this matter was taken on notice earlier, so I'm just rounding that out now. And we have made 50 offers and had 30 acceptances. I think that number might have moved again today. In terms of our inclusive practice in education scholarships, we had 155 of those, up 25% from 2021. 92 Teach Rural scholarships, up 50%. 36 of those started in Term 1. Also pleasing, I know, speaking to the recruitment team this week in our catch-up, we've been triaging personally every new applicant who puts that they'd like to work anywhere in the state. So we contact each of them individually and we're up 30% on placements to rural areas as a consequence. So there's some really pleasing trends here in relation to that strategy, and this is something that we can build on and grow into the future.
I'd be interested if, and perhaps you want to take this on notice, I'm interested in the new teaching positions, for example, at new schools that are going to be opening. If you can give me a breakdown of those by school, how many teachers you're looking at hiring at those, and then how much you're projecting that will cost for the next financial year. Yes.
So just so we're clear, Ms Hussos, you would like the number of permanent staffing vacancies forecast for our new build schools?
Given enrolment.
Given our expected enrolments.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
And also then how much you're expecting to pay each of those. What's the unit cost? What are you expecting?
Type of employment. So lead
that's
teacher,
right.
exactly.
And tell me how much you're budgeting for each of those positions, please. Can you, actually, I'm just going to pass you a page out of the budget papers, which I don't expect you to have with you. It references that the Department of Education, thank you, Marion. There's a highlighted page there's 2 highlighted sections. I'm interested in the second highlighted section on page 6-177. And it says, the Department of Education, which was $116 million lower than the 2021 budget estimate due to reduced contractor expenses and the deferral of expenditure for existing programs. I can understand the deferral of expenditure might have been around capital works that were delayed because of the shutdown in construction. What were the reduced contractor expenses?
And so I'll ask Mr Withy if he has the specifics on that. The contractor expenses will refer to the total expenditure I would expect of contractors across the department, but I'll let Mr Withy come up to the table and provide some detail on that. As he gets his papers in order, he might just need a second.
Yeah, so thanks for the question, Ms Hussos. I'm not sure I've got anything to add to that at the moment. I think, as the Secretary has suggested, that was, I think, related to a reduction in the amount in the number and amount of contractors we were using given the lockdown, but we might have to take any additional details.
Yeah, if you could provide an explanation on notice. If you turn the page over, it says there was a major reprofiling of grant expenses in 2020-2021, which included lower than forecast expenditures, and that was $395 million in the Department of Education. Can you provide me any insight on that one there, Mr. Withy?
So same answer on that one, Ms. Hughes, so I'll have to take the detail and the breakdown on notice.
Okay.
You'll appreciate for a number of these programmes, some of the interruptions we experienced, as you indicated, for the infrastructure programme, which would include the employment of a number of contractors, would have been disrupted, and so would have captured some of that delay of expenditure.
I'll pass to my colleague.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about mandatory training. Can I just confirm teachers are required to do child protection mandatory training?
They are, yes.
Yes. Corruption prevention mandatory training?
I believe so, yes. I believe that is on the list. I think we'll have a full list here for you, Mr. Diadam.
Data security mandatory training?
Sorry, Mr. Diadam.
Data security mandatory training?
I can just get up the full list of, Ms. Catcher can get the full list of mandatory training requirements for you.
That's okay. You can take the rest on notice. For the three that
that's one of them, yes.
Three that I've mentioned, are they all delivered online?
And so Mr. Disdar will have some details as he pulls up a chair.
It's a yes or no answer. I've got very limited time. So the question is, are those courses, child protection, corruption prevention and data security, delivered online?
So some are annual training, some are refreshers.
I didn't ask for the annual. Are they delivered online or face-to-face?
So, things like child protection are delivered face-to-face, often with the whole staff. There are online learning modules with it as well, but it's, in my experience, child protection is one where schools tend to like to do that face-to-face.
There are online modules, are there, for child protection?
There are online modules.
So, Mr. Diadam, those online modules are both an opportunity for staff to engage with the content on their own, but also a resource that schools may draw down to use, as Mr. Disdar has indicated, in delivering that professional learning within their own school context to their whole staff.
Corruption prevention online?
You'll find that a lot of our mandatory training has the capacity to be engaged with whole staff, where there's PowerPoint scenarios that can be unpacked with staff, or with the flexibility.
It's a yes or no answer, Mr. Disdar.
With the flexibility.
I don't need a commentary. I just want the yes or no answer.
I'll raise the point of order if that's okay, because while you might want a yes or no answer, Mr. Disdar is providing a very wholesome answer, and I think that the committee. Wholesome, and I think the committee is very interested in actually. No, it's very wholesome. I think it's a very genuine.
I've got limited time.
I understand that. I'm just saying that.
Okay, let's get back to the question.
What I'm trying to indicate is that you'll find that a lot of our training, mandatory compulsory training, has the capacity to be delivered face to face or online.
Right. Okay.
It has that flexibility.
Yes, it's both. So, in terms of the delivery of the training, is relief time provided from face to face so that can be done in school hours?
Well, it's a very good question. Of course, you would appreciate, the committee would know that there are 5 school development days, which are designed around professional development and dialogue for the school.
Is it the case then that this training is delivered wholly in school hours?
So that is, it is not delivered wholly in school hours, because as Mr. Disdar has indicated, a number of our schools kick off the year making sure their mandatory training is complete during the professional development, staff development days at the start of the year.
School hours. That's what I'm talking about.
It should be available for our staff to complete largely during school hours. There will be times when we will offer flexibility outside of that to meet the needs of individual staff within their local context. And so there is opportunity provided for that mandatory training to be done within school hours. I couldn't confirm
so where
whether
it's
all
not
of it
delivered in school hours, including staff development days, how are staff remunerated for the time that it takes to do the training? They're not. Is that correct?
And so if staff are unable to complete their training...
That's your evidence.
Sorry, I
thought someone from the panel might have given that answer.
No, there was no outbreak of veracity. We're going to go straight back to the actual answer.
So no remuneration or compensation is provided if staff are required to do the time outside of school hours. It's a yes or no answer, really.
Well, so as I've indicated, opportunities are available throughout the school year with release time and those staff development days for staff to complete the training during...
My question is, if it's not...
Chair, if I may, it's very difficult to answer the question.
Yeah, I think the Secretary should be given the chance to answer the question, please.
And so, as I was trying to explain, Mr Diadam, staff are offered opportunities throughout the year to undertake professional development, both during staff development days and during release time from face-to-face teaching in the year. If there are any if staff are concerned about the programming of that professional development within their school, they should talk to their line manager within their school context and work with them locally on determining the time when they will be able to set aside to do that training.
Mr Martin, are these courses, child protection, corruption prevention, data security, are they accredited by NESA to count towards the professional the hours required to maintain proficient teachers accreditation?
The department is able to accredit its own courses in relation to teachers maintaining. However, the priority courses that were determined a year or so ago related to curriculum, students with disabilities, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students, etc., etc. But that was for the mandatory hours, the 50 hours required. The other 50 hours, these other courses can be used, I believe, to count towards the 100 hours of maintenance.
And if I could add to my answer, Mr Diadam, teachers have quite a lot of flexibility throughout the year in the way they use their paid time. There is paid time during the school holidays also available to teachers. Under the award arrangements, teachers have, and I will check on notice this is correct, it's 4 weeks paid annual leave. The rest of the holiday period is a flexible time where their hours are not mandated in the way that they are during the very timetabled nature of the rest of their year, but there is also time that is paid during the school holidays to recognise the fact that our teachers do some of that work during the school year in a more intensive way, given the nature of their employment.
I'm going to move on. Can I ask about? There's been a decline in enrolments in public schools. The other sectors. Can I ask whether the department does analysis of the prospective enrolments within a catchment that might possibly enrol in the school? Is there analysis of, so looking at ABS data, for example, of how many school-age children there are in a catchment and how many of those end up in a public school?
And so as part of our planning for our infrastructure, I think we've canvassed at this committee previously the various data sources that we now use to look at the demands for public schools across the state. In terms of the current enrolments for this year, our school census is not yet complete.
Harrison, I have limited time. I just want to know whether you do that analysis.
So as I indicated in my answer, Mr Diadam, yes, as part of our planning for the school infrastructure needs for public education, we look at a variety of data sources to ascertain and project the demands and needs of public schools in particular areas.
Can I then ask on notice for you to provide the capture analysis for all schools in New South Wales?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
For each catchment area, the capture analysis for each school.
So I'm certainly happy to go away and look at what we have available in a form that we can share in relation to this. We have a number of modelling programmes that would be difficult to provide on notice, but I'm very happy to provide to you on notice any information that we can that goes to the issues you raise.
Can I might just quickly move to one more issue, which is about work health and safety. I know we'd foreshadowed that we were going to ask some work health and safety questions to the Director.
She's the relieving Executive Director, just for the record.
I wanted to ask about the application of the Work Health and Safety Act to children I've asked this before. There was an application or a request by some parents at an Inner West High School to be represented on the Work Health and Safety Committee. Are you aware of that, Ms Katcher? Not aware of that.
When did that occur?
So that would be a local Work Health and Safety Committee, I believe, Mr Diadam, which would be, so if we could take that on notice, I'd need to understand whether that request was made to a school-based Work Health and Safety Committee, which I would expect our schools to hold.
The request was declined, and my question is, in the absence of a representation on a Work Health and Safety consultative structure, how do you consult on the work health and safety implications of school decisions on children?
So very happy to take the specifics of the question you've raised in relation to the school in particular, and if you'd like to provide us with details of that case, we'd be very happy to follow up, and also to provide you on notice with the way that we work through our Work Health and Safety Committee structures through the department.
Thank you. Mr Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Ms Harrison, the now renamed Quality Time Action Plan, are you familiar with that?
I am, yes.
As I understand it, that plan is trying to deal with the 200 hours of administrative work that the average teacher does in a given year and reduce that.
So I know that those are your figures, not our figures in relation to that administrative load. But yes, it is work that is aimed at ensuring our teachers can spend their time doing what our teachers can only do and what our teachers do best, which is supporting our students in classrooms.
You say it's my figure, but you sent correspondence out to teachers saying out about the action plan and what your target was. Our target is 20%, is a 20% reduction for our teachers by the end of 2022. This equates to a reduction of 40 hours of low-value administrative tasks per teacher per year. You run the education department, you can do the maths, can't you?
I can, thank you.
Yeah, so do you agree with my 200 hours now?
I agree with your 200 hours.
Terrific.
If I might just clarify a point on those numbers, Mr Shoebridge, just to be clear about the setting of that target. So we calculated that target using an OECD TALIS survey in 2018, which suggested that teachers spend 4.1 hours a week on general administrative tasks. Over the course of a 40-week school year, that actually equates to 168 hours. In the calculation of the target, we rounded that up to 200 hours, to 40 hours to set ourselves a stretch target. So I just wanted to clarify that point for you.
So it's not even based on New South Wales figures, you've picked an OECD figure. So that's got Turkey, Greece.
This was teachers in Australia.
Right. And how did the OECD collect that data?
I'd have to take that on notice.
It's a survey. It's a survey of teachers.
So you're telling me that you didn't ask your own teachers, you relied on an OECD survey?
So, Mr Shoebridge, you will appreciate the irony that we wouldn't hear. We obviously did not want to go out and ask further questions of our staff that they had already been asked and answered. We used data that has been provided to an international body that reflects the workload of teachers in Australia to set ourselves an ambitious but important and achievable target in relation to increasing the amount of time our teachers can spend doing what they do best.
That's a 40-hour reduction by the end of this year, is that right?
That is our target, yes.
Yeah, and in the 3 years before that, your previous action plan managed to reduce it by 10 hours in total after 3 years of effort. Is that right?
I'll ask Mr Withy just to clarify the numbers on teachers. I would say to the committee, our focus in the first phases of this action plan has been on the workload of our leadership cohort in schools, and we have since now turned our attention to those issues impacting our teachers. And I'll ask Mr Withy to clarify.
Not a tumour.
To clarify that answer.
I've made the mistake of reading your action plan and taking the figures directly from the action plan, but it could be wrong. Mr Withy?
So the numbers are correct. As Ms Harrison says, the focus between 2018 and 2020 was largely on principals and school-based non-teaching staff. For principals, we validated 105 hours of savings a year, and for school-based non-teaching staff, we validated 25 hours of time saving during that time. As you said, for teachers during that period, it was 10, but that was before we turned our attention to teachers more squarely.
And are you on track?
Yes.
How much have you reduced it so far?
So we have taken that 10 hours that we saved between 2018 and 2020 and set that aside. So we've reset the target. The target is 40 hours from 2021. We are on track. We estimate that we've saved 29 hours in 2021, leaving 11 hours to come over the course of
Perhaps
this year.
you on notice can provide me with what you've done and how you've come up with the 29 hours.
I'm very happy to talk to that now, Mr. Shoebridge.
No, I don't.
So,
I'd
Chair,
much
if
rather
I
it
may,
on
in terms of
notice.
procedural fairness, I do believe we are entitled to answer the question if we are able to. So we've been asked a question, we have the answer here, and we would like to provide
Thank
it.
you, Secretary. Mr. Shoebridge.
We do have limited time, and we are able to allocate, as the question is, the time that we would like devoted to this matter. I'm very happy to have the detail provided on notice.
I think, in all fairness to Mr. Withy,
we'll give Mr. Withy
you're able to ask him to take it on notice to save you time,
which is
and
what
that's
I've
what you've done.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's.
And if the government wants
I think
to
that's
ask questions at
procedurally
the end,
fair. There's
you're
no
welcome to
denial
it.
of an answer. It'll just be given on notice.
And if the government wants to do it in their 10 minutes at the end, they're welcome. Ms. Harrison, the department's audit, ventilation and asset use audit, do you remember that? The one that was delivered in, I think, initially October, the 12th of October?
I do, yes.
Yep. It said the Department of Education has reviewed all windows, fans, ventilation systems in more than 150,000 spaces across more than 2,200 public schools and come up with the numbers in terms of how many students or people could occupy spaces. Do you remember that?
I remember that, yes.
Yep. Did the final set of numbers that were produced have anything at all to do with the number of windows, fans or ventilation systems in the spaces?
And so I'll ask Mr. Manning to go to the details of the question you're asking, but we have taken expert advice in relation to the ventilation requirements in classrooms.
My
We've
question was
applied
quite
that advice
specific.
to the audit that you refer to, Mr. Shoebridge, and I'm happy to ask Mr. Manning to provide you with some further information.
So the answer to your question is yes.
Well, you see, I've been provided with an analysis of that audit, and in fact, the analysis of the audit shows that the only variable for all classrooms and spaces was floor space, and that there is a 100% correlation between the occupancy rate and how it determines as against floor space. It's a 100% correlation. How is that?
So the original...
Chair, sorry, if I may, you're referring to analysis that is not our analysis and not analysis that we have access to. So I'm very happy to provide commentary on analysis if we have it available to us and that it can be validated, Mr. Shoebridge. Mr. Manning.
I can walk you through exactly how the process occurred and how we got to the numbers we got to, and then how those numbers were amended going forward. So to the Secretary's point, we did get into 150,000 spaces to look at what we had available to us in terms of what needed to be repaired. We also were able to gather information in window sizes. We commissioned some expertise that was peer reviewed to give us a sense of actually the airflow. So we were looking for 10 litres per second per person. And with a BCA standard for window openings, based on a very conservative estimate of airflow, we were able to start off with a baseline of the number of people that room could contain at 10 litres per second. And that was issued to schools. And when we spoke to schools, we said very clearly to them, there may be rooms here where there are effectively a lower level of number of students that we think you can contain compared to the ones you want to. Raise that issue with us. We will actually go down and reaffirm the actual window sizes, the actual window orientation, and we will then work with you to actually review that number to see whether actually you could put more students in that room, because the window sizes were in excess of BCA, and then that left us with just shy of 2,000 spaces where we knew that by adding air purifiers in, we could actually boost the airflow. And so that gave us an initial assessment of a baseline capacity for each room. We were then able to tailor that for each individual school that came to us and said that baseline number doesn't work for us, to make sure that we were able to support the number of kids they needed in each room. And so that was done locally, individually, and it was either a validation, because actually what we found was whilst the BCA might have said 5% of window area to floor area, we find that actually windows are a certain size and we might end up with 8 or 9 or 10% because they're actually the number of opening windows in a space.
And Mr. every single classroom was assigned Category A, and every single administrative space was assigned Category B. After this whole extremely complex process, every classroom got Category A, every administrative space got Category B.
I think we've been clear in all of our responses in relation to the ventilation audit
Just a magical outcome that happened, Mr. Manning. You go through, Mr. Manning, you go through that complex process.
Shoebridge, if I may finish speaking, please.
But I think we've
Order. The Secretary's trying to make a contribution.
But I hadn't asked a question of Ms. Harrison.
I know, but the Secretary
and Mr.
has
Manning
the right
just gave
to
a
come
very
over the
detailed
top.
answer, which I was testing him on, and Ms. Harrison is running
Ms.
interference.
Harrison, briefly and relevantly.
Yes, we have been very clear in our responses to all questions about this audit that we audited learning spaces through the schools. We have been very clear on that throughout. We have been consistent in that response, and Mr. Manning can continue with answering your questions.
I think Mr. Manning probably should take it on note. Mr. Shoebridge, you've got 15 seconds. Your next question. Sorry.
The only analysis done, I'll put this to you, Mr. Manning, in that audit, was you determined the capacity for every classroom by applying the same, or whoever did the audit, by applying the same equation, 0.95 times the size of the room divided by 2, and you round it down. That provides the outcome for every single classroom under the audit, doesn't it?
And I have just explained to you in detail why that is not the case.
So you say?
Yes, I do say.
Yes, exactly.
For the analysis of the data,
that was the
except for the analysis of the data.
So, Chair,
that was the question you asked me. That's what I'm able to affirm.
We are being asked to comment on analysis that we have not seen and that has not been provided to us.
No, I think that in procedural fairness, it's incumbent upon the questioner to provide the analysis, which is from what, the Federation or someone?
Sorry?
You want to table the analysis so that the department can respond in detail? Is it from
absolutely. I'll provide
from the Federation?
I'll speak to the author and then I'll provide it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you can do that as part of supplementary question. I think that's the only fair way in which the department can respond. They just can't respond to a puff of smoke. Okay,
Not without opening the window.
Yes, good segue. Now, to the Secretary. When you were a Deputy Secretary, you appeared before us several times and spoke of the importance and effectiveness of the targeted assistance program. Has that been subject to evaluation? Because it was always presented as a new whiz-bang disadvantaged schools program that would uplift the most disadvantaged schools in the state.
So thank you for the question, Chair. We did look at the impact of targeted support on our schools. We have seen in a number of schools that support was provided to, and there is a particular school in mind I have around Bankstown, I think it's P2 school, P2 school, where we saw as an example that Mr Disdale might be able to provide further detail on a very significant lift. Since that time, the government has moved, taken the learnings of that and applied it to the school success model. The Minister, I think, spoke about this yesterday at the Sydney Morning Herald Summit, where we have been very clear in terms of where schools are at in relation to their targets, which have been set with a really rigorous methodology underpinning them, where they are up to in their school improvement journey. Those schools that require strategic support now get it from us. I think you'll recall, Chair, when this first started, it was a negotiated process. It is now based on the school's performance, the decision about whether or not that support is provided. There is a clear determinant around that. We have also now provided much enhanced and improved guided support for our schools based in evidence-based practice, so that all the support coming from the department aligns behind the evidence, and we spoke about phonics earlier today. And then we have those schools that are exceeding their targets or are on track to achieve their targets, where there's universal support also entirely based in the evidence, quality assured, a literacy and numeracy hub full of effective resources to support teachers in classrooms, lift student outcomes. Okay. That is our core business.
The question, has there been an independent evaluation, not just of a school in Bankstown, that sounds a great story, but of the overall program and the scores of schools involved?
And so there hasn't been an independent evaluation. There has been internal analysis done that has supported the transition to the school success model.
Is there any intention to have an independent evaluation? Like, it's good for the department to look at itself, but nothing's better than an independent thorough review in such a critical area of uplifting performance.
I agree, and so we are engaged in a number of evaluation processes regarding the school success model and the support provided. One of the things that I've been...
Targeted assistance program?
So that has, as I've indicated, Chair, shifted now into... we're referring to it as strategic support. We've taken away that negotiation piece. And now it is a requirement, it's a kind of requirement from the department that schools engage in that process, and we've identified the schools for this year that will receive it. Okay. In the way that we're designing that support, it's being led by the same area of the department behind the Best in Class initiative, where we have a very central evaluative mechanism while we're learning by doing. We're evaluating the impact we have during the process so that we can refine and ensure we're achieving the outcomes that we're seeking to achieve. It's a very rigorous analysis. The executive director that leads that area is a really strong educator with really strong credentials in the adoption of evidence-based practice, in research-based practice, and how you refine practice using research and evidence. That's the approach we're taking throughout this program.
In its origins, was the program known as the School Development Review?
No, that is a separate process, and I'll let Mr Disdar talk to that. It's a very specific term in the education system, a school development review that is used in very specific circumstances. I'll let Mr Disdar provide you with the details of that.
Yeah.
Chair, a school development review are not new processes. That's where an external team to the school of educational expertise come in and look at a particular program or initiative or direction in the school that either the school themselves have put their hands up for and want that external assessment, or the system has determined it's an area of concern or need of examination. It normally involves that panel coming in for 3 to 4 days with classroom observations, with speaking to a range of professionals inside the context. So if I gave you an example, if we wanted to do a review of our pathways offerings in that school, we would have pathways experts on that panel, and we'd have secondary experts on that panel.
So it's ongoing, and it's different to what's now known as the Strategic Support Program.
Yeah, they're two different.
Okay.
They're two different things.
That clarifies it for me. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could I just refer the Secretary to a document that came out of Courtney Housos's SA 52 on the school excellence policy, and it was an early paper on the targets update. And at page 5, it presented suggested uplift for schools measured off the Family Occupation and Education Index, and showed that some 320 schools in New South Wales were performing below that index prediction. Is there an update on that data, which in this document is from May 2019?
So I'm very happy to provide an update on the data on notice, if I may, Chair. The way the targets were set for our schools and the analysis that underpinned them, for us was really important that it was fair and equitable for our schools. So identified schools who are statistically similar to other schools and looked at their performance relative to one another. We did not compare regional settings with particular socioeconomic and population makeup would be compared to other schools like them, so that we could get a real sense of the performance span across our system in those domains. We then set targets in relation to that, and certainly we refer to it as FOE, but it's a socioeconomic indicator, and that was one of the inputs into that process. Mr Disdar may have some updates available.
I'm just running out of time, but you're still using FOE.
FOE is I think a well-known, well-respected measure that is used across education.
Can we get an update from this data on page 5? Back then, there was one school performing at 30% below its FOE prediction, 29 at 20% below, and 290 at 10% below. Can we get an update on that data for 2022, because this is from May 2019? If you can take that on notice,
absolutely,
thanks.
very happy to.
Okay, thank you. And at the back of this particular document, there's a table on, across the system, schools strongly prefer to focus on some elements over others to inform their school planning. Does this point to a particular cultural problem that's emerged, where 86% of the schools would reference well-being in their reporting processes, but only 3% student performance measures, which is, atrocious?
Well, so firstly, Chair, I'd note, as you have indicated, this document refers to the situation in 2019. This is exactly why we've put the school success model in place. It's exactly why we have set the series of targets that we are now working with our schools on. And it's why in those new school planning process, all schools are required to have a target relating to academic growth and student academic outcomes.
But does it point to a cultural problem? Like we know from the documents about Ashcroft that the principal had this to say of your targets for student growth and attainment. This is not a direction. In fact, it is inexplicable. Determining whether a level of improvement has been achieved, what specifically are we supposed to be improving? At what level? Is this in fact just NAPLAN? I mean, just thumbed his nose at the whole idea of focusing on growth in student academic performance.
And so I'm sure the Chair would appreciate there are wide-ranging views in relation to a number of the different measures that are used across education systems. We have set targets in relation to NAPLAN, in relation to student growth, in relation to the HSC, a wide range of measures we're seeking to use to address those issues. I think our focus on improvement from the department is very clear. Our schools are coming on that journey with us. They are bought into their targets. They have undergone the planning and they are now seeking. But do I think we needed a cultural change? I think the conversations we were having in 2017, 18 and 19 indicated we had work to do. That's why we've put this reform in place, Chair. It is, for many in positions like mine, we would talk about nearly every change being some form of culture change, because in a human system, in turn, you then have to change human beliefs in terms of delivering your outcomes. So there is, of course, an element of culture change within it.
And in the accumulated performance targets under the banner of outcome-based budgeting, at Treasury on Monday they said there's no Treasury sanction or even pressure on a system like education to fulfil outcome-based budgeting. So have you found, 3 years into that process now, there's no change in the interface between education and Treasury and how your budget is determined?
I don't necessarily agree with the premise of that question, that there is no pressure or expectation on us to deliver,
That's
Chair.
what the Treasury said in this room 2 days ago. I can only report what I heard in response to my question.
What I can say, Chair, is
What's your perspective on it?
Well, so my perspective, Chair, is that we have an outcomes-based business plan. It has a set of targets in it, and we report on our progress towards those targets regularly to government. I certainly, and I know my team, feel the accountability of that. I think you've heard the Minister talk consistently about her commitment to both raise the standards in education and raise the accountability through the system, including through the department. So I think my team would say they certainly feel that accountability, whether it's through the outcome-based business planning process or our own ambitions for the system.
That's what Treasury said from their end. Sounded pretty weak. But anyway, we can't dwell on that. 4 minutes left. We'll go to the opposition, to our friend Mr Banasiak.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. I wanted to ask about the asset sales. Are you, Mr Withy, are you on track to meet the $90 million target?
Yes. Yes.
So there will be $90 million of asset sales achieved in the Department of Education this year?
So the 90 million asset sales was a cabinet decision that has been passed on to the cluster. So the $90 million is a cluster target rather than the departmental target. We are on track.
Okay, can you provide a list of the sites that have been sold already on notice, please? Because I have very
happy to provide that. Also happy to provide information on the amounts of investments in assets we have also made. So the committee will appreciate that a divestment strategy, when you have an asset base of the scale and size of ours, is an important part of effectively managing your assets and their utilisation.
And just to confirm that the Mollymook site will no longer be sold off, is that correct?
I'll need to take the specifics of that site on notice. I don't have that detail with me today.
Okay.
So just on that one, we undertook last as we would enter a consultation process. That's happening now. So we have yet to complete that process to understand that on the website.
Okay. And are you able to provide a list on notice of the sites that have been declared surplus to the Department of Education's needs?
Certainly happy to take on notice, firstly, whether we have that type of list in existence. These are decisions that are, we obviously do the analysis underpinning any decision to divest an asset. Often it will be because we have an alternative asset investment in mind that would be better suited to our needs.
And Mr. Withey, can you provide on notice, as at today's date, how much money has actually been, of that $90 million has actually been received?
Received by the department, and
how much of the $90 million has actually been sold as at today's date?
Provide that on notice.
Great. Okay.
Good timing.
Perfect timing.
Mr. Bonacio.
Thank you. Just quickly, given that incidents reported to the incident report and support hotline don't actually achieve a notification summary being sent to the person to validate for accuracy, how can these reports be utilised in litigation?
And so, sorry, just so I'm clear on your question, you were referring to reports to our incident hotline regarding work health and safety incidents, and the fact that they are obviously, we receive those incidents from school principals or from people who have been involved in incidents, and I'll ask Ms Catcher if we have some further information on that.
They're not actually validated for accuracy, so the person that makes the report doesn't get a summary after the phone call and where they can cross-check that it's been received accurately. So my concern is how can those incidents be relied in litigation or any sort of process where it's been tested if there isn't a validity check or an accuracy check.
So what I might do to assist the committee here is to provide details on notice of the process that is undertaken internally in relation to those reports, what happens when they're notified and what we do with them from there, and very happy to provide the detail of that process on notice.
Okay, on notice, can you also provide for the last 3 years how often that those incident reports or summaries actually have been contested by the person who actually gave it?
I'm very happy to look into that, Mr. Bosniak, and see what we can provide, yes.
Thank you.
Provide when, the context, to what triggers an incident notification, some details about the...
Certainly, so we can share the guidance that we have around that. There are clear policies and procedures in place that require people under work health and safety legislation to report incidents. Very happy to provide the details of that on notice, Mr. Deanna.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can end the examination of witnesses at that point, and I thank the government officers for your attendance today. It's been a very good session. The Committee Secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions, working on the assumption the government members have no...
The assumption is correct.
Questions?
There were major procedural fairness concerns throughout the inquiry, so now's the chance to clarify.
I think
we don't need to do that
I think the witnesses have acquitted themselves very well.
Thank you. Well, everyone ends on that happy note, and we thank the witnesses.
You should run for it. You should
again. We thought Dizdar MLC had a good ring.